Wow, that's powerful. Now I know why the sheriff had to go get this from Mark. That's nice. I just want to welcome everybody to our May 11th meeting, and it's a joint meeting with Select Water. I understand we got some great projects out there today, and we're really looking forward to seeing them. Wow, that's powerful. Now I know why the sheriff had to go get this from Mark. That's nice. We're going to have a little delay, it sounds like, on the video to our May 11th meeting, and it's a joint meeting with Select Water. I understand we got some great projects out there today, and we're really looking forward to seeing them. Wow, that's powerful. Now I know why the sheriff had to go get this from Mark. That's nice. We're going to have a little delay, it sounds like, on the video to our May 11th meeting, and it's a joint meeting with Select Water. I understand we got some great projects out there today, and we're really looking forward to seeing them. Wow, that's powerful. Now I know why the sheriff. Test.
Success. Good job.
Looks like we got it. Thanks.
Nice job.
So again, welcome, and thanks everybody for attending. If you would join me in the Pledge of Allegiance, please stand. Test.
Success. Good job.
Looks like we got it. Thanks.
Nice job.
So again, welcome, and thanks everybody for attending. Test. Test.
Third time's a charm.
Okay. Okay. So, Commissioner Craig, would you do our roll call, please?
Commissioner Kaylee.
Here.
Commissioner Anselmi Dalton.
Here.
Commissioner Craig present, Commissioner Choma.
Here.
Commissioner Glick.
Here.
Commissioner Hosey. Commissioner Cott.
Here.
Commissioner Lawson.
Here.
Commissioner Pence.
Here.
Commissioner Suker. Mr. Chairman, we have a quorum.
Thank you. We'll turn it over to Select Water for a roll call.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Donna, would you please take the roll?
Senator Ellis,
Excused,
Senator Guru,
excused,
Senator Hicks,
Here.
Senator Kolb,
Present.
Senator Larson.
Here.
He's
I believe
online.
he's online.
Yes, he is.
Uh-huh.
I can see him.
Representative Conrad,
Here.
Representative Larson,
Here.
Representative Nyman,
Here.
Representative Summers,
Here.
Representative Yin,
excused,
Chairman Steinmetz,
here.
Vice Chair Eklund.
Here.
Thank you, Donna.
Okay, so before we go to the approval of minutes, I think we've got so many new faces here between our new commissioners and Select Water. Maybe we can go just around the table up here real quick and just introduce yourselves and tell which division you're from. Thank you.
John Conrad, House District 19, Bridger Valley, Uintah County.
Representative JT Larson from House District 17, Rock Springs, Wyoming.
Representative Chip Nyman, House District 1, Crook and Weston County.
John Kolb, Senate, Sweetwater County, Senate District 12.
Albert Summers, House of Representatives, Sublette County, and a little piece of Lincoln.
Larry Hicks, Senate District 11, which is all of Carbon County and about 2/3 of Sweetwater County, most of the rural area in eastern Sweetwater County.
Thanks and welcome to Select Water for coming out to our meetings this month. And we've got a lot of great projects to go through. So I think we'll just get right into it. Has everybody had a chance to, the commission had a chance to look over our minutes? Do we have any questions or concerns?
No, Mr. Chairman, I would move to accept the minutes from the March 14th and workshop and the March 15th meeting.
We have a motion from Commissioner Anselmi Dalton and a second from Commissioner Choma. Hosey, thank you. Do we, all those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion passes. With that, I'll turn it over to Director Justin Mead, and we'd like to welcome him to his new position. I think he just got. So we're happy to have you in there, Justin. Thank you. Or Jason, excuse me.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Okay, so the next item on the agenda are new level 1 and 2 project applications. Just a quick reminder, push to talk And when sponsors come up to the mic, I'll show you which button it is. The one thing I would mention, so we're gonna, like I mentioned yesterday evening, I'm not gonna do a lot of talking. We're gonna have the sponsors come up individually. We also have a number of them that will be joining us virtually. So I'm gonna ask each sponsor to briefly, with emphasis on briefly, explain your situation and why you need the study you applied for. And then the commission and select water committee will have an opportunity to ask you guys questions. So as you see your project coming up on the agenda, as we finish with the previous one, come on up and be ready in the seat next to me or online, and we'll admit you online when needed. So with that, the first block of projects are our level 1, account 1 projects or reconnaissance projects in our new development account. And every one of these is a master plan. So I'm going to explain briefly what a master plan is one time instead of 10 times here. It's really a blueprint for the sponsor or that community that's applied for this. It gives an opportunity to have an engineering consultant and professionals look at their system, understand what is aging, what are the critical components, what needs to be fixed, and kind of in what order, a roadmap of how to update their system and be prepared to going into the future for population growth or just the difficulties they may be facing and how they should go about trying to fix those, and understand what the preliminary costs are going to be associated with those, as well as what their finances are and how that will tie into kind of a schedule to be able to fix those into the future. And then also what kinds of funding opportunities might be available. And not just water development, but as we know, there's quite a bit of federal funding out there, and trying to match up different types of projects from their list or their blueprint with the different types of funding that might be out there in the federal realm or other agencies in the state. We mentioned drinking water SRF, for example, on some of these municipal projects. So with that, our first project is the Alpine Water Master Plan. And I'd ask if there's somebody here representing that sponsor to come on up. So Alpine, last time they had a master plan was in 2009. And from what I understand, they're experiencing quite a bit of growth. So introduce yourself and tell us a little bit about your project. That one with the face with the thing coming out of it. There we go.
Hello, thank you to the Mr. Chairman, Wyoming Water and Select Water. My name's Craig Leesburg. I'm the Public Works Director for the town of Alpine, as well as the water operator and the backup water operator, wastewater operator. The last master plan was done in 2009. And since that time, there's been a lot of growth, annexations, and with this water master plan, it'll allow us to plan for future growth, find our problem areas, and everything like that. So thank you. With that, I'll take questions.
Do we have any questions for Mr. Leesburg? Commission or Select Water?
Mr. Chairman,
Mr.
I do have a couple of questions here. I think one is, what is the population of Alpine?
The population is 1,299 people.
And your main source of water is?
Ground wells. We've got 4 ground wells currently.
And your monthly fee for the water is?
There's a base rate of $25 and then it's $4.50. No, $2 per 1,000.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Any more questions for Mr. Leesburg? Commissioner Anselmi Dalton.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Leesburg, I know there were some issues with contamination and EPA had come in. Is that still going on up in Alpine?
No, ma'am, it's not. That was back in the late 90s. I'm not sure, but all that whole system has been completely ratified.
Mr. Chairman, Commissioner Anselmi Dalton, I believe you're thinking of Afton.
No, no problem.
Any other questions? Comments? Okay, well, thank you for attending today and being here for our questions.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, the next project is the Bear Oil Water Master Plan. They believe their system is ending the end of its useful life. And would just, again, like the tools to understand what needs to be fixed and when, and what that schedule might look like going into the future. So do we have anybody here from Bear Oil or online?
Hi, I'm Lowell Clausen, the mayor of Bear Oil, and I'm here online.
Go ahead and admit them and let's see who it is. People online, can you hear me if there's anybody from Bear Oil?
Yes, we can hear you. And we're trying to talk to you.
Okay, well, I can attempt to answer questions if anybody has any questions, or we have our project manager that was along on that site visit and review of their application and all that stuff too. So.
Any questions for the director? Commissioner Cott?
I guess I do. So what do they hope to accomplish in the master plan? What are some of their issues and concerns in Bear Oil?
Can you guys hear me yet? This is Lowell Clausen, the mayor of Bear Oil. Can you hear me at all?
Bear Oil, Mr. Chairman, Bear Oil has got an aging system that it was inherited from having it as a company town, like an oil field company town. And they are looking at their entire system's aging, needs to be looked at as far as they've never had a master plan. They've had a level 2 study and stuff before, but they really need to have their whole system looked at. And there's some parts that there's old system and replacement, and they're not sure which valve works on which system. So it's just a very old infrastructure. There's some parts that have been replaced as needed, but the whole system needs to be looked at. And they're primarily on springs and groundwater wells.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Any other questions for Mr. Clary? With that, let's move on.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, I would encourage too, if select water committee members have any questions, feel free to ask. So. Okay, the next project is a Chugwater Master Plan. It's been almost, so if that sponsor would come up or if they're online, I think it's been nearly 30 years since their last master plan. So I'll hand it over to you, I guess. Introduce yourself and then it's already hot, so go ahead.
Okay, I'm Nicole Clark. I work for Chugwater. I'm the water operator and also like QSA, I'm the wastewater operator. I'm all the things. And I'm a little nervous. I don't know. So it has been a really long time since, Chugwater's had a study done on it. We are groundwater, the well water. We have 3 sources and our tanks are way over the age of, how do I say that? Lifespan. Thank you. Our lifespan. We are really needing, the leak tests on our transmission lines to see where we're coming from, what we're losing, what we're gaining, what, where it's all at, and the condition of all the source and storage and distribution that we do have.
Questions from Ms. Clark?
Thanks for coming, Ms. Clark. We appreciate you attending. I was just curious. I saw that it looks like you're not metered there and you negotiate the fees of the taps in Chugwater. And so I'm just are we going to try to do something more definitive as we go forward, or how does that work? I guess it looks like you have about 42 taps, maybe?
Yes, around 42 taps. So we are metered for our residential. I want to put a meter down. I would like to see what it would look like to have it below the tanks, you know, to the transmission line, stuff like that. But for our residents, we are metered. It's just it's the tap meter where and you know, with as much snow and wind as we get to in the winter time, and then, you know, it's digging for half a day to get to meters and stuff like that. So we're looking at maybe upgrading our meter system as well. And the SCADA system as well. We still have a pager system for our SCADA.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Clark, but are you going to at some point maybe set the tap fees instead of just having them negotiated? I don't know how much it varies. Is that correct? I thought that was on Chugwater.
They are set. They are set.
Any other questions for Ms. Clark?
Yeah, Mr. Chairman,
Mr. Suker?
I do have one for Mrs. Clark. The wells that you're in, what is the production of each well? Or do they vary, I'm sure, but you've got 3 wells, right? The groundwater wells.
Yes.
Oh, approximately what is the production?
We are. Yes, 320 gallons per minute, that's well 3. That's all 3 of them together.
320.
20.
So are they deep wells? What's the depth?
Yes, one's at, I got all nervous. One's at 80, about 80 feet, all of them. Yeah, they're about 80 feet, all of them. Yes.
Consider. And what's your monthly fee?
It's $23 is the base rate, and then it's $2 more for every 1,000 gallons thereof.
Do you anticipate any increase in
Yeah.
that? $23 seems to be below.
Yes, we're working with Wyoming Rural Water right now. One of the circuit riders have actually been talking to myself and our town clerk on being able to raise our rates and what that entails and what that looks like.
Okay, well, thank you for those.
Mr. Chairman, I might just add in our recommendations, if you're going to have a similar question for most, under our, I guess, section 2 of our recommendation, that would be most likely page 2 in most of these. Down on number 7 of that section 2, it says, what is the monthly water bill for 5,000 gallons? So we can kind of compare between entities. So you're looking at, you know, if they have a tiered rate, first 5,000 plus some additional, and that was $31.75 for 5,000 out of Chugwater. And then just supplement what she said, tap fees, $1,000 for residential, $2,000 for commercial. And that's in here too.
Any additional questions? Comments? Well, thank you, Ms. Clark.
I appreciate you
We
guys.
appreciate you coming. We're all nervous, so don't worry about it.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate you guys for looking at.
Okay, the next project is the Douglas Water Master Plan. Anybody's here from Douglas? Come on up. The last master plan Douglas had was in 2010. It's already on.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman. My name is Josh Oberlander and I'm with the city of Douglas.
I'm Nick Larson with CEPI and the city engineer for the city of Douglas.
And what we're looking at for our master plan is primarily we have some aging water storage tanks. And we have some concerns about the ability to take them off of line for the service work that would need to be done to them. We're also looking at hopefully our surface water plant. We've had some long-standing operational issues with it, with the amount of water production that we can produce out of it. And we've been seeing some high residential growth in some certain areas. And then the city has acquired kind of a large land acquisition that's been annexed into the city. And so we have some concerns with production and supply of water to that new growth area. We've also been looking at the feasibility for some raw water irrigation within our distribution system to help shave off some of the peak summertime demands from our water production from our treated water system. And then also just long-term redundancy and supply within the water system. we've had some water planning done in the past. And we've really utilized that program. We've basically checked off virtually every needed project that has been done off of that last master plan. And we've really tried to use the Water Development Commission and the funding for those opportunities. And we are just very grateful for the services that you guys provide for us as a community.
Thank you and welcome. Any questions? For Josh or Nick, any questions? Oh, with that, thank you very much for coming.
Yep, thank you for
I
your time.
appreciate it.
The next project is the Green River Rock Springs Sweetwater County Joint Powers Water Board Regional Water Master Plan. Do we have anybody from Green River, possibly online? Brian Seppi.
Yes, Mr. Mead.
Brian, can you hear us?
I sure can. Can you hear me?
I think you're muted. I can see your lips moving, but I can't hear your voice.
I am not muted, and previously when Alpine,
Can
or
you hear us,
no,
Brian?
when I cannot.
Brian, are you out there?
Still can't hear you.
Yeah, I'm not muted.
Oh. Hold on just a second.
When Bear Oil was up, they were talking well.
Brian, are you out there?
Now we can hear you, Brian.
You can hear me? Great, great. I'm not muted.
Oh, hold on. Hold on just a second. Sorry, we're trying to integrate LSO systems with water development systems this morning.
A slight echo.
Here for a second, Brian. Great LSO systems with water development systems this morning.
A slight echo.
Here for a second, Brian. Brian, you want to talk now and we'll see what it sounds like.
Sure. Can you hear me now, Jason?
Yes, and you can hear me, obviously. LSO systems with.
Yep. And I can see Senator Larson shaking his head as well.
Yeah. Okay, Brian, why don't you explain with.
Very good. Thank you. Good morning, Mr. Chairman, Water Development Commission and Select Water. My name's Brian Seppi. I'm the General Manager for the Joint Powers Board. I apologize for not being there in person, but do appreciate the remote ability. It allows me to attend some other things that were pre-scheduled. But to the project, the cities of Rock Springs and Green River and the Joint Powers Board have greatly benefited from our previous master plan, which was from 05 and 07. So they're quite dated, but it was a fantastic document that we've used extensively to provide it.
Just a second, sorry.
Oh.
Chairman, 5-minute break.
Yes, we're going to take a 5-minute break while we work on our technical difficulties. Thank you.
Sorry. Dan, I see you shaking your head.
Yeah, I texted Sherry to let her know that they're not hearing us, but it must not have got through to her yet. Hopefully they'll get it figured out.
Yeah, I understand. I mean, it's great to be able to do this, but it's troublesome. I'm sure it's inconvenient for them, and hopefully it gets worked out.
Yes, yes. Well, I think everybody might be hearing what we're saying, so I'm gonna quit talking.
Very good.
Okay, good seeing you.
Nice to see you. This Brian? Who's this? Oh. No, it's not a pretty face.
Hey, Brian, you're, I can hear you.
this thing again.
Ryan Seppi.
So, Mr. Seppi, are you out there?
Yes, sir. I can hear you.
And we can hear you, and so far just once.
Good, good.
So if you're ready to go, please continue.
Yes. Good morning, Mr. Chairman. The Water Development Commission and Select Water. My name's Brian Seppi. I'm the General Manager for the Joint Powers Board. I apologize for not being there in person, and obviously with the technical difficulties, it is certainly appreciated that you're willing to do all this. It allows us to keep some other obligations, but thank you. The Joint Powers Board and the cities of Rock Springs and Green River have benefited greatly over in the past 15 years since the last master plan. We've been able to utilize that plan to its full potential, completing nearly all of its recommendations. It's been a great asset to not only the board, but the cities. As Mr. Mead explained, it's used for other projects, other funding sources, and it provides a sound estimate and project scope, even for other agencies. An update is warranted, given the age of our current master plan, and also an update of the hydraulic model, which is the base tool used not only for the master plan, but almost daily as we look at improvements and how the system operates, or even during a break or some sort of anomaly in operations. So it's truly a valuable project, and we thank you for your funding of these types of projects. It helps our constituents greatly, and I would stand for any questions you may have.
Questions for Mr. Seppi?
Chairman Kaylee, I do have a question for Brian Seppi.
Commissioner Cott?
Brian, I just want to say thank you for that opening statement and stating that the Joint Powers Board utilizes their master plan extensively, and it provides a solid guide for the future and going forward. It's a very important statement. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Scott.
Any other comments or questions, Mr. Seppi?
No, Mr. Chairman. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman,
Commissioner Suker?
I just was curious of when the last study was completed on this Green River, Rock Springs master plan.
Mr. Chairman, 2009 was the last master plan.
Mr. Chairman, if I may elaborate, it was a fairly extensive study, and it was 2 phases that was completed in 2005 and 2007, I believe.
Mr. Chairman, yes, that the session year that those were funded were in 2005 and 7, and it was, I think, completed in 09, probably phase 2.
Sounds correct, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you.
Any other questions or comments for Mr. Seppi? With that, let's move on.
Okay, Mr. Chairman, the next project is the Hudson Water Master Plan. If we have a sponsor representing. And Hudson is, last time they did a master plan was also in 2009. And it sounds like there might be some interest in regionalization with the city of Lander. So introduce yourself and tell us a little bit about your project.
My name is Sherry Oler. I'm the brand new mayor of Hudson. And I want to thank you for the opportunity for your consideration of our application. I'm learning all about this stuff and trial by fire. We have a history of, so our last master plan was done in 2009. And our systems have recently, probably within the last 3 years, have started having some serious problems and deterioration. And met with our engineer, and he suggested the master plan. So that's how I learned about master plans. We are anticipating some growth. The logistics of Fremont County, our property values are going very high in Lander and Riverton, and Hudson is now the new spot that is more economically feasible property purchases. And so we don't have anything immediately planned other than the addition of Frank's Meats to our system, which is a commercial application, and we're anticipating that we can handle that. But if we do any more growth beyond that, we're going to have some problems. We have been approached by Lander as a possibility of connecting with them for a regional facility. We are all for that. But I don't think that's going to be feasible for a while. And so in the meantime, we need a roadmap of how to fix what we have and to move forward to prepare. So do you have any questions?
Questions for Ms. Oler?
Mr. Chairman,
Commissioner Suker?
I do have one. Off your last master plan, was there any improvements, or did you use that master plan to do any of the things that it contained?
So I apologize that I can't answer that question. I know that we had the EPA, the DEQ and EPA required us to do a water treatment plant. And so there were some things that were happened. There were some little bit of improvements on distribution, but I'm not certain. And I would have loved to have read up on that, except we had our town hall flooded in December, and I don't even have an office or have access to files. So that is, I'm sorry, that's my answer.
All right, thank you.
Mr. Moser?
Is that okay? Absolutely.
Mr. Chair, through you, and Commissioner Suker, components of this last study were actually part of a combined kind of master plan and level 2 feasibility. The outcome of that was in fact improvements to an alluvial well field, and then enhancements to their treatment plant, as well as some additional storage. So I think it's fair to say that recommendations from that were incorporated into a future level 3 project.
It's saying that it was beneficial, that had a beneficial factor. Thank you.
Any other questions or comments?
Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Madam Chairman. Just a curiosity question. It shows in your application, you have 11 wells, and they're all a total amount of water that they're producing is 250 gallons. I'm just curious, how many residents do you have in your community, and are you utilizing all 11 of those wells? They're tied together, and that is your system total? And I mean, sounds to me like that. I mean, my wife uses that much on her garden. I mean, I'm just wondering how many people are living in your community, and what do you see for expansion coming? And do you see how that would be changing going forward? I guess what I'm asking.
So we have 11 wells. They're shallow wells. They aren't high production wells. So we are able to produce 250 gallons a minute. We have 420 and is our population, 250 taps. We do have well storage, 250,000 gallons, I believe, for our storage tanks. We're able to maintain that. That's one of the things that reasons why we are so interested in a regional distribution, right? So let's see, what other question? I'm trying to go through all of your questions.
I'm just curious too, how far are you from Lander? What would that connection create? How far would that be apart?
We are 10 miles from Lander, 17 miles from Riverton. So we're kind of right in the middle. But Lander is the regional connection that we're hoping to go with.
Mr. Chairman. Over
Senator
here.
Hicks.
So a question is it
Senator
the
Hicks.
capacity of the wells 250 gallons per minute, or is that the capacity of the water treatment plant that limits? So does the well capacity greater than that? Be the first question. So go ahead and answer that. It is the wells. Okay. And so one observation that just my colleague's wife's garden, we would call that a wetland if she's putting that much water on. But the other question I have for staff is given the proximity of Hudson and Lander, will this study actually contemplate looking at a regionalization project? Because it seems to make all the sense in the world that is part of the study.
Mr. Chair, in response, yes.
Okay, thank you. I wasn't clear on that.
Any more questions or comments? And we also want to recognize Senator Larson online. If you have any questions or comments, just interrupt us, please.
Chairman.
Commissioner Glick.
I know that from what I understand, working with Mabel, they were trying to look at doing a regionalization between Riverton, Hudson, Lander, Fort Wasky, and Pavilion, maybe. Is that correct or no? No.
I'm sorry, I do not know that answer.
Okay. Here comes Mabel to answer it.
Mr. Chairman, Commissioner Glick, I am the project manager for the Lander Master Plan. And as part of that plan, we did do a survey of those adjoining communities to see what the interest would be in regionalization. As you mentioned, we reached out to Riverton, Lander, Pavilion. We also reached out to the tribes in that survey. It was a very high level look at what who would be interested in regionalization. Riverton did not indicate an interest in that at this time, but Hudson, and then there was also some discussion of maybe tying in with the tribes in terms of emergency water systems. So it was a very high level look at regionalization in that project.
Thank you.
Any other questions for Ms. Jones or Ms. Oler? Well, thank you very much.
Thank you for your time.
Jason.
Mr. Chairman, the next project is the Laramie Water Master Plan. You might notice on this recommendation, we have a do not fund. And the reason for that is Laramie completed a water master plan in 2015. And due to our financial constraints, we felt like it was probably a little too soon to be doing another master plan. We like to think that a master plan should be good for about a decade, if not more, depending on the situation with the town or the city or the community. So is there anybody here representing Laramie today? Come on up.
Thank you. Chairman and members of the commission and committee, Brooks Webb, Public Works Director for the City of Laramie. I have with me Scott Palm. He is our Utility Division Superintendent. I brought additional backup. I have the city engineer and the deputy director in the back. As you heard from the director, they're recommending no funding. One reason for financial constraints. Not much I can do to help with that. The second reason is the timeline on our master plan, our last master plan. was completed in 2015. We have completed or are moving forward with nearly every recommendation in that master plan. We use that master plan for all of our capital planning, our budgeting. And so it's very important to us to get that updated so that we can continue on with that process. We're trying to be very proactive. If this project was to move forward today, when it was completed, we'd be at that 10-year mark, right? This is about a 2-year process, is my understanding as we work through it. We're currently working on a couple large projects. Our North Tank and transmission line project's about a $22 million project that they broke ground this spring, and that's underway now. We're also replacing and upsizing our transmission lines down 3rd Street. We're trying to beat YDOT. They're coming in to resurface that road, and the condition of that pipe through there was in bad shape. So we're working on that project right now. With that project, we're replacing all the valves, fire hydrants, all along the 3rd Street corridor. We do have a couple big deficiencies in the system that we know about and we need some guidance with. Our 8 million gallon low level tank is what I call the kind of the hub of the water system. The water feeds from the treatment plant, which is about 17 miles outside of town, feeds into that 8 million gallon tank. That tank is mostly underground. We put divers in that on a regular basis, and it's in poor shape. It's starting to fail. But all the water feeds into that tank, and then from there it feeds out to the rest of the community. That tank is in need of repairs, and the only way to repair that is to take it offline. If we take it offline, there's no water. And so we know we're going to need another tank in line so that we can take that off and get that repaired. That's about 60 years old. Our other big deficiency is our water treatment plant, which was built in the early 60s. We know there's a big need there to do some work. And some of the questions that start coming up is the dollar amount of the work. Does it just warrant a new plant at this point? And we're not sure. And so that's a big issue for us that we're looking at. Over the past couple of years, the city has done a lot of work in mapping our entire water system. And with all the capital work we've done with tanks and PRVs and upsizing of lines, our hydraulic model is pretty much expired at this point. And so we really need some help getting that updated. The city has been, I think, pretty responsible as far as rates go. Our last rate evaluation was in 2021. We have another one scheduled for later this year. Anyway, this project is very important to us so that we can continue on with the good work that we've done. We appreciate your consideration today. And if you have any questions, we'd be happy to answer those.
Mr. Chairman.
Senator Hicks.
Yeah, a question. So, the master plans take a year or two to put together, and they basically look at the entire system overall. But you just went through a series of projects that you've identified structural deficiencies with your storage tank. And so my question always comes with a lot of these master plans. Why are we going to hire a consultant when you've got your own engineer that's identified a project? And so some of this stuff that that you need to fix, we don't need a consultant firm to come in here and tell you need to fix it. So the question is why wouldn't you apply for those things that you've identified with your current engineering staff and planning staff that you have aging infrastructure, and come in and ask for a level 2 construction project to try to remediate that versus just another master plan? And so that's my question. This is why a master plan when you obviously identified potentially $1 million of infrastructure that needs to be replaced that's past an agency, and rather than doing a master plan, just looking at a level 2 preliminary engineering feasibility study to do that stuff. So why the
Yes, here we go. Senator Hicks, through you, Mr. Chairman. You know, to me, the master plan is much grander than just those two projects, but those two projects are probably the biggest. They're the ones that maybe we lose sleep over at night. Both of those projects will be either way, will be identified in our capital improvement plan. They have to be for us to supply water. And whether the funding for that, we ask for assistance through a level 2 or SRF or a combination of the both, we're going to have to. I mean, those are big dollar amounts. I think with those two projects, with the water treatment plant and the low level reservoirs, they're connected together. The master plan helping to identify other projects that coincide with those, right? There's going to be a lot of coordination that has to happen with those two. Our water treatment plant, like I said, feeds directly to that reservoir and then distributed out. So there's a lot of working parts that at this point we're not sure about. And so that extra assistance looking at the whole system overall would really help with that. I hope that helps.
Senator Hicks, any follow-up? Any other questions or comments? I'm sure we got some from Commissioner Cott.
Thank you, Chairman Kaylee. Sir, so you mentioned that you've exhausted your last master plan. You've completed those projects that are on that roadmap. Is that correct?
For the most part, yes.
For the most part. And so what guidance document do you have in place for going forward? I mean, you know, what kind of, what do you use as the backbone for that guidance?
And Mr. Cott, through you, Chairman, Scott is the answer. No, I mean, our staff, but yeah, that the point you're making is the point I'm trying to make, right? That's why we're here. We need that guidance moving forward with setting up our capital plan. You know, we're aware of projects that probably need to be done, do need to be done. But how those are prioritized and in what ranking and what we tackle first, right, is tough.
It seems that master plans provide a roadmap for the future and a foundation for justification for projects going forward and justification for requests coming to the Water Development Commission versus, as it was said, it's just sprinkling stardust out there. You know, it provides a coordinated plan, which seems to be important. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. My question for you is, did you receive any of the ARPA funds for any of your projects through local governments or infrastructure? And then secondly, how many projects do you have going at the current time? Because we've been seeing an increase across the state with the distribution of that money and, needing to get some projects completed before we start some of the others. So could you give me the status on those two things? Thank you.
Sure. Mr. Chairman, through you. As far as ARPA funding goes, we did apply for some projects. We received funding on it's our seed line project, which is actually wastewater. We applied for another project for our wellhead buildings to replace our wellhead buildings. Those were identified through a Homeland Security study that those needed to be upgraded. We did not receive funding from ARPA through that. The reasoning was that we had already received an award on the sea line. And then we actually applied for the water master plan through ARPA also. And again, didn't receive funding because we had already received funding on another job. Gosh, currently the two big ones I'm thinking of is North Tank and the Third Street water line. We're wrapping up the North Campus water line is wrapping up. I think those are three big capital projects for water that are occurring this summer.
Additional questions? Senator Paul.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just, I'm new to the committee, so forgive me if I ask a question that doesn't work out well for me. Particularly the funding. I guess in my past life, I was involved as a county commissioner, and we had terrible problems with water improvement districts, sewer districts, not charging what they needed to charge to keep their infrastructure going. Because eventually all infrastructure collapses and then it has to be replaced. What could you help me with this? Because it sounds like you're going to come back for more money to do other parts of this project after we find out if you say this master plan gets, study gets approved. Where are you at? I mean, how are you? I mean, do you have enough money? Do you have sinking funds? Do you have money to replace this multi-million-dollar tank? Or are you relying on future state contributions through different programs to do this? Could you please help me out with that? Thank you, Mr. Chairman, sir.
Thank you. Mr. Gold, through you, Chairman. The two projects I'm talking about have not yet been, they weren't identified in the last master plan. We are going to be rolling those into our future capital plan. And so when we meet with our rate consultants and we go through that process with them, they will be taken into consideration as far as the rates go. As far as going after other funding, absolutely. We're going to go after other funding, whether it's grants, loans, whatever it is with whatever agency that we have a possibility to go after, we're going to, because that helps to keep our users' rates down. I mean, if we've got to go and do a $15 million project to replace a water treatment plant, I don't know that the residents can afford that by themselves, right? There are lots of programs out there and we utilize them all the time. On the North Tank project that I'm talking about, that was identified in the master plan we moved forward with. The cost of that has tripled from since we had the master plan done. And we have our enterprise funding on it that is paid by the users. We also have some commission funds on that and SRF loans on that project. So we do utilize other funding, whether it's through grant and loan sources.
Follow up.
Mr. Chairman, so you don't have the money in the bank. You do not have the funds to replace this tank that you need to replace. Is that correct? I mean, I'm trying to cut through this and understand it.
Yeah, Mr. Kolb, through you, Commissioner. The director was nice enough to point out our balance for repair right now is $20 million. I don't know if that's enough or not at this point. We haven't evaluated it to that level.
Any other questions?
Commissioner Cayley, just one more question. This
Mr. Cott.
would be a question for Director Mead. Could you explain the recommendation not to fund this planning study just a little bit more in depth?
And Mr. Chairman, I just think it comes down to what we know of that as far as construction projects from last year that we phased and said, okay, we're going to provide funding for pre-construction in the 23 session. If you're ready to come back for the construction amount. So pre-construction is the design and the easements and all that stuff. We know we've got a number of those projects that we face. So we're expecting they could come back this year in additional construction projects. So we're trying to do the best we can to where we feel there is a need to fund those planning studies, where we've got a project where we just had, in 2015, that's 8 years old. They've had some recent assistance that we would not probably do that for other communities where we, within a 10-year period. There's also the option of a sponsor doing a study on their own. We talked about that yesterday, what we call a homebrew, and work with our staff to understand what needs to be in that study. So it's acceptable if they were then to use that study to come to us for level 3 construction funds. So with all those things said, and with what was just pointed out in regards to how much funding they have in their repair and replacement account of $20 million. We felt this was appropriate to say, do not fund it this time.
Thank you.
Mr. Chair.
Commissioner Anselmi Dalton.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I know that the concern of Laramie, and this is probably a question more for Director Mead, is that it took 2 years for them to get through the study. So it ended up being started in 2013 and ended in 2015. But my question is, they said, you know, an amount not to exceed $1 million. How much do these, I guess it probably depends on how big the community is, but how much in general do these master plans cost?
Depending on the size of the community, we're looking at anywhere from 100,000 to 300,000-400,000 sometimes. I don't know that we've ever spent $1 million or even had a request for a dollar amount, and for that matter, on a master plan in an application like this. So.
Any other comments, questions? Commissioner Pence, did you have a question? Thank you. Anybody else? Thank you, Mr. Webb. We appreciate that.
Thank you.
Thanks for coming in today. Director Mead.
Mr. Chairman, the next project on our list is a Salt River watershed study. We have anybody from the Star Valley Conservation District here? I'm just going to hand it over to you to explain.
Okay. I'll do you to press.
That third from this one here. With the little.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and Select Water Committee. We have submitted this application for the Salt River watershed.
Can you please state your name for us?
Oh, Kaylin Neild, District Manager for the Star Valley Conservation District. And on Zoom is our Board Chairman, Roland Gardner, if you have questions. We submitted this application for the Level 1 watershed study for Salt River. Last year, we participated in the Hoback River watershed study with Teton Conservation District and Sublette Conservation District, and we're able to identify projects that on the Grays River side of that project. And the Salt River has never had a watershed study. And we've been working for the last 2 years looking at aging infrastructure for irrigation and also have a Salt River watershed work group up and going with the Trout Unlimited that has helped to identify some projects. So we just, do you have any questions for us?
Mr. Chairman.
Senator Hicks.
Question regarding last year, it was Select Water Committee and Water Development did a tour over there, and it resulted in some proposed draft legislation dealing with a lot of pond constructions and implications to water quality. I'm assuming, which that never came to fruition at the end, but it seemed to be an issue over there. Is that going to be addressed in this watershed study plan? Is that part of the overall scope of work to try to address some of the concerns that were expressed with the number of ponds that were being constructed within the watershed over there? If not, why not?
We did not list that as a requirement or as part of this application. We were looking more at the project level scope. And as far as the ponds go, when we presented the information to the Select Water Committee last year in Afton, and realizing the scope of the ponds that are already there and in the watershed and just learning that it's not just Salt River, it's something that Teton Conservation District deals with all the time. I feel like the cat is out of the bag on that a little bit. We've looked at talking to, as the Salt River Watershed Group we're still looking at that. The planning office has if we want to move forward with that, the process where we can't get legislation from the state level, that we need to work at it at a local level. developing, which will work with the Salt River Watershed Group, working to identify what we want that process to look like in Lincoln County, and we'll submit that to the commissioners and to the planning office and the commissioners to look at that as something in their planning office. But that's how we're pursuing it, where we felt like we couldn't get a legislative address it at more of a state level. So that's what we're doing right now. I did not ask for that. I probably should have, that would help to identify all of the ponds that are already there. But we have still been working on that issue.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, it's just a real opportunity on these watershed plans to address those issues in the watershed, particularly any thermal or any other water quality impacts. It was obviously a big issue at that point in time.
Yeah.
I don't see, and just, I'll prognosticate here just a little bit. This is more of a localized regional issue. It ain't an issue in my part of Carbon County and
Right.
Sweetwater County. So the likelihood that there's going to be some legislative fix for a localized or regional issue is not likely to happen because of the implications of the regulatory requirements that proposed legislation would have put on the entire state.
Right.
So I would encourage you to go back and work with the consultants and the office to see if you can incorporate, to bring that science and those consultants to help the Salt River Watershed Group to maybe address some of those underlying issues that are of a concern over there with those number of pond constructions on private property. But yeah, just a suggestion.
Yes, and yeah, that's what we found is that looking at as the state as a whole, it's just a different issue on the western side with that, and ponds are approved really. That doesn't take much to get them approved, but yeah, we just don't have we don't have a mechanism to deal with that. But yes, we could put that in there.
Mr. Chairman, if I could, when I heard your question, the first thing that came to mind was water temperature, and they did ask for some water quality analysis on water temperature. And then we know that was a big issue associated with those ponds. So I would anticipate it probably would be looked at anyway. Yeah.
Thanks for this comments, Senator Hicks. Any other questions for Ms. Mill? Commissioner
Kale,
Cott?
Just a question for Director Mead. It's not too late to add the pond issue into this study.
No, Mr. Chairman, at this point, these are conceptual ideas for studies. The scope of work has yet to be put together, and we'll be working with our sponsors to do that. So we make sure we understand all the needs we need to take care of.
Any additional
Chair,
question?
Mr.
Commissioner
Chairman,
Suker?
I do, and I think it's tended to Chairman Mead. What's our anticipated cost of these type of studies? I mean, what's been our average? Or you got any idea? This type of study?
We did that back study. What was the? Yeah. Barry tells me the Hoback watershed study is around 300,000. So I would anticipate somewhere in that range, could be a little higher, depending on, this kind of unique circumstances in this particular watershed that we're trying to deal with, sounds like. So.
And it appears like this is a pretty long one. This is pretty big. I mean, it's bigger than our normal watershed studies, correct?
I wouldn't necessarily say that. A portion of this watershed runs into Idaho. And of course, we're going to be looking at the Wyoming side. And actually asked, I think the Wyoming portion is around 315,000 acres. There you go. So that's not abnormally large, I don't think, for a watershed study that we've done in the past.
Okay. All right, thank you.
Any other questions for Ms. Neild? Thank you very much for coming in.
Thank you.
Director?
Mr. Chairman, the next project is a Shoshone Municipal Pipeline Regional Water Master Plan. Ask for our sponsor to come up here. I would mention that the Shoshone Pipeline was built quite a few years ago. And these guys have been utilizing that information pretty much ever since. So this is kind of the first time they've been back to take a look at that system. So,
All right.
Craig, thank you for coming.
Mr.
Go ahead and
Chairman.
push that little face. There you go.
Mr. Chairman, members of the Wyoming Water Development Commission, members of the Select Water Committee. My name is Craig Barsness. I'm the manager of the Shoshone Municipal Pipeline. I'd like to thank you for the opportunity to appear before you today. The Shoshone Municipal Pipeline is a regional water system. We are located in the northern Bighorn Basin, the northwest portion of Wyoming. We serve the entities, the cities of Cody and Powell, the towns of Byron, Lovell, Beaver, and Franny, and we also serve 10 rural areas that comprise the Northwest Rural Water District. All in all, we serve roughly just in excess of 25,000 people. We have been in existence and served water since 1991, so that's 32 years right now. We did do the original studies. They were a level 1, a level 2, and a level 3 study. They were done in the middle 80s. And since then, we haven't done any studies. We've done a good job of keeping our system up, although we like to think it looks like new. We know it's 30 years old, and we are experiencing what everybody else experiences. We have some equipment failures, and we have some equipment that is getting older. And we're also starting to encounter new mandates that come down from the EPA, and those are things that we have to comply with. We are looking at a master plan in order to have another set of professional eyes take a look at our system. As good a job as we felt we've done, we know that there's a possibility that we're overlooking things or that we've missed something. And we just want, we want to do everything right. We want to make sure that there isn't anything that we're missing. So that's why I'm here today. I'm available or able to field any questions that you have.
Questions for Mr. Barsmith?
Yes, Mr. Chairman.
Is that Senator Larson?
Yes, it is. Mr. Chairman, thank you. I do have a question.
Okay.
Mr. Barsmith, I guess it is. I actually am a resident on the Northwest Rural Water, and I just wanted to clarify that the tap fee of $11 is going to Shoshone Municipal Pipeline, and that is assessed through each individual like city or Northwest Rural Water. Is that correct? And my payment to Northwest Rural Water is quite a bit bigger than that. So I just wanted to make sure everybody here knew that.
Yes, Senator Larson, that's correct. The $11 per tap equivalent, and it goes up according to the size of the tap, but a residential tap is $11. It is assessed by us through the entities that we serve. They collect it and they give it directly back to us. So it is a direct pass through to us.
Thank you for clarifying that. And I think my initial tap fee, I thought it was nearly $60 a month, but maybe I'm wrong. I don't know if you know.
Well, our original tap fees began at $8 a tap equivalent, and over the years they've gone to $9 to $10 and to the current $11 that they are now. And then the other fees, the base rates. Well, we are a wholesaler, and we wholesale our water at $1.34 a thousand gallons, and then that $11 tap equivalent fee. And each entity that we serve, Cody, Powell, Byron, Lovell, Beaver, Franny, and the Northwest Rural Water District, they set their own fee rates. And we've got basically 7 different customers, and there are 7 different fee schedules. Everybody does it a little bit differently. Some charge more for others. Some charge more on a gallonage rate. Others charge more on a base rate. I think Rural Water has a they have a debt service fee, and they also have a fee for maintenance and O&M on their system as well.
Thank you, and I do appreciate having this built, and am glad I'm part of this system. Thank you.
Well, thank you. I'm glad you enjoy our water. So it's a pleasure to serve you.
Senator Larson, do you have any other questions?
Mr. Chairman, I'm good. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman,
Commissioner.
for clarification, because I think this question is probably going through Commissioner Zucker's mind right now. That $11 he's going to think is not very much. I'm also on the Northwest Rural Water Pipeline. My fee, which includes the $11, is $62 a month. That will answer the question of, is this really a cheap water? It is cheap water, but I also have a question with your request for a master plan. I live east of Powell. The rumor is, and I don't think it's rumor, I think it's fact, that the rural water pipelines are at capacity. The availability of taps is either none or very limited. Are you hoping to find ways to expand the system to serve some of these planned subdivisions? The county commissioners seem reluctant to deny subdivision applications, so they're popping up everywhere. What are you hoping to achieve, and what are you hoping that this plan can show?
This plan is for Shoshone Municipal Pipeline. The Northwest Rural Water District is currently undergoing a master plan right now. And they are looking at those areas that you're talking about, areas where they don't have the capacity to serve, either due to small line sizes or small storage sizes. And they are addressing those issues right now. We do have the water to provide to them. They just don't have the capacity to get it, either to get it to the customers or to store it. But the master plan that they're undergoing right now, one of the main focuses on that is to increase their capacity and to serve people, because they do currently have a moratorium in certain areas on on allowing any new taps. But that should be addressed, and it'll be addressed by them, but it should be addressed shortly.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just to follow up, you say you have the capacity. I assume that includes the water treatment facility has the capacity as well to provide additional water to those rural projects.
Yes, we do. The plant is currently rated at 16.5 MGD, million gallons per day. It is slated for an expansion to 22 million gallons a day. We didn't have the growth to begin with, so the expansion from the original studies back in the 80s was to have happened in 2010, and it hasn't happened yet, and we're still at about half capacity. So we've got the water rights, and we have the treatment capacity to expand and even expand more. Now, with we had moderate growth in those first 20 years, maybe 25 years, but recently we're like the rest of Wyoming. The growth rate is accelerated. And in our area, the one that's seeing the most growth is the Northwest Rural Water District. It's the rural areas. The towns are growing, but the rural areas are growing faster. So that's also being studied or being taken care of with their master plan.
Thank you.
Any other questions for Mr. Barsmith?
Yeah,
Commissioner Zucker?
Mr. Chairman. Oh, go ahead.
Then
So
Senator Oaks.
your system is set up so that you are a provider of the water, correct?
Yes, we're the wholesaler.
You're the wholesaler. So now your system then does not include the actual taps, is that correct? You don't maintain, construct for the entities that are paying those $65 fees, correct?
That's correct.
So
We
you
have
provide to a valve, and then it's their system from there.
That's correct. We have a transmission line. We have a 4 mile long line that comes from Buffalo Bill Reservoir that brings raw water into the treatment plant, which is just west of Cody. And then we have 67 miles of transmission line. We drop in that 67 miles, roughly 1,000 feet of elevation. So we have 6 pressure control stations or pressure reducing stations. And then the entities that we serve will each have a service connection. And we will serve water right up to that service connection. Once it goes into the service connection, it has, say, backflow prevention in it. It has control valves. It has metering. It has SCADA and telemetry to bring the meter readings back to the plant. And then once it leaves that service connection building, it is the property or the water is owned by the towns, as is the distribution systems.
So your distribution system has no taps off, but other than the entity that you're selling to.
That's correct.
All right, thank you.
Any other questions?
Mr. Chairman.
Senator Hicks.
Just some clarification. So you're looking for a master plan for the Shoshone Municipal Pipeline Regional Project, and but you have all these other customers.
Yes.
And this dovetails into Commissioner Craig's question. I'm not clear from based on the answers. I'm aware of those capacity issues, at least with the Northwest Rural Water. I don't know about the other municipalities. Is this master plan going to cover Northwest Rural Water, or are they responsible for doing their own master plan? So that's the question. Does this cover those other entities' inclusion in the master plan? Or are they going to be required to do their own master plan to dovetail into your master plan? I'm trying to understand with your customers and specifically with the issues of capacity in Northwest Rural Water. Because you mentioned, yeah, they'll get you information on what this is, but is that not covered in this component with this request for this master plan?
Each of the other entities will be doing their own master plans. I think Byron has done one recently. Northwest Rural Water District is doing theirs now. The city of Cody has done theirs. I don't know the schedule of the other ones, but their master plans, we will incorporate aspects of their master plans in ours. But we are concerned with ours on updating the treatment plan itself and the pipeline. And that's the equipment that we own is mainly what we're concerned with, although we will incorporate aspects of the other plans.
All right, thank you.
Any more questions or comments? Anybody? Okay, with that, we're going to move on to us. Before we move
Thank
on
you.
to Sinclair, we're going to take a quick 5-minute bathroom break. Okay. Thank you. Give everybody a chance to sit down. Yeah. Okay, welcome back. We'll get started again. We also want to welcome Senator Ellis to the committee. Thank you for coming in. Yeah, all rise. With that, we'll move on to Sinclair.
And Mr. Chairman, yep, Sinclair Water Master Plan's the next project for your consideration. They've got a unique partnership with the town of Rollins. And so I'll hand it over to the sponsor to talk a little bit more about.
Good morning, Commission and Water Select. I'm Mayor Cullen Meeks, newly elected mayor. We put in for this master plan. We got an aging system, like Jason said. We receive our water from the city of Rollins currently. We have a water storage tank up on our hill there. I believe the capacity is 68,000 gallons. We haven't pursued a master plan for over 20 years. So we're pursuing one due to the aging of our system and our pipelines and stuff with the city of Rollins. We want to make sure going forward that we want to know where we stand and on our infrastructure of our water to our residents. Our town currently is population 375 people, with maximum we used to have was 500. All of our systems are metered. We charge a water fee, and that's where we're at. So I'll entertain any questions.
Mr. Chairman,
Senator Hicks.
it's a question for the director, but we just appropriated $250,000 for the Rollins master plan in the last budget that we just passed. Is it anticipated that this would just be rolled in as part of that master plan, given the nature of that they do share system and, they use water out of the North Platte through Sinclair's water rights that goes to the water treatment plant in Rollins and then treated water. So why wouldn't we just incorporate this in as part of that work for that master plan?
Mr. Chairman, I had that very thought when I saw this application. That was a question I had for our folks in the office here. We could potentially do that. We'd have to talk with that consultant and then add some additional scope. One question I guess I would have for the sponsor is, I think they had some concerns, obviously, with what happened in Rollins here over the last couple of years, and whether or not they want some kind of autonomy and understanding of their system separately. But I do think there's some potential to have some efficiencies by doing what you're suggesting. So would maybe ask that question to the sponsor as well as what their thoughts are on that.
Yeah, and I'll ask that. I was just curious if I was assuming it was brought up, but it's been a long-standing precedent, a policy pretty much of the Water Development Office and the legislature to move more towards these regionalized projects, given the history in the past of the cost of maintaining a whole lot of small systems. And so, but that would be a question to Mr. Mayor with Sinclair, if you guys can work with, given the nature, you're already on a regional system with Rollins anyway, is to incorporate this work into what's being done there.
Well, my thoughts on that, like I said in the opening, our system's old. We haven't been before you guys for 20 years pursuing this master plan that I know of. And what I've been told, I'm a little worried about our infrastructure within the town. Aside from our water storage treatment tank, we distribute water to our residents. So that's one reason we're pursuing this, is to keep up on our infrastructure to our residents and constituents. So.
Mr. Chairman, I would add, and Senator Hicks, as you know, we are going to be hopefully approving that contract for the master plan today. So the funding, so we're gonna have to go back and get some additional funding through the legislative session for this piece. That wouldn't be available until next, I suppose, March is when we could amend that additional funding into this current contract. So just knowing there's a slightly different timeline, roughly a year, 9 months apart. So
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, and that would be the process, but it would also negate the need to go out there and do another RFP and solicit another consultant. So I think would actually speed up a number of months, the ability to start getting a consultant on board to do the Sinclair master plan. And I think there'd be some cost efficiency savings by just amending that existing contract.
yeah, I think it'll speed up definitely the Sinclair piece. It might slow down the Rollins piece slightly.
Yeah.
Right. So if that's something the commission and select water committee would like for us to entertain, then we can sure look at that. We'll just have to work with that existing consultant and come up with the budget and the scope and understand what that is. And of course, we would have that for your consideration at the November meeting.
Commissioner Anselmi Dalton.
Thank you, Chairman. Director, then if we do that, do we then say we won't go with this master plan and we just say instead we move to have it incorporated into the Rollins master plan? I mean, I just am wondering what our motion then becomes today.
Mr. Chairman, I think that's a good question. I think we just approve it as is. I think some language in your motion about tying it into the Rollins master plan will be good. And then when we come to the November meeting, we will have had those discussions with that consultant. Maybe we'll reword this so it's not Sinclair Water Master Plan. Maybe it's a supplement to the Rollins Master Plan for Sinclair or something. And then during the legislative session, I would anticipate we would just go back and amend that portion of the planning bill from last year for that Rollins Master Plan and perhaps change the name just to be a little bit more clear on it.
Senator Hicks, follow up.
No, I think that's exactly the most logical process from both trying to expedite getting Sinclair master plan incorporated and get that started. But also, I do think there's going to be significant cost savings associated with that. And they already are connected. It's a regional system already, so it would be the Rollins Sinclair Regional Water Master Plan, you know, as far as language goes. But I think that's the path that the director laid out is absolutely correct.
One thing I think we'll need to consider would be the relationship that's currently there between Rollins and Sinclair is based on an agreement that's 50 years. And I think you're about 20 years into that agreement. And whether they would like to continue that, which would make sense, right? Regionalization. So I think that's going to need to be part of that discussion too. But
Well, right now, we do have a working agreement. We had a meeting here about a month ago with our water attorney, Town of Sinclair water attorney and Town of Rollins water attorney in both city councils. And went over our 50-year water agreement, and it clearly spells out where we stand as a town of Sinclair. We're just not the little backyard neighbor to Rollins. So let's not forget that. We are our own community. And I don't know what occurred in the I know what occurred in the last year. There was a water supply cut off to our main tank. They emptied our main tank. So we got 300, 400 residents in our town. That ain't a very good setting. Plus we provide water to the Sinclair refinery employees that work there, and there's over 500 of them that work in that plant. So through this working agreement, it came out that we would continue to work together as both communities and honor this 50-year water agreement. So far, we haven't had, Rollins hasn't reached out to myself or my council to set up a meeting, and we want to do quarterly meetings and keep everybody in the same loop so that we don't incur these type of problems going forward. So I'm waiting to hear back from the city of Rollins on that. Hopefully we get a meeting going, and that was a recommendation from both water attorneys going forward, because we can't break this water agreement. Right now, Rollins treats our water for our town, and part of the agreements, we gave them a water right off the North Platte River, one water right, and that's the 50-year agreement going forward. So we do not have a water treatment plant, but that's kind of the thinking with my council and my residents in my town, as people are getting a little nervous because we're down to 30 years on this water agreement. And the state's telling me that it takes 10 years to plan for a water treatment plant, just planning, that ain't even construction. So we haven't done no master plan. So we're coming before you guys to ask for the master plan in case we got to start looking at the big picture, because 30 years isn't far away. And I don't want to see any future councils from Sinclair have to be behind the 8 ball on this thing. We all need to stand together, and I'm willing to work with the city of Rollins as long as it's a good working relationship, not just cut the water off to my town. So, and you know, that's where we're at. So any questions?
Representative Summers, you have a question?
I hit that button once. So, Mr. Chairman, thank you. And I have a question for the director. I assume, and it makes sense to merge these, right? If you don't have to go out and rebid and all that sort of thing. But my question is, will Sinclair retain their autonomy in the study from Rollins as a part of this? You can construct it that way, right? So they get the questions answered that they want answered, and it's not going to, there's, you know, obviously there's probably a little tension between the two communities, like any two communities that are next to each other. And so it's important to make sure that they get the questions they want answered.
Absolutely. And we'll work with Sinclair and the consultant and City Rollins. I think this general idea encourages more working together between the two communities, and hopefully that'll improve the relationship and improve, I guess, the trust between the two moving into the future. And maybe that'll lead to an extension of the water agreement or a new water agreement at some point. But I would anticipate it would continue to look at the regional system, but you know, this is unique. It's more of a distribution system from what they're getting from Rollins. So yeah, it'll take care of their needs as well.
Mr. Chairman,
Commissioner Suker.
a couple of simple questions. What is the distance between Rollins and Sinclair?
6 miles.
And who owns that 6-mile pipeline and maintains it?
The city of Rollins, under our agreement, takes care of the pipeline. We own up to our west of our town limits, but they got a stake in the pipeline from their water treatment back to our tank. And that's probably, I'm going to say roughly 10 miles from where their water treatment facility is. And they maintain all aspects of the pipeline,
And that
city of Rollins.
they do, okay,
Yeah.
so they actually own it.
They own the,
And they have easements for that pipeline.
they have easements. I don't know if they own it. I'm not sure of that, but I know they're responsible for maintaining it, is what is in that 50-year agreement. We take care of our tank and the pipeline from our tank down to our town, which is roughly 3 miles or two miles to our city limits.
Well, I think with that said, I'm a believer also in maybe this being incorporated under the Rollins, because the pipeline's part of the entity that provides water or services your community.
Yeah, they got a pipeline from the river.
I think the best interest is to leave it in with the Rollins also.
Well, we have to leave it that way according to the 50-year agreement. We can't break
I mean, the
that.
study also,
So,
talking about the study.
okay,
Yeah. All right. Thank you.
you're welcome.
Vice Chairman.
Thank you, Chair. I have a question for you, Mayor Meek. Why did they cut off your water? Was it when they had their whole catastrophe and all the water went out? I mean, I don't know. Is there a benefit? And I said also, I guess, go to the director to having two wastewater treatment plants, one for Sinclair, one for Rollins versus like we're talking about regionalizing and just saying, hey, it's all going to come off of there. So, but if you're having conflicts with Rollins because they said, oh, we're just going to cut your water off. For
Well,
what reason is a question.
Okay. I wasn't in office at the time, so I just became mayor in January. From what I know about the whole situation and speaking with Rollins Mayor Terry Wycombe, it was cut off. We kind of know how it was cut off. I'm not going to go into details about that because that gentleman's no longer worked for the city of Rollins. So it's moot point. We move on. We learn from it. We become neighborly, good neighbors, not backyard kids here. You don't treat us like we're that because we're our own town. Like I said, our main focus, and we're not necessarily, we got to anticipate down the road water treatment plant possibly if this 50-year agreement expires and we don't reach a new agreement. Where are we going to be? We may have to look at the way Rock Springs and Green River has theirs drawn up, do a joint powers board, something along that lines, has been thrown at me. But another thing with this master plan study, what I'd like to see come from it, we got that water storage tank. We only have one. So if we lose that tank goes south on us, we ain't got no water to our town for storage and distribution. So that's a big key thing in my eyes going forward. I'm pretty hopeful that me and Rollins can work together. I mean, we've had discussion, and I think once we get these meetings kicked off, things are going to go pretty well. I'm hopeful. I mean, but the big thing here is I'm looking at a secondary tank possibly down the road to service our town. Our town may never grow, but it's not bad to have a backup tank either, because gentlemen referenced on tank inspections and stuff like that. We have to send dive teams into that tank and check it for corrosion problems and do all that. And we just had that done, and it's a pretty sound tank. So, but did I answer your question, ma'am? Okay.
Thank you, Mayor. And Director, I mean, I guess we can't really force their hand to do a regionalization agreement like the Joint Powers Water Board in Rock Springs. Or can we sort of coerce them by saying, hey, we want you to do this study and get a plan?
Mr. Chairman, Commissioner Anselmi Dalton, I think we can, through the study, lay out the alternatives and let them know what makes most sense and hopefully bring everybody together so they feel comfortable with what the path forward is. And we don't get into redundancy too much in regards to having a second tank just to have a second tank in case first one fails, but all that stuff will be looked at and understand the I guess the potentials or the risks, and why the proposals are the way they are and the plan moving forward. So.
Mr. Chairman, this is more of a comment than a question. It seems to me that Sinclair refinery is a very, very big part of the economy of that whole area. With 500 employees there, I would assume a significant number of those people work there, live in Rollins, probably some in Sinclair. So it would be in the best interest of Rollins to continue to serve that through your system, as you've explained that's how it works right now, which only makes sense that maybe I don't call it a joint plan, but a plan that covers both municipalities does make sense.
There again, I agree, but I mean, it was directed by me and Mayor Wycombe through our attorneys that we steadfast on this 50-year agreement. This 50-year agreement's a pretty decent agreement. It's just, you can't, people got to understand and read it and understand that you can't just shut water off to people when you got a water agreement in place. So I don't anticipate any problems going forward. Like I said, we got 30 years to work together here, but if it does, in fact, Phil with the water department was at that meeting and stated it takes 10 years to plan for a new water treatment plant. And I never did get a cost out of him as to what one runs and price wise and stuff like that. So, I mean, we got a good agreement. I feel comfortable going forward with the way things are going for the time being, but.
Good comment, Secretary Craig. Any other questions for the mayor? Questions or comments? Thank you.
Chairman. Thank you for your time.
Mr. Chairman, that's brings us to the end of our first block of projects for account one, level one. I know we discussed the potential to vote on those as a block. If you decide that's what you want to do, I would pull Sinclair out, vote on it separately with that slightly change in the motion on their preliminary recommendation.
Director, would you do the suggestion for as well as for Laramie as well, or just what would your recommendation be? Just Sinclair?
Mr. Chairman, in regards to Laramie, if you agree with the recommendation to do not fund, then you don't need to do anything special. It can be in the block. If you change your minds and want to do and fund it, then it'll need to be pulled out and voted on separately as well.
Commissioners? What's your favor?
Mr. Chairman, I should mention too that these recommendations right now are to start consultant selection. These will all come back in front of us in November too, as well as an omnibus bill and so on and so forth, and be a number of further recommendations and votes and confirmations and all that stuff. So.
Thank you, Chair. Commissioner Dalton, move to preliminarily approve all the 2024 level one reconnaissance study account one new development projects with the exception of the Rollins, the Sinclair Water Master Plan, and also with the exception of the Laramie Water Master Plan to allow Water Development Office to proceed with consultant selection on those projects.
Discussion? Do we have a second?
Second.
Seconded by Commissioner Craig. Discussion? Oh, Glick. Thank you.
I have a question regarding the removal of Sinclair. As the motion was stated, maybe we need, I'm not sure that how the motion should be worded. I didn't know that we wanted to remove Sinclair, maybe amend it. Director, how would we want to move forward on that?
Mr. Chairman, if you want to use remove or set aside, however you'd like to word that, you're going to have a new motion on Sinclair, and sounds like maybe Laramie and just second individually from the block.
Mr. Chair, thank you. Commissioner, my thought was just that way we can specifically discuss. I excluded Laramie just for the purpose of discussing it, because they came here, they talked to us about it. I just want to make sure we thought about their concerns, and obviously we know what the recommendation is. But I thought maybe if we pulled out, at least we could get the simple ones over with real quickly, and then maybe make separate motions on both of them so that we know what we're doing. That's why I excluded both in order to make separate motions.
That's acceptable. Yes.
Any more discussion? With that, we have a motion and a second. All those in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Motion passed.
All right. Mr. Chair,
That's all,
Um,
Commissioner Solomon Dalton.
okay, I would move that with respect to the Sinclair Water Master Plan that we add it as a supplement to the Rollins Master Plan and have them look at a regional Sinclair Rollins regional plan. I don't know, I'm sorry.
We have a motion and a second with Commissioner Suker. Any comments?
Mr. Chair, if Director Mead has a better way for me to phrase it, that's fine. I just was trying my best.
Mr. Chairman, we know the intent, so I think that's fine.
Any other comments, questions? With that, we have a motion and a second. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Motion carries. Do Commissioner Cott.
Chairman Kaylee, just, purpose is just more understanding and just more general, a little bit more general discussion of the project. And I guess a question that comes to my mind that the $1 million plan, I guess that kind of hits me a little bit. I'm very pro planning. I think it's essential that communities have a plan going forward and I like to see Laramie have another plan, but the $1 million piece and then, how does this tank issue fit into that and exactly why wasn't that considered in the last plan? I guess that's a question. Why wasn't the $1 million tank issue in the last plan? Maybe that's kind of a red herring, a side issue than the plan. But the $1 million, when we're looking at $300,000 for most plans, I guess those are some questions I have out there.
Mr. Chairman,
sorry.
Mr. Chairman, I don't have an answer for why it wasn't included in the master plan. I would have expected the same thing. I don't know if it was not brought forward as a concern of the sponsor at the time, or I don't know. I don't have an answer for that. In my mind, it should have been. Unless it was in good working order and didn't need to be looked at the time.
I think Mr. Webb.
Just real quick while he's walking up here, in regards to the $1 million master plan, I don't think we've ever spent $1 million on a master plan, and that's not how we go about doing this anyway. It's a competitive process through a consultant selection. So the market will bear what that master plan might look like and how much it'll cost.
Mr. Webb.
Sorry, wrong one. Mr. Chairman, through you, regarding the tank failure, when at the time of the 2015 master plan, we didn't know. There was no indication that it was failing at that time. It's just in the last few years that was recognized by the divers. And so that's why we didn't have it in the last plan. If I could clarify where the $1 million comes from, I'd love to. When we were putting the resolution together for our council, I went on to past agendas for this commission and saw that people had put dollar amounts in there, and I didn't know what that cost was going to be. As the director said, the market will bear that cost. But we reached out to a local consultant. We told him kind of what our scope of work was, and he said it shouldn't be over $1 million. So that's where that number came from. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Any other questions for Mr. Webb or comments?
I guess just to, discuss so you had a plan in place and you have a plan in place. Is that correct?
Correct.
And you're feeling that plan is out of date. What would be covered in, put the tanks aside for a minute, what's going to be covered in this new plan that's not in the old plan, or, why do you feel that there's a necessity for this new plan, putting the tanks aside?
Yeah, Mr. Cott, I think it's a look at the entire system overall. I think we've had a lot of changes within the system over the last 10 years with all the work that's been done. There's been multiple PRV put in. There's been new tanks that have gone in place. So our hydraulic model is out of date. We think we need some better north-south transmission for especially for fire flows. And then we know there's some growth coming to the north side of Laramie. And we need to look closer at that and how we're going to distribute the water to that area. And then just overall, I mean, like everybody, the system overall is aging. And we have areas of town that need to be rehabbed.
And so those issues that you just mentioned were not covered in your past plan.
Some were, I mean, as far as water line rehabs, some of those were, and we've continued with those projects and completed those projects. As far as the growth, I think our expected growth now is higher than what was in the past plan. So I know it was a weird answer, but yes and no. I think some was there and some wasn't.
You know, part of this for us is being able to afford project.
Understood.
And I, you know, just to the commission, I see similarities, you know, if we take this tank issue aside, what they're trying to accomplish is similar, what, you know, I'm from Rock Springs, you know, Joint Powers Water Board. I mean, they use their plan as a map. I mean, they've checked off things that they've done. They're looking ahead to the future. The difference is their plan is 10 years old. Yours isn't. You know, the timing's right, but we do need to make cutoffs. I'm kind of ambivalent on where I stand on this, because I know we're short of funds and we got to make things. You got money in the bank too. Jason, our Director Mead, has said that there is a option that you could do your own plan, and you may have some resources to do that, where many communities don't. I guess I'm just going to leave my discussion right there. I don't know what else to say.
Any other comments, questions?
Yeah,
Commissioner
Mr.
Suker?
Chairman. Just one easy one. Is there any regionalization involved, or would there be if you were to do this study? You mentioned some outland areas. Is there potential for regionalization that you don't provide now that have their own wells or systems?
I don't think so. We do have some water districts that we provide water for right now, but I don't know of any others that are coming forward at this time, or any other areas that we could provide water to cost effectively.
So they're probably without, or what, beyond that boundary that could make sense for regionalization.
Correct.
So in other words, if you had to score this, you would say no, probably no
Correct.
regionalization. Thank
Correct.
you.
Mr. Chairman, or can I ask a question during this phase? So, Mr. Chairman, this question's for the director. And so when is the deadline for, so if instead of going through a master plan, they just went through a level 2 to do those projects, the tank that's corroded. So would they be able to come in a time frame this year to be able to submit an application for a level 2 construction project or not? Or how does that work? Just curious.
Well, Mr. Chairman, just so I'm clear, are we talking about level 2 is like a level 2 feasibility study on how to fix this issue they're talking about? So it wouldn't be construction.
Yeah, not.
You know, March 1st is our application deadline. This is a unique situation. Obviously, we're having some conversation about it. So when do we open up, start advertising for statements of qualifications? 1 week. So in about a week, we'll start advertising for each one of these projects for interested consultants. And that advertisement is fairly simple. It's a line that says, you know, the name of the project. In this case, you would change the name of the project to something a little bit more descriptive, level 2 with the sentence. And we'd go that route. So, and then the scope would change, obviously, when we get around to putting the scope together to request RFPs, request for proposals and all that stuff. So I think it's doable if you wanted to change it to a level 2.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman. Representative Eklund.
So I can get this. So something you talked about a home brew plan ahead of time. Is that what we're talking about here? They would do their own study and bypass this master plan study. It looks like they've already done some of the study already. Is that what we're talking about as a possibility that Representative Summers was talking about?
Mr. Chairman, I think my understanding of what Representative Summers was talking about, if we decided instead of doing a master plan to do a level 2 study that was more focused on the issue at hand that was discussed. And you are correct. They could also do their own study. And we would work with them on what that would need to look like to address whatever concerns or information we might need for them to come back for a level 3 construction project in the future. Help them with the scope on that homebrew study.
Any other comments from Select Water?
Mr. Chairman.
Senator Hicks.
Question for the sponsor, would they be receptive to looking at that? If the tank is the immediate need and you've already got the engineering and the analysis that it's got corrosion and it's got to be replaced. Would the city of Laramie be receptive to just coming back for a level 2 feasibility study to just do the tank at this point in time? If not, then there's no use in having this discussion.
Mr. Hicks, through you, Chairman, absolutely.
Mr. Chairman, I guess I would have a follow-up question to that. So then in 2 or 3 years here, are you going to be back for a master plan? And I guess which one's more efficient, to do a master plan now or to do a level 2 study and then a couple of years from now do another master plan? I guess that's food for thought.
Chairman.
I think I have a question from Senator Larson. No? No. Okay, Commissioner Glick.
I have a question for you about your master plan, what was it, 2009 master plan? Is that what it was?
15.
When you done all of you got your master plan, did you complete most of the projects that were on that master plan?
Yeah, Mr. Glick, we have completed most and are in the process of others. There are a couple of projects that as things went along didn't make sense anymore. But for the most part, yeah, what was in there has been completed. I actually brought a sheet of what had been completed with us. It's 2 pages long, but yeah, yes, most of what is in there has been completed.
Okay. Now, once you get a master plan done and you get most of the projects completed on it, and it's done early, I don't see how we could, not, I guess, put, how would you say it? Let's see. To look bad on it for like you got done early, so we don't want to penalize you for getting done early to try to get another master plan. So I personally don't want to penalize anybody that gets done with their stuff early. So I don't know if that has anything to do with it, but like you said, you got most of your projects completed. So I wouldn't see any hindrance to try to get another one going personally, but then, that I'm only one person on the board. Thank you.
Chairman. I'm new
Yes,
to
Commissioner.
this, so forgive me if this question seems kind of crazy, but one of the holdups is that we're a little early in the process. And I see this ratio 10-8. So we've used up about 80% of the general timeline. Could we do a motion where we limit our funding to 80% of the normal? Then the city of Laramie would be stepping up for a little bit because they're. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, I guess we can do whatever we want. We typically haven't done that. And one of the reasons for that is we're working towards potentially all these sponsors coming in for level 3 construction money, which is when we're talking about our bigger dollars. So we want an unbiased look when we're looking at these systems to understand the needs, like we talked about yesterday, not the wants. So we've always kind of had the opinion, well, once the sponsors start putting more skin into the game, into these studies, they're going to expect to be it. And we work hand in hand with our sponsors. Don't get me wrong on these, but when there are things that don't make sense, we got to pull back the reins a little bit and bring it back to reality. And I don't know if there would be any difficulty in doing that if, sponsors start having more money involved in the studies, and we don't know exactly what that study is going to cost until we go out for consultant selection and all that. So I don't know what 20% equates to. If it's $1 million, $1 million should cover it, right? So 200,000, I don't know.
Secretary Craig.
Just an observation, looking at the financial statement that was provided, as every entity or organization does, their budget zeros. Income and out go zero. That's their plan. But they show 20,277,000 some change in the repair and replacement fund. Considering the fact that they've already identified the storage facility as needing some attention, it seems to me that maybe it would be worth it for them, based on the recommendation of the office, worth it for the city of Laramie to go ahead and maybe do a homebrew plan of their own, and for us to accept the recommendation of the Water Development Office for the state at this point to not fund. That's all I have to say. I'll make that motion. I don't know exactly how to word it, but I will make that motion.
Do we have a second?
Second.
Okay, second by Commissioner Choma. Any more discussion?
Mr. Chairman.
Yes, and Salmi Dalton, Commissioner.
Thank you. I wanted to say to Mr. Webb, right? Thank you for coming in and talking to us. I wanted at least to have some discussion, but I also will vote in favor of the office's recommendation to do not fund at this time, only because I think then we set a precedent going where we've had some cities come in at 20 years and longer. So it wasn't to cause you angst or to bait and switch. I just wanted to make sure we thought about it carefully. And so I will be also in favor of the do not fund.
Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, if I could just add something real quick. So on these home brews, in the past, we've had situations where home brews come in the last minute. And of course, for us to do our due diligence, we need time to review that stuff. So that's why we put into our criteria, home brews have to be done by June 1st. If there's an expectation, you're going to come in for a September 1 construction application. So I just want to make sure there's not any preconceived notion that they're going to have a home brew done by 19 days from now, and that we're going to be able to prove something to go forward with the tank in September on a construction project. So it's going to take some time. You're not even going to get a consultant hired that quickly if they so choose to move forward in that direction.
Okay.
I have just
Commissioner Cott.
Yeah, just a comment and I'm wrestling this both sides and just explain what's the scope of home brew? Is that everything that a master plan would be, but it's just the word it's entitled home brew?
Mr. Chairman, yeah, we need to come up with a better term than that, but essentially they're going to go hire their own consultant to do this if that's what they want. And our staff would work with them and their consultant so they understand what information we need in hand for them to come back later to do, say, a construction project on that tank. Now, I don't know if they would go a full master plan or if they would just do a home brew for this tank that they're talking about. So I don't know exactly what the scope would look like. It just depends what they're after. And then we would work with them to come up with something fairly equivalent to what we would do through our process.
So what I'm hearing, this would be mainly focused on the tank and not the broader needs of the city of Laramie. The thing that I'm kind of wrestling with is, very aware of the Joint Powers Water Board needs in Rock Springs and Green River, and it's a regional system, but it's a municipal system, and they have planning needs, and I just don't see how this is that much different than the master plan request for the Joint Powers Water Board, except it's 2 years. I mean, and I'm sure the Joint Powers Water Board has significant replacement funds of their own. I mean, they've done their due diligence. They're a very professional system. They have money in the bank probably for O&M like they should, and they shouldn't be penalized for that. But how is this application different than the Joint Powers Water Board?
Mr. Chairman, I would agree. It's more of a time thing. I think we just heard they've completed some of their projects, not all their projects. They're asking for an updated hydraulic model. Well, what happens when they complete all their projects, and how does that hydraulic model change again? So at some point we have to set some guidelines and things to be able to prioritize, which was a discussion yesterday. And we're going to continue to have more discussion about that into the future because of our lack of funding and our demand on the program.
Mr. Chairman, I definitely support the, Joint Powers Water Board getting their money from the state, and assisting them in planning and construction. I think that's appropriate. And I'd certainly like to see that opportunity for other, cities of similar size. Thank you.
Okay, that being said, do we have any other discussion or comments from Surrey or anybody? No?
Nothing from Surrey.
Okay, then we have a motion and a second. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed?
Opposed.
Motion carries.
Okay, Mr. Chairman, we are on to our level 2 feasibility studies under the Account 1 program. First one is going to be under tab C. Everybody needs to get caught back up. And it's the Burns groundwater supply. So if we have that sponsor available, come on up. So just a little precursor here. It sounds like, they've got a pretty good system. They're experiencing some growth and anticipate some additional growth. They do have some reoccurring increasing nitrite levels in their current water supply. Nothing that's come to a point where any EPA violations or anything like that, but looking at future water supply and how those water supplies might be able to increase or improve the water quality of their existing water supply. It's the one that's all greasy.
Okay. First of all, thank you to all of you for giving us a few moments. We really appreciate it. We appreciate all your service. I want to say a special thank you to George Moser for being such a fabulous guy. He's been amazing for us to work with. Um,
Can we have your name, everybody's name?
oh,
please?
I'm Judy Johnstone. I'm a council member and the utility board president. This is our mayor, James Clerk, and our senior water specialist, Ted Kellner. First of all, I'd like to say that Burns is a fan of long-range planning. And in pursuit of that, we have been thinking about this application for quite a while. We've now got zero debt. So we are in a good financial position. We have directed funds coming in that are allocated to this project, should we be fortunate enough to get it. We have 58 new homes coming in. And while that might not sound like very much for a community of 350 people, that's looking like a pretty big thing coming at us. There's a lot more land, so we could have potentially a lot more development coming later, but right now we have plats for 58 new houses to be added. And I will pass this over to our mayor.
I'm going to give you a little statistics, but keep it brief. They, like I said, there's 58 new homes coming into Burns, but since I've been mayor, the town has grown by 1/3, and that's 17 households. In Wyoming, the average household has 2.5 people. And they use 1,909,500 gallons of water per house. The 58 will use 6,031,000 gallons of water. The problem we're having right now is there's 40 acres that adjoins Burns that's going to develop, and they're all going to have individual wells. Our wells are 120 to 150 feet, and they're going to hit the same thing because I don't think that they can afford to go down to the next aquifer. We desperately need to go down to the next aquifer so that we can supply the water to our citizens.
The other thing that I wanted to mention is that right now our wells are all groundwater wells. And we are very much hopeful that we can get a deep well that will allow us to bring in a different chemistry to mix in pursuit of being able to continue to serve our residents for as long as we continue to add residents. Thank you. And if you have any questions, we're here.
Do we have any questions for Ms.
Mr.
Johnstone?
Chairman.
Commissioner Cott?
Thank you, Chairman Kaylee. As you said, the mix of water, could you explain that? Is the surface water higher quality and the deeper water projected to be lower quality, or what's this mix that you're talking about?
There we go. We're hoping that the deeper aquifer will bring us a better quality of water that will allow us to continue with our groundwater wells, but have a deep well to mix with. Pine Bluffs is doing that very successfully right now, and we hope to be able to emulate them.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman.
Senator Hicks.
So a question for staff, it reference to a deep tank within the Laramie Aquifer. It's already in the groundwater control area. And there's a reference with the USGS study here. What are we talking in context of a deep well? George.
Mr. Moser?
Mr. Chair, through you, George Mosher. What the town is proposing here is to explore in the Fox Hill Sandstone, which is a unit that underlies both the High Plains Aquifer system and then is separated to some extent by units of the White River Formation and by the Lance, or sometimes called Laramie Formation. In this particular area, I'm thinking that that's on the order of probably 1,400 feet to top of the Fox Hill Sandstone.
So, Mr. Chairman, so another follow-up. Why are we doing this is not in the groundwater exploration grant program. Why are we not using that or using this just for an explanation of going through this process versus that process?
Mr. Chair, simply put, the application has come in the door for a level 2 study. I think, I think there are some merits to evaluating it as a level 2 for feasibility, just because of how that has the potential to be connected into their existing transmission system and what those blending of chemistries might produce either in their transmission line up to their storage tanks, or what that mixing might look like for them. But, to play the counter to that, it is certainly something that could be considered under a groundwater exploration grant program.
So follow up, Mr. Chairman. So I'm assuming then with that explanation, George, what we're looking at is so it's going to be a dual phase RFP request. So if the well, the exploratory well, the borehole comes back and says there's potential for this, then there's additional work that would look at that, or would that be part of this study to say that now we can blend this, look at these, if we bring this into production, or is that not contemplated? We're just going to drill a borehole and see if the water is available in a sufficient quantity and quality.
Blending seems to be the term of the moment. The way that I had contemplated that, Mr. Chair, is that we would kind of bite off all of that. We would be first drilling the exploration hole, performing some aquifer testing on that unit, as well as during the aquifer testing, we would be collecting the water samples that would help inform what we would evaluate for feasibility of tying that in with their transmission line.
Yeah, so Mr. Chairman, so as I understood it then, if that all comes to fruition, this study would also then say, this is how much water is available, this is where we need to blend it, and that is actually part of the study too. Otherwise, we're just back to a groundwater exploration project.
That's the way I had contemplated it in my mind, Mr. Chair.
All right, thank you. So that's the rationale for the level 2 versus a grant. Thank you. That's what I was trying to get to.
Any more questions?
Mr. Chairman?
Commissioner Suker?
I do. I just heard that you have several builders or subdivisions or something to that state of mind that you anticipate
Well, one of the.
some growth.
Oh. One of the projects is in progress now. There are 5 houses being built on that. The one new development. The other one, we have been looking at plats and talking to the developer. We haven't gotten to the official plat signing yet, but the discussion is ongoing.
Did your discussions mention any anticipated support by the subdivider?
Support of what? It's within the municipal limits, so.
it's in the town limits.
Mhm.
I think you can still do that. I mean, that's some common. If they create growth, you may get some support there. But I just wondered about, you're anticipating a lot of houses, right? With-
Well, right now we are looking at, between the two subdivisions, there are 58 homes between those two. There's 22 in one and 36 in the other. And those are, for all intents and purposes, here. And the projected additional open space within the town limits is another 40 plus acres.
Are you right on the border of Nebraska and
No, sir. We're
where are you at?
we're 26 miles east of Cheyenne and 15 miles west of Pine Bluffs.
Okay, Pine Bluff is on the border. You're on this side. of
Yes,
that.
yeah,
I know where you're
yeah,
at now.
yeah.
So, so when you have anticipated growth, and it's by subdivisions that create the growth. So you're totally responsible, according to your bylaws, to provide water
Yes, sir.
for those
They're
subdivisions
they're within the municipal limits. Yeah.
without any additional cost.
Well, the developers will run their own water lines. But
Yeah,
we are to provide the water for them.
So I
Yes.
want to look at your tap fees here. What are those tap fees? Do you recollect that?
The water tap fee, I believe, because we changed recently, I think that our water is $25 for the first 20,000 gallons and then 50 cents per 1,000 gallons after that.
How does that compare with your peers? Do you have any idea?
We're not the lowest, we're not the highest. We're sort of lower mid-range.
But I was really asking about tap fees rather than use.
Oh, tap fees?
Yeah.
Okay, that's $1,000 per tap.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, any other questions? Well, we appreciate you guys coming in today and answering our questions and talking to us about your project.
Thank you very much for your time. We appreciate your support.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, our next project is the Cody area evaluations. Next one over.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman, commission members, committee members. I'm Philip Bowman. I'm the Public Works Director and City Engineer for the City of Cody, Wyoming. I appreciate the opportunity to be here today to speak about our proposed application and project. To start, I'd like to offer some background information based on some questions I've heard from commissioners through other discussions. The city of Cody has an estimated 2021 population of 10,174 residents, and we are served by the Shoshone Municipal Pipeline that you heard about earlier today with their master plan application. Craig Barsness is a great partner of mine, and I work with him frequently on our water delivery issues, and we are very thankful to be a member of SMP. We do have a treated water system that is a metered system that serves approximately 5,200 total water accounts, and that includes approximately 4,400 residential accounts and 800 business and commercial accounts. Our city base rates and water service rates for a standard 3/4 inch residential meter includes the SMP charge that you heard today from Shoshone Municipal Pipeline of $11 per month. Cody base monthly charge of $15.15 a month, and then a water use charge of $3.03 per 1,000 gallons. It is estimated that a $5,000 5,000 gallon monthly usage would generate a monthly bill of $41.30 for a 3/4 inch residential tap. In addition, our system includes a raw water pressurized irrigation component. That is an unmetered system that's available to about half our city geographic area for pressurized irrigation of lawns and gardens. That standard residential tap size is 3/4 inch as well. And that is $12.25 per month for customers in that geographic service area. We currently have about 2,250 accounts that include raw water service as well. As Director Mead spoke to earlier, we are a partner of WWDC and WWDO staff by preparing a water master plan. And as Director Mead spoke to all the benefits of water master planning, we have enjoyed that since adoption of our water master plan in 2021. We had some key outcomes identified in our water master plan. That was a prioritized project list looking at approximately 15-year horizon that included $45 million of investment in our treated water system and approximately $15 million of investment in our raw water system. Based on those investment and capital needs, our master plan also did a revenue needs analysis that estimated the need for an 8% water rate increase for a period of 8 to 9 years to fund those master plan needs. Our city council approved the first of those 8% water rate increases in January of 2022. And January of 2022. And the second of those 8% water rate increases that took effect in December of 2022. We currently have proposed in our fiscal year 24 budget, the third of those 8% annual increases that we anticipate to go into effect in December of 2023. So we are addressing our water rates to fund our capital investment needs and increase our revenue levels to be self-sufficient in those areas. Another success that we enjoyed as a result of our water master plan and the prioritization of our capital investment needs is that the city of Cody was recently awarded a ARPA grant from SLIB in late February for $2.5 million for the #1 priority water line replacement project. And we are matching that with our own funds developed from those rate increases with $2.5 million as well. So we plan to start the design and have construction of a $5 million water line replacement project completed in 2024 and 2025. The project application that is presented for your consideration today is a level 2 feasibility study that is a continuation of our master planning efforts. In our master plan, we identified 7 areas for potential growth and expansion through annexation into our city and expansion of our water service areas. This level 2 study proposes additional evaluation of 3 of those potential growth areas and to analyze the needs for pumping, transmission, and storage. This study will help us plan and evaluate those major infrastructure needs and ensure that we can maintain efficient and cost-effective service within the city of Cody for our existing ratepayers and our future customers in these expansion areas. Again, I thank you for the opportunity to be here today. And with that, I'd be open to any questions.
Well, that was great detail. I appreciate that. You answered my questions right off the bat.
Mr. Chairman.
Is there anybody else have questions for Mr. Bowman?
Mr. Chairman.
Senator Hicks?
Yeah, so just having been through this for a number of times, when we see a city that wants to do an annexation or an expansion and comes to the state and asks for a study, what agreement do you have with those landowners? Because I remember an instance here not too long ago where we had a similar type of scenario and it created a significant level of controversy associated with the state paying for studies on people's property that hadn't even been contacted by the municipality. So what is the nature of your current agreement with these 3 expansion areas that the city would annex in with those landowners?
Mr. Chairman and Senator, the current situation that we've experienced is that with the publication of our master plan in 2021, groups of homeowners in these 3 areas, or not homeowners, property owners, excuse me, in these 3 areas have approached the city to ask about annexation. So we believe this study will give us a strong basis for the planning of the water infrastructure needed to serve those areas. None of those property owners have formally submitted annexation applications. So when those property owners choose, and if they choose to annex, we would then enter an annexation agreement with those property owners or groups of property owners if done in a larger multi-parcel system. And those annexation agreements in our city code require us to outline all of the infrastructure needs anticipated with the annexation. So again, a level 2 study of this nature would give us a lot of detail to address within those annexation agreements. But specific to your question, we have no specific agreements with those property owners in place, just some initial discussions and interest on their parts.
So, Mr. Chairman, follow up. Though, as you've indicated, so there's multiple landowners involved.
Yes, sir.
And I'm sure there's probably some people that are interested in the process, but has every single landowner been approached that would be incorporated into this planning study? I just know when we do these studies and somebody hasn't said, I don't want you studying my property, it causes a level of consternation that spills over sometimes into the legislature. And I'm just trying to make sure that if we're going to do these things and start doing studies on people's property for future expansion of a municipality, that my preference would be that there's some type of an agreement in place with those landowners that they're okay with the study. It's just a study. It's not saying we're actually going to do it, but I just think it would behoove the city of Cody to go out and maybe even the commission to consider something along those effect, just for the integrity of the program. So just if we could have a little discussion, is that feasible for the city of Cody to approach those and make sure that they're on board with the study?
Mr. Chairman and Senator, yeah, in one of the particular areas, we've done some initial contact with multiple property owners. We received feedback from, I believe, 4 out of the 5 or maybe 5 out of the 6 that they were interested in at least being considered in our studies in planning for that potential annexation area. One property owner said he was not interested at this time, but would not object to being part of, some planning process. But yeah, certainly to your specific question, that would be a goal that I would carry forward throughout our planning efforts to make contacts with those property owners and keep them informed through our public outreach and public meetings. That would be part of the scope of this work. But I would just offer, it would be difficult to have a pre-annexation agreement about the study specifically. The typical process that we use is to develop those requirements of each party with our specific annexation agreements when a property owner does want to move forward with annexation. But I certainly understand the nature of your concern, and that is something that, again, I would plan to have outreach and discussions with all of those property owners during our study process and our public outreach. That's typically part of these types of studies.
Go ahead.
Senator Cole.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. General question about the county and the Board of County Commissioners. Have you had a meeting with those folks, your Board of County Commissioners? And have they called their residents, because right now they're their residents, in to have a public discussion about what they think of annexation? As I realize, you're right, you can't hardly pre-annex an annexation before you do anything. But the Board of County Commissioners, where are they on this? Could you please expand on that? Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, and is it Senator or Representative? Senator, I'm sorry. Yes, Park County has recently completed a long-term master plan And these areas around the city of Cody were identified in their long-term master planning as areas of potential annexation into the city to allow for connection to city utility services and higher levels of density and development. So Park County has been a partner of ours. We were, the city of Cody was a contributor and commenter on that master planning effort. But the Park County Master Plan does specifically identify the areas directly adjacent to and around the city of Cody incorporated limits as candidates for annexation. Typically, the areas that we're focused on here with these three study areas for the level 2 evaluation are undeveloped parcels. They're large property owners and undeveloped parcels. So there would not be an attempt to annex existing developed home sites or parcels within the county unless those folks came forward during the start of an annexation process and indicated interest. But we would not be annexing, if annexation occurs in the future, we would not be annexing existing developed parcels and trying to put them on city water or city sewer service.
Mr. Chairman. Follow up if I may. How old is the plan? Because Park County is now going through a whole revision of their land use plan. So how old is the plan that you referenced that identified these as high density? And I know there's a pretty significant move to try to restrict some of these parcels for development. You know, I mean, it's with the growth that Park County's. So, but how old is the plan that you referenced? And how does this fit into the current planning process that they're currently working on with the consultant up there?
Mr. Chairman, Senator, I am referring to the current planning process that we have been part of that and contributed and are aware of the Park County planning thoughts on higher density development directly adjacent to the city Cody incorporated limits with the availability of water, municipal water and municipal sewer service.
Commissioner Kaylee.
Senator.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. It spurred another question. So I think it's probably even more important that the Board of County Commissioners actually have a current meeting, because we all know that, you know, folks really don't pay attention, you know, to master plans and all that until it affects them. So I think to stave off controversy with having an uprising in the county with people that don't agree with what you're doing, I think it's always, I mean, I would certainly hope that we, at the end, as this develops more, they'll have a meeting and they'll have those folks up there that live in the county a chance to comment, even though it's not their, you know, house being annexed. But just thank you for the information.
And Mr. Chairman, Senator Kolb, I just might add, that's pretty standard practice in regards to the studies we do where we have kickoff meetings, let everybody know what we're up to, meetings throughout the process, and then of course a presentation meeting when you've got all the information gathered and some of the answers provided back to the public. So
yeah, just to follow up on that, this is the reason why I mentioned this, Director, is that we had an explosion up in the area of Farson Eden when I was a county commissioner at a phase 2 meeting. And there was the residents just went, I mean, they were ballistic. I mean, when it finally came down to what they were talking about and the reality of the water and what it would do for them, there was they sent out a survey, and the survey came back, I don't know, 80% was against it. So I understand we try to do the best we can, but I think these are very sensitive issues when populations change in development. Thank you, though.
Chairman Kaylee. Just a question, how many property owners are we talking about in the area to the city of Cody that you would need to canvass for approval of this study? I mean, how many property owners?
So one of the annexation areas that we identified as the Cooper Lane annexation area includes approximately, as I mentioned before, about 5 or 6 separate properties ranging in size from 10 acres to approximately 80 acres. So that's directly adjacent to our east incorporated city limits. A second area along the northwest annexation area, northwest service area, includes one very large property owner and maybe a handful of smaller properties like in the 5 or 10 acre range. That is an area that we've had some growth already, that we were able to annex a property and have a commercial development for an RV park done that's provided city sanitary sewer and city electric, but we could not serve with city water due to the elevation of that area. So that's kind of what we envision as a future north entry corridor into Cody. And again, maybe a handful of smaller property owners and one very large property owner that owns a lot of the frontage on the Belfry Highway. The third area that was identified as the Panorama subdivision expansion is 2 main property owners. The first one directly adjacent to city limits, and then a second one with a similar large, very large parcel, several hundred acres to the south of that.
Mr. Chairman, I agree with Senator Hicks on this point where it's prudent to, maybe have a letter of agreement with, these owners. It doesn't sound like it's, dozens of property owners. And so that may be a prudent attachment to our motion. I mean, that you seek approval of, or at least consensus among the exterior property owners for this study.
Any more questions for Mr. Bowman?
Mr. Chairman, if I may.
Yes.
Just to the point that was just made, we have received and had verbal discussions of those total that I gave of say 10 or 12. We probably discussed this with 8 to 10 of them. So there's not very many property owners that aren't aware of some identification in our master plan for these annexation areas. But I agree fully. And as Director Mead said, this is part of our process when we do these plans, is to make sure our findings and our long-term plans are made public through public outreach and public meetings and surveys. And I certainly intend to do that. Again, it's very challenging, as the senator mentioned, to have a pre-annexation agreement or any formal agreement, but we certainly want to make that information available and not catch any of these folks by surprise with our long-term planning.
Mr. Chairman, I agree with all that too. And I guess conversations with the ones that have not been discussed at this point should be before we go through, I guess, by this fall, I guess I'm saying, when we would reconsider these projects along with the construction projects in November, that if you could come back to us with some kind of information on having had discussions with the rest of the landowners and some kind of reassurance that they're all on board, whatever that might look like. At least for the study, of course.
Mr. Chairman, I have one comment too.
Commissioner Suker?
What percentage of this study deals with these property owners? Or are there other elements to your study that you are of needs? In other words, is this study based on only these people that are outlying areas? And that's the end of it? Or are there other elements in your study that as of need that you need? For example, water tank or infrastructure, or any other thing that goes with this study?
Mr. Chairman, Commissioner, yeah, we do anticipate that 2 of these 3 areas will require the investment in infrastructure that includes transmission mains and water storage tanks to create new pressure zones in our system. There, 2 of these 3 areas are too high in elevation that they can't be served by our current system. So we'll need pumping, transmission, and water storage to serve those areas. And then the third area on the east side of town, the Cooper Lane area, will be included and be an expansion of an existing pressure zone, but will likely include some transmission infrastructure and a pressure reducing valve to improve the looping and system operation in that new area of service.
So some of it does deal with something besides these people that you're trying to get to the table. Some of it is within your infrastructure that you need other places than where we're talking, correct? Or
it would,
and what percentage, if I would ask?
Mr. Chairman, Commissioner, the improvements identified would be focused on just these areas of service. Our 2021 master plan did analyze our existing service areas, the existing city storage, pumping, and transmission and distribution components. And so that master plan identifies our improvements needed there. This is to give us a good plan of what we need if the city expands and these property owners want to annex, and therefore have a good basis of that negotiation to start the annexation agreement with any property owners in these expansion areas.
So with that said, I guess my question would be, why weren't those items addressed in the previous study? We didn't know about them, or they're new, or what's the consensus there?
Mr. Chairman and Commissioner, the master plan really focused on identifying areas of potential service. And so that master plan identified 7 areas around the city of Cody that could be served. This phase 2 or level 2 feasibility study will give us some additional detail about providing service in those areas.
So those were all in our previous study.
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Okay, Mr. Bowman, I think you answered all of our questions, and moving on, I do believe we have Grable online.
Thank you.
And so we have, is Carrie Hunt online?
Yep, I'm online.
And you have Miles Foley, the mayor?
Yes, Mayor Miles Foley.
Thank you. And Jason Lompman? Did I get
Jason
that?
Lotman is behind us. Yep.
Okay, great. The floor is yours.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, members of the commission, and the members of the Select Water Committee. I'm Carrie, and as we said, we have Mayor Foley and Public Works Foreman with us. Grable's primary supply comes from 3 artesian wells located near Shell, about 15 miles from Grable. The water that we have coming out of those wells is delivered through a 50-year-old asbestos cement lined pipeline and stored in a roughly 60-year-old steel tank. The pipeline has occasionally failed and is failing a little bit more often. We have a tank that appears to have reached its useful lifespan. We are hoping for a study to help address the best ways to improve this infrastructure. We are part of the Bighorn Regional Water System, and we need to consider the best ways to remain tied with their infrastructure as well.
Do we have questions for Ms. Hunt or anybody from the Grable area? Questions? Yeah. Okay, that's great. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. We appreciate it.
Director.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So these next 2 studies, Hot Springs County Test Well and the Owl Creek Test Well, are somewhat related in the same general vicinity. So I'm going to have George Mosier, who investigated both these applications, come up and kind of set the stage so we can hear from these 2 sponsors.
Good morning, Mr. Chair.
How you doing?
Yeah, it's getting long. Members of the commission and Select Water. Before turning over the microphone to sponsors for the next two projects, on behalf of the office, I thought it would be helpful to provide an overview and also explain a little bit about the office's recommendations associated with them. These next two applications for your consideration today are two level 2 well drilling project applications. They are submitted by entities that are both located in Hot Springs County, and both applications are requesting project funds to drill and test previously identified potential well sites. Several studies over time have evaluated groundwater supplies within Hot Springs County. The studies have predominantly been sponsored by the Bighorn Regional Joint Powers Board as a southern extension of their service area. In addition, Water Development, the commission, has drilled 2 exploration test holes. The first one in 2001, which was unsuccessful, and the second in 2004, which was evaluated over the next few years. This well, the so-called Buffalo Creek well number 2, remains in good condition, but is capped and idle. The Hot Springs County Rural Water Joint Powers Board is collectively made up of representatives from Hot Springs County, South Thermopolis Water and Sewer District, Lucerne Water and Sewer District, the town of East Thermopolis, and Owl Creek Water District. The Joint Powers Board has applied to drill a location referred to as the Lysite well. This location is on the order of 20 miles east of Thermopolis and is on BLM land. Drilling access would be needed from private property owners. Previous studies, remind you, sponsored by Bighorn Regional, have suggested this location as having enhanced fracturing and folding of the geologic target, which would be necessary to develop in perhaps in excess of 750 gallons per minute. The Joint Powers Board application specifically points to a desire to explore Lysite Mountain to determine if a well will be sufficient to supply the Joint Powers Board members with quality water. Their application is accompanied by a letter of support from the Bighorn Regional Board, as well as a resolution of support from the town of Thermopolis. The Owl Creek application is submitted by Owl Creek Water District, a member of that earlier Joint Powers Board, and Owl Creek has their own independent application. They have applied to drill at a location referred to as the Yankee Dome well. This location is roughly 3,000 feet south of the Owl Creek Water District and is also located on private property. Within their application, Owl Creek indicates that they are participating on the Joint Powers Board efforts, but would like to pursue the Yankee Dome location for at least some of the following reasons, and there are more. Previous studies have recommended that the best alternative for Owl Creek is to obtain a groundwater source. Owl Creek currently is a subsequent system to the town of Thermopolis. Pursuing the Lysite Mountain project would be much longer than studying the Yankee Dome location. There is no guarantee that the Lysite well will work out, but as a member of the Joint Powers Board, Owl Creek system could be used to transport water from the Yankee Dome well to other Joint Powers Board users. Of particular note, Owl Creek has been subject to an EPA notice of violation dating from September 29th of 2016. The cause of that concern is related to chlorine degradation compounds, trihalomethanes, and exceedance of EPA maximum contaminant levels. Previous studies note that Owl Creek is not the only area district with those challenges, and South Thermopolis Water and Sewer also has challenges with this issue. With that backstory, the office is recommending to fund a phase 1 for the Joint Powers Board application. Previous studies reference well sites under the optics of a Bighorn Regional Southern supply, but not a Hot Springs County supply. In addition, well site easement, access, concerns regarding potential impacts to livestock grazing operations, potential transmission easements and access, and combined with an evolving membership on the Joint Powers Board, indicate that a regional solution will need some additional legwork before we can begin design and/or drilling of a well. These challenges will need to be overcome before well drilling can commence, so the office does not believe that a phased approach would ultimately delay construction activities. The office is recommending not to fund the Owl Creek application primarily because a regional entity, the Hot Springs County Rural Water Joint Powers Board, exists and has applied for project assistance in order to identify a groundwater source which might be useful for all of its membership. The office understands and appreciates that Owl Creek has previously received an EPA administrative order associated with their system. However, we also understand that Owl Creek is not the only system struggling with those issues. In the end, the office felt that the project has so much overlap that it was in the best interest to pursue the regional solution. With that introduction, I'll mention before turning the floor over that we have a number of parties here that I believe intend to participate, Mr. Chair. We have Tom Ryan with the Joint Powers Board, and I believe he may also have the mayor of Thermopolis along with him. They will be here to speak to the Hot Springs County Rural Water Joint Powers Board application. After that, Mr. Tony Basco is here in person on behalf of the Owl Creek Water District application, and I believe that Rose Basco is joining remotely. I'd also like to make the commission aware of several people that may be joining remotely. Ms. Terry Wilson, Ms. Teresa Brown, Mr. Charlie Orchard, and Mr. Vance Lundgren have all reached out to the office and expressed interest in providing remote testimony. My impression is that these individuals would be signing up and hopefully they are available. Finally, Representative Winter also may have joined and may have filed with us to provide comments. As an ending, I have also circulated right before this portion began, a letter that we received from Vance Lundgren that I received by email yesterday morning. And I have provided that hopefully to everyone. If you do not have a copy, I can provide additional copies. Sure. Mr. Chair, the director has asked me to elaborate a little bit.
Go for it.
As if you're not tired of hearing from me at this point. A reminder, the Hot Springs County Rural Water Joint Powers Board is collectively made up of representatives from Hot Springs County, South Thermopolis Water and Sewer District, Lucerne Water and Sewer District, the town of East Thermopolis, and Owl Creek Water District. While I mentioned Thermopolis, at this point, Thermopolis is not a member of the Joint Powers Board.
Populations associated with each.
Do you have population associated with those?
Yes, from the recommendation and from the application filed, I can give you TAPs very quickly for thinking of scale. Thermopolis, a little over 1,200. South Thermopolis, 154. Owl Creek, 43. East Thermopolis, 155. And also another system kind of associated with the area's Red Lane Water System, 68.
So I guess the reason Mr. Chairman, the reason I asked George to rehash that a little bit is just to get the setting here. We have a Joint Powers Board, and correct me when I'm wrong, because I'm trying to learn about all this stuff too. Thermopolis in the past has been part of that Joint Powers Board. Maybe not. Incorrect. Okay. Thermopolis is the biggest population of people in this area. Their population has been included in looking at these sites in the past in regards to costs and affordability. Thermopolis has provided a letter of support that if one of these wells were to be successful, then they would consider joining that Joint Powers Board. Owl Creek is part of the Joint Powers Board currently. They have submitted an application for one well, and the Joint Powers Board that they're part of has submitted an application to go drill a different well. So just to set the stage there.
And to help provide some backup that you can see within your notebook or packet, the resolution from Town of Thermopolis in support of the application is available toward the end of the staff recommendation associated with that.
What's the cost of that?
Thank you, George.
Mr. Chairman, if I could add one more thing, I
Sure.
apologize for interrupting. Yeah, I just want, yeah.
Okay, it's not part of this.
Exactly. So, Mr. Chairman, the Lysite well that the Joint Powers Board is suggesting that be drilled is, as George mentioned, 20 miles from this area, Thermopolis area, and has been estimated between the well and the transmission line. Again, that number.
Something approaching $40 million.
Yeah. So the well, a couple million, the transmission line, the remainder of that. So the reason we have our recommendation in front of you for this kind of phased approach and not, I guess, recommending the Owl Creek site is because obviously this is a regional type system or lends itself to a regional system. And we're talking significant amount of dollars, some commitments and understanding that everybody's going in the same direction before we jump off, and not to mention landowner access for the drilling site as well as the transmission line, wherever that could be located. Before we jump off into this endeavor, I feel like there needs to be a little legwork up front to make sure everybody's pushing in the same direction and we're not wasting money going and attempting to drill a well.
Mr. Chairman,
Senator Hicks.
question for the Owl Creek site. What's the distance for that well to potentially hook into the pipeline for the Bighorn Basin or the Joint Powers Board current infrastructure?
We'd be about 7 miles from the joining into the town and South Thermopolis and all those others. If you want
So
to go to Bighorn.
please go through the chair, please. Thank you.
Explain the Bighorn regional piece one more time.
Mr. Chair, the proposed well location itself is less than a mile south of the district boundary. The complicating factor for that is that likely development of the scale that would be necessary for supply would probably involve upgrades and enhancements to those existing lines. That project, while sized to deliver water through the users of that system, is not particularly designed to be a transmission line. So there would need to be some additional evaluation of that. I guess part of what I haven't stated explicitly is also that in my own mind's eye, a phase one approach would allow us an opportunity not just to come in with the preconceived notion of which exact location we're going to go after, and would instead allow us the opportunity to evaluate potentially the locations that have been looked at previously over the past 20 or more years now, and any additional new ones, and arrive at more recent cost projections associated with what those sites might be, involve local concerns about those, and also probably involve meetings with the community there to get some sense of what is favored within the community. These are a little bit unique in that, we don't generally, I guess, just look at a preconceived site for a groundwater well. We would be looking at the feasibility of groundwater supply to a particular system. So that was part of my thinking with a phased approach.
So, Mr. Chairman, if I could just give the nature, there was a question as to when we got the Bighorn River that runs right through the middle of this whole district, and the fact that we got 1 million acres of unappropriated under the Yellowstone Compact. Just for everybody's edification, George, as to why we're looking at groundwater so hard, I think is informational.
Mr. Chair, through you, the predominant reason for looking at groundwater supplies is just the, you know, the steady nature of whatever the components in the chemistry associated with groundwater are. It's not, I mean, it's not tremendously difficult for folks in these communities to look at the Bighorn Regional System and see that they've got, you know, they've built a tremendous system, really good quality water associated with those groundwater wells that they have. And I think it's fair to say that the surface treatment that Thermopolis uses to supply both its residential users as well as the adjacent districts does have some challenges with changing chemistry over time and turnover for source water and what that means for their treatment system. And to kind of reiterate on that, you know, that kind of leads to some of the problems for these subsequent systems as far as whether they have enough chlorine residual in the water that they're receiving, or whether just because of aging as it travels through the lines, that organic matter that's in their source water and the treatment mechanism leads to degradation compounds. Yeah, turnover. Sorry, turnover associated with poison.
Senator Hicks, did that answer your question?
Yeah, just that kind of then brings the EPA into focus then as part of some of the regulatory stuff or not, as far as, you know, the quality and the degradation and the delivery of that, or are we seeing increased EPA regulatory environments that are also compounding some of these or not?
Mr. Chair, I think that's probably fair. I don't anticipate that surface water treatment regulations are going to decrease or become less stringent at any point in the future. And with, you know, with increased treatment standards, increased sampling and stuff like that, of course, comes additional cost.
Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman. Thank you.
Yes, Senator.
So my question on that then gets to your last point. So the least cost option is wells, or the least cost option is the river? Because I'm struggling while you're trying to drill deep holes millions of miles away when you got a river running through your town. If there's a water right available on the river, I don't even know that.
Mr. Chair, that's actually a perfect opportunity to back up and say that, you know, the predominant source of supply is intake from the river and treatment by a surface water treatment plant for Thermopolis. They do have a couple of alluvial wells, but fair to say that the vast majority of their water is treatment from surface supply. That becomes then the supply for all of these downstream entities, these subsequent systems. So functionally, Thermopolis, after intercepting this water from the river and treating it, they're providing it to these entities.
Speaker Summers, did that?
It's going to be a long day, and it didn't answer my question, but that's okay.
Perhaps I'll take a swing at fleshing that out a little bit more. Previous studies have recommended a timeline associated with either major plant upgrades or replacement. The Thermopolis plant is not new. And from what I can find in previous studies, they kind of recommend a pretty firm evaluation of what that might look like in about 2025. We're approaching that milestone at this point. And so I think some decisions need to be made about whether pursuing groundwater supply or treatment plant upgrades and enhancements is the future for that. And hopefully that helps flesh out your concern.
That did. Thank you. That makes sense.
Mr. Chairman, we talked about the Bighorn Regional being 7 miles away from these apprentices where we are concerned about water. Is that correct?
Mr. Chair, Bighorn Regional does serve a rather large area through the Bighorn Basin, extending all the way up to, as you heard before, with Grable. The The problem, I think, with that in previous studies, because most of the studies in this area have been sponsored by Bighorn Regional, is that Bighorn Regional does not really have additional capacity to supply this area without a southern source of supply. And that was predominantly the reason that Bighorn Regional was exploring for water sources in the southern end of this basin as much as 20 years ago. Was
So
they don't have the capacity.
They don't have the capacity to supply. So the end of their line is used up. There's no more additional there. Would there be any advantage to the 7 mile hookup? Is there any entity between the end of the line and Thermopolis that could be a user? Or do we know that?
Mr. Chair, at this point, I don't want to steal too much thunder from our project sponsors, and I believe at least the one that that appears first on the agenda here probably can speak to what users might be available for regional connection stuff, and that's Tom Ryan, who's the applicant for the Joint Powers Board application.
That being said, why don't we move forward then and get those people up here, and we can recognize the people online as well. And I feel like I'm a little bit on a hidden camera show, and somebody's going to come jumping out of the bushes or something on me.
I sure hope so. I'd also mention for the commission and for Select Water that there's kind of a map that's provided along with the office recommendation that details the Southern Bighorn Basin entities and water systems, might help you orient your thinking on that.
Thanks, George.
Chairman.
Mr. Chairman, as the sponsor comes up, I would suggest this could be a bit of a lengthy conversation. So if you want to grab a sandwich for maybe just take a couple-minute break, grab a sandwich, bring it back, and you can eat while we're talking, it might be something we can consider.
Let's go ahead and do that, and we'll take a quick 5-minute break.
Well, I got to
And we're about an hour behind already. That's why we're working through the lunch. But we're gonna try to speed things up a little bit. And at some point, I might even have to cut some people off, but I hope not. So let's get back at it. Thank you.
Well, thank you for hearing from us, Commissioner, or from Chairman. I'm Tom Ryan. I'm the Hot Springs County Board of Commissioners Chairman, and also serve on the Hot Springs County Joint Powers Board. I want to thank George for his introduction. As you can see, this is not an easy topic with a lot of moving parts. And the Joint Powers Board was actually formed in 2018 when there was a level 2 study that addressed a lot of these issues. And what stopped it was the town was not in favor of going forward at that time, and the whole thing sort of blew up. So it just laid there for 4 years until the last election, and we had some major change in the town of Thermopolis, and I'll let the new mayor speak to those changes. But so when that happened, and we reignited the Joint Powers Board, and Hot Springs County as an entity does not have any water users. And some people would wonder why we don't really have a dog in the fight, other than it's Hot Springs County, and water is by far the most important thing. So much so we're even named after Hot Springs. I mean, which complicates the issue of drinking water and where you drill it. And you don't want a chance drying up the spring. And obviously geologically you can't tell where that is. And there's a lot of theories, but the county, when we started talking about bringing a different source of water and not using the Bighorn River, which I thought those were good questions to ask. And the mayor can talk to some of them and their aging infrastructure and the cost of a new water plant and some of the EPA regulations, and I don't know that people realize that these outlying districts that are under EPA orders or have been, that's water that's coming from the town of Thermopolis. So it's not like they're producing their own water and treating it. That's water that the rest of us in town are drinking. So we started with the 2018 level 2, and that's the reason the commissioners got involved at the time and said, yeah, we're committed. And for a little bit, we've been the only funding stream for the Joint Powers Board. In the 2018, when they talked about that $40 million, the USDA was on board, and by including the entire county, you get into some issues with low income areas, East Thermopolis, some of the areas in Thermopolis, and it gives some additional benefit to help pay for that $40 million. And but then in 2018, the town wasn't on board. They are now. The users, including the town, in George's description, the reason the town is not on the Joint Powers Board currently is we have a district just north of town called Red Lane that was a private water district, I guess, private water. An individual owned it. They've also been involved in a EPA level or a EPA level, whatever joint, and they they also get water from the town of Thermopolis. And they are in the formating a district in their, and when that gets done, we're going to include them and the town of Thermopolis at one time. So we don't have to pay those legal costs twice to include Thermopolis, and then in 2 months include Red Lane. And the town has already voted to join the Joint Powers Board. Bighorn Regional actually services Lucerne Water District, which is on the Joint Powers Board and in Hot Springs County. They also serve the town of Kirby. So Bighorn Regional is, you know, they have a 4-inch line that terminates on the edge of Thermopolis. So that's one of the reasons they've always had a dog in the fight. And, you know, it's, I don't, maybe I shouldn't say fight, but it's kind of been that way for the last 15 years. There's been all kinds of concerns, and town almost joined Bighorn Regional back at its inception. I can't speak for the mayor and the council at that time why they decided to pull out of that opportunity, but anyway, you know, with the increased costs of treating water and the chemicals that go on, the water continually gets higher and higher. And, you know, we have a lot of residents that don't water their yards in Thermopolis anymore because that water is gotten so expensive. But anyway, you know, if we get it all put together, we're probably talking about 1,600 users. We are, you know, the county is experiencing some significant growth, and just in this last year, we have approved 2 subdivisions with about 91 home sites. And in the first 6 months of the one that was 86 home sites, they sold 45 of them. So since COVID, we've seen a tremendous people moving to our area, and that's one of the reasons that the county has gotten involved and wants to talk about a regional system, Hot Springs County Joint Powers Board, instead of, you know, the town has been kind of forced into that, in that they have water and now they're furnishing water to all these outlying districts. And we just feel like it would be better if you could find a good source. One of the reasons with the geology of Hot Springs County, and it isn't like a level, there's a formation out there that's constant, you know. Of course, if you've been through the Wind River Canyon, you understand what our geology looks like there. And the mountain, the Lysite Mountain location gets away from the Big Spring area that creates some of that concern. And I'm not opposed to the phase 1 and the phase 2, as long as it doesn't slow the process a tremendous amount. You know, when we started this 5 years ago, the town was thinking their useful life on their water treatment plant was about 10 years. You know, then it was about $10 or $12 million. Given the way costs have gone, it's probably closer to 20. And but we're all committed to that water treatment plant right now, because that's the only source of water in Hot Springs County. So, you know, that, yeah. And that'd be the only concern I'd have about phasing this is just going back through the process and delaying it another year. But I think we can work on that and identifying, you know, there's considerable, probably close to 100 taps of people that if you came down from that area that you could pick up that aren't currently served by water. You know, they either haul water or they have a well. There's not a ton of really good wells in Hot Springs County, unless you're looking for oil wells, and there's quite a few. But that's, you know, we'd appreciate your consideration, and I'll let the mayor talk.
Thank you. Mr. Chairman, commissioners and committee members, I thank you for the time to speak with you. I'm Adam Estenson. I am the new mayor of Thermopolis. I think we've had enough new mayors through here today to start a club. So January is when I took over. We do have a new team assembled at the Town Hall of Thermopolis. So I have a new assistant. He came from the county assessor's office and he's been doing wonderful things. Sorry for stealing it from Tom. But we also have a new town attorney. So dynamics have changed there. So I want to talk a little bit just briefly about my campaign in running for mayor, because it was a really good opportunity to get a good pulse on the community, because I spent a lot of time and energy running for mayor. Water, landfill, and chickens were the things. If you want to know what any progress we have on those things, you probably have some surplus eggs coming out of Thermopolis soon. So, but water was the main topic throughout that campaign and continues to be today. Primarily because, as Mr. Ryan said, we're approaching a crossroads on the life of our water treatment plant, and we've been put into a position where we are the wholesaler of water out of that plant to all these other districts. And as the population begins to equal or eclipse the in-town population, that's not really a healthy position for us to sit in with our 5 council members, myself included, making decisions on all the regional water. So the council is in favor of this project. They so much so that we've actually passed 2 resolutions unanimously. The first one was a general resolution in support of the project. The second one is the one that you have before you in your staff report, in that it talks about our commitment to join, our intent to join once Red Lane has founded their water district. Additionally, the Joint Powers Board asked for its members to contribute money to start building a fund in the coffers there for costs that they're incurring. They asked for $1,000 and we came with $3,000, and we don't even have a seat at the table yet. So that should illustrate some commitment from our council. We believe that regional groundwater system is the best long-term sustainable solution for us. Regionalization, it increases, that local purchasing power for a small community like Hot Springs County. And it also increases that regional self-reliance. So that's where the town of Thermopolis is today. We want to continue this down the road, and we appreciate your consideration.
On the Hot Springs Joint Powers Board, also Secretary Treasurer Tony Basco. I'm also on the Owl Creek Water District. So one thing I at least want to make clear for everybody is that when we made our application, it was before the other one was done, because as Tom said, we didn't get the joint powers going again until January. And we had some doubt whether we'd have time as a joint powers to submit an application. So we went in and put ours in first, knowing that somehow we need some relief and some groundwater. But if we totally support this, all we're worried about is getting groundwater somewhere to take care of our problems, which I'll talk to a little bit more. So, I mean, I hope nobody thinks that these were competing. And I could see where they say it without knowing the background, but they weren't competing. It was just the effort to get something out there. And as it happened, we got time to get them both out. So hopefully we get some groundwater somewhere. And, all the outlying groups having to purchase that, and we all have more problems with the disinfectant byproducts because of the age of water and the surface water. And we're just looking for some relief somehow, but we're in full support of developing the regional solution and getting something to help everybody.
And Director, we also have some people online as well, right?
Mr. Chairman, I do believe that is correct. Who's running the online here? If we could ask them to identify themselves. This is the Hot Springs County project. I'm sure once you say that, they'll.
I think it's
they'll pipe
Charlie
right up.
Orchard. Is that right? Teresa Brown, Terry Wilson, and Mr. London. London. Oh,
Teresa, if you'd like to unmute your mic and turn on your video. And any others that have joined for this discussion can do the same. And introduce yourselves, please.
Okay, yes, I'm on.
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay. I would like to thank the Select Water Committee and the Wyoming Water Development for allowing us to give testimony on this. Matt and I have spent our whole lifetime on this particular ranch where they want to drill this water well. We have paid our ranch off, trying to get it to the next generation. We have developed water sources for our livestock and for the wildlife. In the Lysite Black Mountain area, our water development is springs and wells. Reservoirs which collect runoff water are useful, but for a short period of time, and usually dry when you need them as a water source. This area is very remote. They say 20 miles, it's more than that. A water well producing the amount of water that the Joint Powers Board wants could potentially depressurize the formation and taking water from the geological zones that we rely on and would impact 5 ranches. The project would have to monitor our springs, Bridger Creek, Mud Creek, and Lysite Creek. We feel there are cheaper ways for the Smopless to provide water for their systems at present. They do have wells along the Bighorn River that do provide water for this area. If need be, they can upgrade the water plant, which provides water to these areas. It would be far cheaper than the Lysite area, which the pipeline would go through our private property. And we travel there every day. It's more like 35 miles from town. The pipeline cost, there is no electricity in there. The pumping cost would be enormous. And the cost would probably outride the benefit. At present time, the road to this area is not a year-round road. It crosses private and BLM land. This area is also critical elk wintering area. The elk do calve in the same area. And sage grouse, it's a sage grouse protected area. A well in this area would impact our ranch. And there are so many unknowns and potential for negativity that would impact our wells, our pipelines, our springs, our wildlife, and mostly our open spaces and our way of life. This is our backyard. And it is one little raindrop and you cannot get in there to even take care of your cows most of the time. And so we are against this project, and we thank you for giving us this time to let you know how we feel about it. And if you have any questions, we've been through this project before. We would welcome any questions that you may have. Thank you for your time.
thank you, Ms. Brown. Is there anybody else online that would like to give us a Mr. Wilson or Mr. Orchard? Okay, if there's no other online, then I guess we can start. our questioning. Commissioners, select water.
Mr. Chairman. I do have one question. George alluded earlier that there was a well that was drilled and capped. What about the utilization of that well? What's the water quality and what's the production? And what's the feasibility of tying that well in? If it's just sitting, if the state drilled it already?
George?
I'm sorry, Mr. Chair, I was trying to figure out if there were additional folks online. Maybe you'd allow me the question again.
Sure. You alluded earlier that there was a well that was capped, that the state drilled, that's not being utilized. Can you expound on the production of that well, the water quality, and maybe why that well is not being looked at and why it's not being used?
Yeah, Mr. Chair, very briefly, I can speak to production and quality. That well was drilled in sort of the mid and late 2000s, evaluated over a couple of years as part of a exploration project. The well itself on a long-term pump test was pumped at over 800 gallons a minute. The well, at least through certain portions of testing, did have some taste and odor concerns, particularly tied to total dissolved solids. It was a little bit higher than folks would like. However, that number still is underneath the 500 milligrams per liter threshold that we might sort of broadly rank into something being good or not as good water. The study of that well, as near as I can determine, hinged a lot on the potential or lacking potential ability for long-term impacts to the hot springs thermal system itself. And you'll have to forgive me for not being there at that time, but probably folks here in the room are familiar with sort of the local dynamics that played out and conversations that occurred within the community regarding use of that well and why that might have fallen apart.
I wasn't a commissioner at that time, and I don't. I can speak to the landowner that well sits on. He just said that well's bad. The water was bad, and I mean that he said he tasted it. He said he tasted it more than once, and they pumped it for a month. He said it never did get to where you could drink it. So that's that, and I assume at the time that's what it came down to for the most part.
And Mr. Chair, if I could expand on that, some additional evaluations over time, including the 2011 report that ultimately detailed some of that testing, surmised that it might be helpful in the future to go in and do some treatment on that well, perhaps free up some of the what's thought to be lost circulation material that still might exist in there, as well as provide some treatment to that well and hopefully reduce or eliminate some of the perceived iron reducing bacteria or surmised iron reducing bacteria and the concerns that has on both taste and odor associated with the water. To answer Commissioner Choma's probably follow-up question, though, that work has not been done.
Follow-up, what's the distance in proximity from that existing well to the proposed well?
That's difficult to answer because in some sense, we're talking about multiple proposed wells and then an existing well. Maybe it's helpful to suggest that the Buffalo Creek well is south of town. I'm going to say it's roughly 3 or 4 miles on a pipeline alignment that would run down the road. So, of a similar scale, I guess, similar order of magnitude to the proposed Yankee Dome location, but a different order of magnitude than the Lysite well.
So to speculate a little bit, there is a proposed risk that the water quality could be very similar. And
Yes.
Mr.
Are we
Chairman.
talking about the Yankee Dome one or the Lysite one? I think the Lysite well is a little, it's a little bit more in line with some of the Bighorn Regional Madison wells. But
Mr. Chair, information from the 2011 report and also more recently the 2018 study kind of hinted at the idea that they surmise that the water quality from the Lysite location could potentially be a little bit better. But one of the things that we always deal with in well drilling activities like this is the whole idea that the proof is once you drill this and develop it and test it. Even more so in this geologic environment, proof of production is one of those drill it and test it kind of things. I previously mentioned Water Development Commission has entertained 2 well drilling projects here in the past, and one of them, just because of its unique geologic location, they didn't quite hit the structure the way that they thought they were going to, and that ended up being a dud. So the proof is in the drilling and the testing.
I think we have a question from Speaker Summers.
Mr. Chairman, thank you. So I have a, excuse me, I have a couple questions. One is in regards to the, I guess the aquifer that you would be drilling into and the concerns of the rancher about the loss of water. So do you have the ability to understand that aquifer and what could happen with more takeout of that aquifer? And in other words, do you have any knowledge of the aquifer that's good knowledge? Because I do know about water drilling that takes away your water, because I've seen it firsthand. So I know that can happen. And then the second question I have is in regard, and I really want to see you guys get a solution. This has been a long time. I mean, you guys have had a tough go. So don't think that for a minute that I don't want to help fund whatever is the right way to go. I don't want to screw up somebody else's water. And on your water treatment plant, if that's getting at a life or if it's at the verge of needing to be redone, and if water treatment's what's needed to use river water, I'm trying to understand is I also understand the EPA issue. I mean, in my neighborhood, we've got the cleanest freshwater lake in America almost. And EPA wants to come in and beat us up for, whatever the latest thing EPA wants to beat you up on. But why can't we upgrade the water treatment facility, use river water if you can get the rights to use that river water? And why is that not a better option than going miles and miles where you don't have easements and various other things?
Mr. Chairman and Representative Summers, if I may take a stab at fielding that. Our concerns with surface water in the river, the main concern for us, for me and the council that lead us to want to explore other options is that is the EPA question mark, that we don't know where that needle is going to move, and I can't imagine it moves back the other direction. My other concern is we have a canyon that has a rail line that runs through it, and with current events that have happened in the country, I have concern. I work in the transportation industry. I'm a certified director of safety, so I know how to read placards. I know what's moving through that canyon, and I don't like the risk of it being in my drinking water. So those are some of the concerns that lead to the bigger conversation. As far as having to retreat, if I understood the question correctly, to retreat water coming out of a well site, Our hope is to, I mean, ideally to have a system that looks somewhat like the Bighorn Regional System, where we're drinking and using minimally treated water. And as I look around the table here, all those blue water bottles on your tables is that water. So that's what we're hoping for in the long run.
And Mr. Chair, I think that leaves the first part of that question for me. So I guess to back up, while exploration efforts in this area do look to find areas where rock has been folded and faulted and developed what we call secondary permeability, those structures and those units tend to be pretty isolated in a long way in this area from surface springs and from surface features. There's a heck of a lot of shale units in between where we would be looking for a Madison formation well. And, particularly in the Lyside area, you're talking about like frontier formation kind of stuff. Lots of shales, lots of clay. But I guess I am understanding of the concern and the livelihood for folks that do depend on those resources. So something that we have done in the past, it's something that we did associated with the Buffalo Creek exploration, was we agreed to monitor the spring flow on those ranch lands. We agreed to monitor the water levels in those wells, particularly during the long-term pump test. And I think that that's a good tool to use to assess whether there are any kind of long-term impacts. We can develop a geologic framework and we can develop a conceptual model and explain that, but putting the data on the ground, I think, is important to justifying that conclusion also.
Mr. Chair.
Yes, Secretary.
I have a couple of questions regarding the neighbors that are concerned about being affected. I've been up there where they're talking about the county road is marginal on a good dry day. Goes over the top, comes out on the highway from Shoshone to Casper, if you want to go that far. It's a beautiful drive, wildlife habitat, and they have done a significant amount of livestock water development on their own, pretty much, I suppose, some on BLM with a little help from BLM, but probably mostly at their own expense. In the conversations leading up to all of this and these proposals, were these people that are concerned offered any alternatives if something happened to their water sources, such as maybe utilizing water from this well if this comes to fruition? And if not, maybe that's something that should be looked into. I also think the cost of the final product, if we actually go from start to finish, is astronomical. And I do not know where we're going to be with EPA. No one does, but we already have a water source that runs right through Thermopolis. That's a pretty significant supply. If upgrading the water treatment plant to meet the EPA standards and to provide the quantity and quality of water could happen, it seems to me like that should be considered. Those are more comments than questions, but I would like an answer to the question about cooperation with those ranchers that are concerned with their livestock water supplies.
You're the one that'd be signing those agreements. I wouldn't. So,
well, ultimately, long-term with me. Thank you, Mr. Chair. I guess in offer to that, and a little bit of background, the agency in the office was invited to meet with some of these landowners last week, and I went up and met with them. One of the things that I communicated to the landowners was that I'm certainly aware of other access agreements. Douglas here recently, and we'll hear more about the Douglas project later this afternoon, is one where the landowner and the ranch that is ultimately granting access has stipulated in their agreements and as part of their long-term long-term agreement for lease, that there are ways that they would expect that water is delivered if there are impacts to their spring flows or to their sources of water. So they've not only specified, here's what we would like to see for a testing program during well construction and well testing, but also if there are long-term impacts, here's how we would like to see those things remedied. I think that it's a tool in their toolbox in negotiation.
It does. I still have some concerns when we start talking about private ranchers that may not have some leverage, because I don't know if they don't, if they are basically under the rule of the right of way is going to happen, whether you like it or not, then those negotiations really have to be, they have to take place right up front, and everyone has to be at the table. And that was my question is, has any of that conversation other than water development, has that happened with the county commissioners or the town of Thermopolis or any of those who have put this forward?
It hasn't, but I would assume it would happen when we start this phase one of this study, that would be some of the discussion that would take place.
Yes, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Chairman, thank you. And I keep asking Hicks questions, so I'm going to ask the question. Let's just say we wanted to upgrade your water treatment plant, and you use river water instead. And so what in visiting with my colleague, is the part of that problem is that the state wouldn't be able to reimburse you for the same, you'd be on the hook for a lot more money going down that path than you would going down this other path. Now, if that's the answer, then we have funded incredibly expensive water projects in the state of Wyoming for areas of the state that were not just associated with, state, not just associated with water development. I mean, the Gillette Madison thing, millions and millions and millions and millions of dollars, hundreds of millions of dollars. But it solved, and maybe we're not done, but it did solve some problems. And so, right, yeah, created some, yeah. So I guess the question is, and what I want people to think about is, what is the best solution? Let's say maybe both money wise, but not realize, forget who's paying which side of that money. What's the best solution, and how much does that best solution cost? And then is there a way we can figure out how to fund that over a period of time? And so that's just a question I would throw out there.
So that's an interesting question, Mr. Chairman and Representative. It definitely is part of the funding situation when water development pays 67% of the costs, and there isn't a readily a funding agency for your water plant. And that's really for the mayor to talk. But the other thing is, currently the town of Thermopolis probably spends $750,000 a year treating water, and that chemical, I think you told me here not too long ago, doubled. And so, in the long term, I understand the project looks incredibly expensive, but town of Thermopolis is already at $4 a thousand water, and watering my yard in the town of Thermopolis, which is not that big, runs you $400 a month. So there's a reason that most of our elderly residents don't water their yards anymore in Thermopolis. So I agree with you wholeheartedly that if you're putting into the factor that maybe you can fund your water plant some other way, it probably helps in that equation. But the long-term paying for water, treated water down the road, it's not going to get any cheaper. And you know, when they had the opportunity in 03 to start with Bighorn Regional's cost of water, and they also, a lot of those people they serve water for sit on the Bighorn River, and you know, they just raised the cost of their water to I think $1.25. It had been 45 cents for all those years. So, you know, that in the long-term cost, it's a significant cost. So I don't disagree. And I mean, that's part of the discussion in this is who, you know, funding is a big thing.
So, Mr. Chairman, if I may, and again, I think sometimes we need to take a little longer look at these solutions. We're dealing with the same thing over in Meyer. I got a town of 85 people connected to a town of 420 people. They each both have surface water treatment plants, and we're looking at trying to do a regional project there. And so the question I have is I don't know where the Bighorn Regional treats their water, but or maybe they don't treat their water. But is there any opportunity to build some redundancy into that system and tie into the Joint Powers Board here to do a larger regional project? Again, economy of scale. And if you can blend some of the stuff, if you've already got good Madison well with Bighorn Regional, maybe it's not a complete rework of the water treatment plant in Thermopolis, but using some of that water to blend with surface water to get back to the treatment costs. I know this is only going to get more expensive the longer we do it, but we need to also look at, again, the long-term cost, but also those opportunities. And if we looked at how that would join with Bighorn Regional and using some of their stuff to blend with surface water treatment and facilities. So have those alternatives been considered at any point?
So, Mr. Chairman and Senator, the reason Bighorn Regional has been the sponsor of this all along is the thing you're talking about. The Buffalo Creek well was drilled with the thought that, you know, Bighorn Regional didn't feel like they had enough water, but that they are also looking for an opportunity for a redundant source coming from the south. And so, yeah, that's been in this mix all along. That's the reason there's a letter of support from Bighorn Regional in your packet, and our, you know, those people have been super supportive, and you know, they're looking for another avenue to tie in. And like I say, Lucerne is actually on the Bighorn Regional system, which is about, you know, the bottom of their district is about 3 miles from Thermopolis. So that they're here already and they're in the mix.
So follow up if I may just real quick, and this would be for George. Have any of the studies that we've done looked at, I mean, what's the cost to increasing the capacity through Bighorn Regional with wells up in that neck of the woods to supply, and then increasing the size of the transmission and bringing that all the way down to Thermopolis and stuff? Have we looked at those type of alternatives too?
Mr. Chair, we've looked at portions of those alternatives, you know, the regionalization thought. To the best of my recollection, though, those all kind of hinged on identifying a southern source of supply. That becomes the bottleneck of how do we serve the users in this area without, you know, really sizing the rest of the line. My memory is that Bighorn Regional most recently projected they had a max of about 100 gallons a minute that could be serviced down there. The other piece that I think backstops their idea about that is just elevation differences within that system. So the most feasible things that have been identified for southern entities and even joining up really hinge on identifying a southern source of supply to augment the system.
Senator Colby, you have a question?
Yeah. Yes, Mr. Chairman. Just, I'm listening to this conversation, trying to get my arms around it. Obviously, it's been going on a lot longer than I've been sitting here. But what I'm hearing is we got a couple different situations with risk of the unknown. You folks, I mean, I hear the group from the Joint Powers Board potentially think that drilling a water well or drilling a well as a solution. Well, tell me, and this goes back to you, George, yeah, reluctantly, that the risk of success or the liability of failure, okay? I mean, barring this cost issue with the state paying a certain amount for different types of treatment or extraction of water, the risk, I hear I'm going to drill a well and by gosh, I hope it's good. I hope that water's good, man. I don't know. We're going to treat the heck out of it. We're going to make some good water out of this. Well, I don't know that. We don't know that at all. That's a total unknown, but we do know about the river. And we do know there's a source of water there. Now, granted, there's always risk involved with everything, but I guess your professional opinion, what has the least amount of risk for the state of Wyoming in developing these water resources that I just spoke about? And then maybe you don't have an answer right now, but I'd certainly like to hear an analysis because that's what I care about. Thank you for the chance to ask the question. Yeah. 2 drops.
Please, well, so really, that's why we have the recommendation in front of you that we have, and that is to get professional engineers and folks that do this every day and have all those disciplines to look at this and understand what is the best path forward, what are the risks. What do we have a path for getting easements to actually drill this well or the transmission, which is why we are suggesting that we don't put $2 million into this at this point to actually drill the well, because there's a lot of questions, right? We're all asking them right now. So we're going to take our time a little bit, make sure we're all on board. We've heard this fall apart in the past. Hopefully we've got things together this time and figure out a good path forward. And that's what this initial phase 1 study would exactly look at. And then if we have that, everybody feels comfortable with it, then we come back for funding next year or when that's ready and then go drill that well. Or then they make the decision to go upgrade their water treatment plant and, identify funds that they could leverage for that and all that. So I think we're all kind of getting back to what we're proposing for a recommendation is to not just jump into this with both feet and tie up money that maybe we should tie up right away.
Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman.
Speaker Summers.
Well, this was for the director, but he went and sat down again. And so that recommendation, and that's in this material somewhere, or is that recommendation, what page of this document, just so I can read it? Because I was just looking at summarizing the request and the reasons for the request.
Mr. Chair, that recommendation begins on page 140 of the PDF.
Okay, thank you.
Do we have?
Further assistance under the project description, second paragraph.
Give everybody a chance to take a look at that. And then Commissioner Sucre, you have a question?
Yeah, I do. I just have maybe some information. My mind recollects there was a well drilled in the Lyside area years ago, probably 25, 30 years ago. And I believe it was drilled for oil. Does anyone have any knowledge about that well?
So it's a little confusing when they talk about Lysite Mountain and they talk about Lysite. So it's on one side of the mountain versus the other. So
Yeah, this one,
Lysite, the really deep wells that were drilled, I don't know, they drilled 3 or 4 that were at 25,000 or 30,000 and they fuel that gas plant that's over there. I mean, there was a lot of success. Lysite Mountain happens to be in Hot Springs County, up kind of behind east of Black Mountain, if you know where Black Mountain is. It's so little.
this light site is off at the Shoshone.
Yes, out of Shoshone and you turn it at Manita and go to Lysite
Yeah,
and then on to Lost Cabin.
Yep.
Across the mountain range
okay.
on the other side of the mountain,
Yeah.
north. It's
But I
it's
just wanted
north.
to
of-
make sure that everybody knew that those wells were drilled.
They were deep
Yeah.
wells, yes.
And I don't know the quality of the water, but
They were gas and oil is what they were drilled for.
that's what they were drilled for. All right.
It's a second. Okay, do we have any other questions? Concerns?
Commissioner Kale, or Chairman.
Yes, Commissioner Cott.
This is a question possibly for George or Jason. So this phase one of the project, would that include the water treatment option out of the Bighorn River? Would that be as part of that or not?
Mr. Chair, that was not, I guess, originally proposed as part of this, but if the commission wanted to develop something in a recommendation like that, I think they certainly could.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman.
Mike?
If that's already, at least look at those costs. It was that in the Thermopolis master plan, and then we've also got, I'm assuming in the Bighorn Regional Southern Supply also kind of looked at some of that, not necessarily the surface water, but I agree with the chairman, we need to look at that option with this study, but I'm just wondering how much of that was already done with the Thermopolis master plan.
Mr. Chair, unfortunately, I don't know. I can't answer that question. Sorry. Also, Mr. Chair, we've got Tony Basco kind of hanging out on the end of the table here for Owl Creek too. So at some point, I suspect Tony wants to pipe up.
Yes, Tony, why don't you join the conversation?
We're on. Okay, I'm on. Well, first of all, I want to thank all the commissioners and the legislatures for all the funding they've provided to Owl Creek in the past for getting our system in. The system was originally put in kind of 15, 16. We currently have, and the number was given earlier, of like 43 taps. We actually have 62 active taps right now, one of which is commercial, 6 seasonal taps. We have 10 taps that have been bought, but no structures put in. We've started charging minimum fees for those to get some water going in, and we have 7 people that bought taps and before the system was put in, pre-15, and we're not charging for and have never been put in. I don't suspect they'll ever be put in. But several of our issues are we buy our water from the town of Thermopolis. Like all the other things, we're all kind of captive to that. And due to the length of our system, we have over 25 miles of pipeline, 20,000 gallon storage capacity. But with that being overextended, and when the district was formed, a lot of people were allowed to opt out. So there's a lot of houses that our water line goes by that are not customers. So with that length of the system and the surface water, we run into a lot of issues with disinfected byproducts, especially in the summer months. We've been on the EPA notice of noncompliance. We've got off of that, but we occasionally, in fact, just this last fall, we had another sample that exceeded that. So we're right on the border all the time of that. And because of that, we are on the high on some of the lists for other fundings, which we're pursuing, trying to see where we get some funds. We're number 3 on the IUP list. Of the state. We're number 1 on the BIL list. So hopefully there's some money available for us for transmission and other things if we get another source of water. But with that, our base rate starting next month, we're having to increase it to be able to build any reserve money, is $135 per 3,000 gallons. Our average rate is $42 for a little over 4,200 gallons. Several people have talked about the cost for 5,000 gallons. 5,000 gallons, we're $149. Which our average rate is about 2.8% of the monthly household income, which is above the 2.5 that's recommended by several organizations. So just recently, we've started to actually be able to build reserves with this increase in water prices. It looks like next year we'll have just over $9,000. We have to put $6,000 away each year by our loan from WWDC. So we've got about 160,000 in reserves, which doesn't cover a whole lot, but we are covering things. Just a few years ago, we were going down every year. Now we're at least going the right way. Our biggest problem with getting new customers is it's a very rural area, and the high rates and the water quality. Everybody knows about some of the issues we have. It's hard to get people that aren't on to get on, knowing what those issues are. So, several past studies have been done, and just about all of them recommend the best solution is for us as a groundwater source. And we've participated with the Bighorn Regional on multiple studies, and due to various issues, the other people not wanting on or whatever, none of those ever came to fruition. I think somebody asked about the Bighorn Regional, how much they could supply. And the last study that you all funded was in 2022, basically said they could supply all the regions, but not the town. So they have enough to do enough excess when they increase theirs, but they'd have to put a tank in, pump station. All those numbers that somebody asked about are in that 2022 study on what it would cost to supply Red Lane, Owl Creek, South Thermop, East Thermop. But they said they don't have the capacity to supply the town. And that's where the wells come in for some redundancy and to increase the supply, which they could blend with theirs. One well, I think, immediately, and 2 wells at some point. And that's also kind of the reason we've asked for a well, is if you're not hooked to Bighorn, you need multiple wells to do the town and all the others. One well will do all the areas without the town. But so at some point, there's additional volume needed. And I think there's been some mention in past studies that at some point, not only does town have to redo it, but there's a question, there's enough growth if the town can supply everybody. So they might not only have to redo the plant, they might have to increase the capacity of the plant at the same time. So, as I was saying, we came up and requested this before the Hot Springs County did there. So it's not in competition. Hopefully, if we would ever get that well, it will be tied to other people too. But
I hate to cut you off there.
That's good.
If we could, we are really getting behind, so we're going to need to wrap up a couple things and get any last comments on this, questions. Yeah. Any questions for
Chairman.
Tony or Tom?
Mr. Chairman,
Yes.
over here. The guy that doesn't
Oh,
speak much.
oh, yes, Commissioner Pence.
Mr. Balco, you put in an application with the Owl Creek parts away from those other 2 dudes. And it was for the Yankee Dome well. The Yankee Dome well is west of town. It's not east of town. It's not across from the river. It seems like a viable place to drill a well. I think in the recommendation, we have to have the Yankee Dome well looked at as an option versus a well up on Black Mountain that is a long ways away and has to cross the river. So that's my comment on that.
don't touch it.
Lisa Anselmo Dalton, Commissioner.
Thank you. And this is for George. For the one that we already drilled, and I guess possibly for these 2, if you drill them, are they all going to have sort of the same bad taste? And is there a way just to cure the bad taste and use that water?
in the interest of brevity, yes. I think there probably are multiple things that contributed to that. Some of the drilling and then post-development techniques, and then additionally, if there was an interest in treating any of those taste or odor issues, they could do so.
Chairman, just one last comment.
Yes.
And I get where you're coming from when you say, you know, if something happened to the river that you guys would be out of water. For like emergency preparedness type situation, you'd need an extra well or a backup water source. I know where you're coming from with the water that goes through the canyon, because there's a lot of oil wells and all of the stuff that comes out of Boyson. You know, there's a lot of fertilizers and everything that goes through that water. And I know there's a lot of discharge points through there that have come out of that produced water from the wells. So, and you know, we don't know what's in there. So I do agree with you on trying to get a backup well system. That's my comment. Thank you.
Final comments.
Mr. Chairman, a question for the director. Seems like we're going all directions. Is there any way to try to pull these things together in the form of a motion where we take these applications for the Owl Creek test well, the Howard Springs test well, maybe this Buffalo Creek well that's already existing? Is there any way to determine with a study what's the best option? It seems like the Owl Creek might actually be a better option with the infrastructure to tie in to the other systems. And yet we don't know that answer. How could we move forward and get the rest of the day out of the way? And how could we formulate a motion to make this happen?
Mr. Chairman, I appreciate that question. The office's recommendation as it stands does that. And the only thing I would say would be to add in your motion, pull this out separately and say, and also include a comparative analysis to continue to use the surface water source. So then, because what George has put in his recommendation for this phase 1 study already covers all the wells. You're going to go back and look at those wells and see what makes most sense. Now we just need to compare that to what would happen if we just stayed with surface water and a treatment plant upgrade or renewal. So that's the only thing. Include a comparative analysis of the surface water, or continuing to use the surface water source. And I think we'd have it.
Perfect.
You guys agree?
Okay. No, we'll pull the block out. So we'll get through the last one and you guys will remove that one and then we'll go with the motion on that.
Great.
So thank you guys for coming up and sharing all your thoughts, and thank you guys online for everything. And if hopefully everybody got a chance to say what they wanted to say and interject.
All right.
Director, I think we're on Sheridan Lake.
Yeah. Okay. So, Mr. Chairman, the next one is a Sheridan Lake DeSmet water supply. I believe we have a representative here of the sponsor. This is something, I wouldn't call it similar, but regional. The city of Sheridan and Sheridan Area Water Supply Joint Powers Board would like to look at Lake DeSmet as a long-term water supply. And in those discussions, just here recently, there's been a focus group formed in Johnson County that is also looking at numerous things, one of those being long-term future water supply. And talked to those folks, and they are also interested in the potential for Lake DeSmet to be a part of that discussion. There are quite a few subdivisions and rural communities in between Buffalo and Sheridan. And it's a somewhat similar situation in the fact that we just think instead of moving forward right now with a level 2 study to only look at Lake DeSmet as a supply for Sheridan and Saws. We should take a step back, work with the folks in Sheridan and Saws, as well as Johnson County and some of those other smaller communities surrounding, make sure we understand who might be interested in utilizing that source in the future. So we're doing this one time rather than 2 or 3 times. And I guess I'd let Dan Roberts with City of Sheridan talk to.
Afternoon, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee and Select Water. Appreciate the time today. I'll try to be very brief for the sake of time. I know you got a lot of work to do today. Director Mead outlined everything surprisingly well, and I want to thank and commend him for taking the time to come up to Sheridan and meet with us to really ask us what the scope of this project was, and that's where we really define that. Yeah, it's a continuation of our master plan that was completed in 2019, our level 1 study. And it's really the next step in the process of confirming our long-term water supply for Sheridan and Saws, the regional system. But with that said, we're talking about needs beyond 2050. So it's not an urgent need, but it's something we want to continue on. I'm very committed as a community to go through and look at the feasibility of Lake DeSmet as that future source for us long into the future. But a lot of wisdom came out of that discussion and the recommendation that's before you to delay this study. And I just want to say on behalf of Sheridan and Saws that we're in support of the recommendation. And we think it's a wise approach and take a year to vet through with the rest of the regional interests and maybe come back with a scope that is broader than what is currently before you with our application. And we're committed to participating in that process. And so really that's where we're at with it. And I'll answer any questions that you might have.
Questions for Mr. Roberts? Commission? Select Water, anybody? Now we're moving.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Appreciate it. Mr. Chairman, the ball is in your court now on that group of projects for account 1, level 2 studies.
Has somebody worked up a motion?
I have.
Okay.
All right, thank you, Mr. Chair. I, Lisa Anselmi Dalton, move to preliminary approve all the 2024 level 2 feasibility studies, account 1 new development projects, with the exception of the Hot Springs Owl Creek, with the Hot Springs to include comparative analysis to use surface water sources in cooperation with the local ranchers in their analysis.
Mr. Chairman, I didn't quite catch that. Can you restate that one more time? And you don't need to do anything on Owl Creek, just
Right,
to be
sorry,
clear.
Owl Creek, I apologize.
Yeah.
Right, Hot Springs. I would move to preliminary approve all of the 2024 level 2 feasibility study account 1 new development projects, with the exception of the Hot Springs project, for which I would propose that we would not only use
Can I help?
groundwater sources, but to include comparative analysis to use surface water sources in cooperation with local ranchers.
Sure. That sounds good.
We have a second?
Oh.
Commissioner
Well, I
Glick,
think-
with a motion and a second. Do we have any other further discussion?
Yes, is the Yankee Dome part of that to where it's looked at the same time as the one on Lysite Mountain?
Mr. Chair.
Yes.
Mr.
It
Chair,
is.
that was my understanding that we look at all groundwater sources.
Yes, that's what I got out of it.
All 3, I thought they looked at all 3 all groundwater sources.
Thank you.
No, I think she meant except we also add this.
Mr. Chairman, I just want to be clear with something. When you said except, we need to add the surface water. You're saying we're accepting our recommendation and we're adding that to it more or less, right?
Yes,
Okay,
Mr.
thank
Chairman,
you.
that's correct. And I think my second agrees.
Yes.
So that is going to include all well options then as well.
That's
Correct?
right.
Yeah. Okay, with that being said, is there any other question or discussion? Discussion? With that being said, all those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Motion carries.
Okay, Mr. Chairman, our next group of projects, we are now on to account 2 rehabilitation, level 1 projects. First one is Bighorn Canal Irrigation District Master Plan. Do we have any sponsors here? Their last master plan was in 2007. Thanks for waiting around.
Yeah.
Go ahead and introduce.
My name's Richard Russell. I'm the president of the Bighorn Canal Irrigation District. And Mr. Chairman and members and commissioners, I'd like to thank you guys for all the support you've given us in the past and allowing us to be here today. We serve approximately 24,000 acres in the Bighorn Basin with irrigation water rights. Bighorn Canal, a majority of the facilities are over 100 years old. As the director said, our last plan was in April of 2007. And we just feel like it makes good sense to continue on with our progress and get a new plan to help us assess our system and keep improving and to ensure we have reliable irrigation deliveries.
Questions for Mr. Russell? Any questions? Well, thank you very much. Oh,
I did-
excuse me,
I did have-
Commissioner Zucker.
This Bighorn Canal, is that the one that runs right through the city of Riverton?
No,
Yeah.
it starts out halfway between Worland and Thermopolis and runs to just north of Grable.
Okay, thank you.
Yep.
Any additional questions? Thank you very much.
Mr. Chairman, the next project is the Elk Canal Master Plan. Do we have any sponsors here or online? Come on up. Yeah. Okay. I would point out while he's coming up here that this sponsor is in the process of forming an irrigation district, so they're not quite a entity yet. So if we get around to voting on this one, we would need to pull it out and recommend waiving that condition of being an eligible public entity. But since this is a level 1 study, that's acceptable through our criteria.
Thank you. My name is Fred Hopkin. I'm the secretary and by default, the de facto manager of the Elk Canal. Do I push a button?
Oh,
or
sorry.
does it happen?
Okay.
All right, I'll start over. My name is Fred Hopkin. I'm the secretary of the Elk Canal. The Elk Canal traces its origins to the first decade of the 20th century. We get our water from a diversion point in the Shoshone River, and we irrigate about 3,800 acres that are under the Elk Canal. Additionally, we provide water for the Level Irrigation District. We have been an association since our existence. At our annual meeting in January, there was a proposal that was passed unanimously to pursue becoming a district. And we are in the process of that, and it is something of a process. And we're waiting for final approval from the state engineer's office. When I finish here, I'm going to go to the office and just, but the last email, the last submission I made, the response I got was, you're getting very close. And so I hope to have that wrapped up by June. But as we become a district, we want to do a master plan and pursue that. And I promised I would keep my comments more brief than the Hot Springs County. So that's all I have, unless you have some questions.
Well, thank you. Questions for Mr. Hopkins? Commissioners, questions? Select Water? I guess you're off the hook.
I achieved it. Thank you.
Yes, thank you.
Okay, Mr. Chairman, the next project is a Horse Creek Conservation District Master Plan. They're on their way up here. I just want to point out, though their name says Conservation District, they are technically an irrigation district. So they're eligible entity. And this would really just be to do a master plan, look at their current system, and also look at the feasibility of replacing and rehabilitating the Malcolm pipeline.
Got a button here.
You're already on.
I'm already on.
Yeah.
Okay, Lon Eisenbarth, I'm the president, Horse Creek Conservation District. I appreciate being heard by everybody today. We're here to try to get a master plan to try to evaluate some of our infrastructures and cost analysis of what we need to do to fix some of our ailing systems. Water Development and us was probably one of the first water districts that did a rehab back in the 90s. Did a lot of the work in the 2000 era. We had a 40 to 45% delivery system. Because of all the water development and legislation money, we've turned that into a 70 to 75% delivery precision. With the failing pipelines and some of the laterals, we'd like to keep that all into place so that it doesn't fall back below where we're at. We're a district that we cover about 10,500 acres of adjudicated property, roughly 85 to 90 water users. Our current assessment is $29 an acre. Very expensive we get a foot of water is all we get if we have a full system. So every available ounce that we can squeeze out of our system, we need to have. So I guess at this time, any questions?
Question for Mr. Eisenberg,
Mr. Chairman.
Commissioner?
When you say a foot, are you talking about an acre foot per year or 1 CFS?
1 acre foot per year.
That's tough.
Yeah, you get a bucket.
That's tough to get anything done.
And that's why we would like to have the structures brought back to speed. We have a failing pipeline right now that's cracking, and it's about a 36-inch line. It probably takes into 1/3 of the district. If we were to lose that set system, that would affect about 1/3 of the acres. We've already got cracking, heaving of the pipeline. It's already leaking. We've done various repairs on it, pouring cement collars, trying to fix it up, but it's just getting to the point where we just can't fix it anymore. The laterals are breaking up, falling apart. When they did the construction, we had 4 or 5 different outfits doing construction, and they were all trying to come together. And so you've got a lot of, I don't know what I want to call it, shoddy work done at that time. Just there wasn't enough engineers to keep track of everything and everybody at the time. So we're very appreciative of what has been done, but we'd like to keep what we have in place, at least brought back up to speed where we're at. And maybe take a look at a couple other things. We know we've got a lot of systems at places that we can save more water, but the feasibility is, at that time, was out of control. We entered into a loan agreement with Wyoming Water Development and the state. So we're paying about $11 out of that 29 is going back to loan payment from what we got from water development and legislation. So the money we returned back some money out of our master plan out of the 90s. It got to where we had to have an engineering firm before we did a project. At that time, the engineering was more than the actual projects of pipelines or tile lines. So that's why we're trying to come back here. That was back when you had to have some engineering. We had to pay for the engineering to have the pipelines and laterals put in. So,
Mr. Chairman, that was a materials only grant for that one. And I would say that part of this master plan would be look at what their current finances are, what they can afford in the future, and try to identify some federal programs that might be able to help them out, give them some relief.
Good point. Any other questions? Thanks for coming. We appreciate it.
I appreciate it. Thank you.
Okay, Mr. Chairman, the next project is Midvale Irrigation District Master Plan.
Okay, thanks. My name is Steve Lynn with Midvale Irrigation District. I'm the district manager. Thank you, Chairman, Select Water Committee, Commissioners. Want to thank you for your time today. Midvale Irrigation District
serves almost 74,000 irrigable acres. Our last plan was in 2007 by Anderson Consulting. So 16 years ago, we've accomplished quite a bit, including automation, communication to the automation, GIS system. We've done almost all the recommendations for structure repair or replacement, installed pipelines. We're basically proactively addressing the critical aging infrastructure, which we all know is quite the problem. On a side note, working with the other consultant with that study as well. I think that the master plan that we had from Anderson Consulting is a very useful tool in identifying the areas that we need to repair or replace, and we've done so. There's a lot more work to do. We've got 200 miles of canals and roughly 400 miles of laterals and underground drains. We would like to have some guidance on what our next steps are. And I appreciate your time. I'll be brief, and I stand for questions.
Questions for Mr. Lynn? Commissioners, questions? Anybody? Thank you very much for coming in.
Thank you all.
Thank you. Director?
Mr. Chairman, next project, Powder River Irrigation District Master Plan. Last time these folks had a master plan was, I think, close to 30 years ago.
My name's Fred Carr with Powder River Irrigation District. And I'd like to thank the commission for their past help with the new diversion dam back in the 90s. And now we'd like to get started on having it looked at our aging infrastructure. We have some concerns with a siphon that's getting real old and thin. And then water conservation on some seeps that we have throughout the canal. And that's pretty much it.
The other two gentlemen with you want to introduce yourselves?
My name is Dick Gould. I'm the treasurer of Powder River Irrigation District.
And I'm Ben Schiffer, and I'm just an irrigator.
Just an irrigator.
Thank you very much. Well, do we have any just questions for these guys? Anybody? Thanks for coming in.
Thanks for making it easy. Oh, yeah, my part's done.
Mr. Chairman, the last recommendation for you guys' consideration is Strawberry Canal Master Plan. And this is another one, just want to point out, these folks haven't formed a district yet, but again, this is a level 1 master plan.
Perfect. Thank you, Chairman. My name is Julie Olenslager, and I am here representing the Strawberry Canal Company, of which I am the president of. This company exists in Star Valley, Wyoming, and because we're about an hour south of Jackson, we are seeing an unprecedented rate of people moving in from out of state. We're watching our valleys subdivide into smaller and smaller parcels and actively placing the wants of the individuals above the needs of the community, the land, and the agriculture that drew them to the area in the first place. At the same time, the institutional knowledge of how things have always been run is slowly dying off. The vast majority of the pipeline in our network was installed in the 1960s, and to the best living knowledge in that area, it has been never been properly mapped out. Now it's crumbling apart, and we're left with very few resources to fix it and a skeleton crew of interested individuals who are willing to put forth the effort to try. But don't get me wrong, the entire community is supportive of having a cohesive, well-run district which helps our beautiful valley keep green and manages the water for them. But signatures and the odd thumbs up at the grocery store is about as much effort as we're likely to get from the average landowner who doesn't actively work in agriculture. Our hope is that by becoming a district, documenting existing infrastructures and water rights, identifying problem areas and getting them replaced, the burden on those concerned citizens will be lessened, and the legal and responsible distribution of water will be better defended against move-ins who would much rather either take it all for themselves or pave over access ways. That being said, we are a somewhat unique case because our proposed district encompasses quite a few different types of water distribution. Our borders are those of the original Strawberry Canal Company, which represents 6,280 acres with 372 landowners receiving water. But within those borders are two pipeline companies covering about 2,500 acres, ditches, and private pipelines, along with areas which have water rights, but whose access has been lost for various reasons. In an attempt to become a cohesive unit, to learn about and to preserve the infrastructure, we have been actively working towards becoming a district for about a year now. We've had a public meeting with experts in attendance to explain it to the community. And while there was a lot of questions at first, so far we've had absolutely no dissent from the consensus that this is the best for our community and the land. Both pipeline companies, which have boards to represent the individuals, have had public meetings and officially voted to be incorporated into the district. We've also hired a lawyer to begin the early stages of becoming a district, as well as navigating the complicated waters of becoming one as diverse in nature as ours. Our community as a whole is filled with optimism and gratitude for the help we hope to receive and have received so far from the Wyoming Water Development Office. Thank you so much for taking the time to consider our case. I'm happy to answer any questions you have to the best of my ability.
Thank you for that. Hopefully I don't butcher your name too bad. Any questions for Ms. Ollens?
Mr. Chairman,
Questions? Commissioner Suker.
so anticipated on you becoming a legal entity, can you become one by June? You've been in it for a year and a half, is that correct? Been working on it?
I'm sorry, interrupt you.
You've been working on it for a year and a half to become a entity, is that correct?
We've been working on it and just basically talking about it for 1 year now. So we're now in the process of lawyers and different things. To become an entity by June will be very difficult.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And we, as you know, Commissioner, we have it in our bylaws that we can't allow them to go through the, yeah. It's a little bit scary. It always scares me. I'll just say that out because I'm always afraid that some group will become an entity and then it'll fall apart. And then there's millions of dollars that was given to them and now they don't exist and we have to come after the money or something later at some day. But good luck on that. And it sounds like you guys got a pretty good plan. So any other questions? Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Chairman,
Commissioner Glick.
I'd like to make a motion that we accept the level 1 reconnaissance project rehabilitation with an exception for Elk Canal and Strawberry Canal to not be required to be an entity, but work towards becoming an entity.
Should we do it that way or just remove them from the block and then have two motions? Do you care? You okay with this?
Mr. Chairman, unless our attorney, wherever he is, has a problem with it, I'm fine with that. Good?
Okay,
Thumbs
great,
up.
perfect. And we have a second. That being said, we got a motion and a second. Any discussion, any additional discussion? All those in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
Aye.
Larry Suker was opposed. Motion carries. Oh, okay. Yes, I'd also like to welcome President Driscoll. Thanks for coming in.
All right, Mr. Chairman, we're on to item number 6, planning project amendments. And our first one's Douglas Test Well, and we have George Mosier to present that.
Is this going to be, do George, every time you come up here, I just, you know.
You and me both.
Okay, it's your floor.
For your consideration today is a contract amendment for the Douglas Test Well Level 2 study project. You'll find this in tab E or beginning on page 223 of the PDF. 223 starts out my brief memo. You'll recall during last year, we presented a recommendation to increase the project budget for this project, predominantly to deal with increased drilling costs associated with the drilling efforts. So the omnibus planning bill, in fact, embraced additional dollars and has gone through the legislature. At this point, we have crafted the companion contract for your consideration that would make it so that our chosen consultant, Weston Engineering, can proceed with putting together the bid specifications once again and releasing this out for drilling bids.
Do we have questions for George? Select water? Nope. Wow, nice.
Mr. Chair, one item of housekeeping, since this is a contract, it does require that Select Water provide a recommendation.
Mr. Chairman, we'll need a vote from both. You can decide if you want to do it now or consider Douglas Test Well and LaPrelle together.
You guys have a preference?
Together's fine.
Together's good.
Okay. Chase, so next planning project amendment is for the LaPrelle Irrigation District rehab of LaPrelle Dam. Chase is going to present the amendment, and then we'll give you hopefully a fairly succinct update on the project as well.
Mr. Chair, my name's Chase Tavelli. I'm with the planning staff here, and I brought a lot of backup. I also have the sponsor representatives in the audience. They passed a resolution in support of us moving forward, continuing on the path that we're on, and they can address that if you choose. Otherwise, I wanted to let you know that they're here. I've got our consultants, Pete Roush and Corey Foreman, who have been working on this study for several years now. In order to introduce this memo, there's a lot of new people here. I thought I would give a really quick overview of why we're here, if that's okay. The dam itself is located in Converse County. It is southwest of Douglas, Wyoming, just upstream of Ayers Natural Bridge. This began as a rockfall hazard analysis, and during the analysis, there was some look at the dam and some issues arose, and a preliminary investigation of the dam found issues that actually led to elevation restriction recommendation on the dam. State Engineer's Office eventually did enforce that elevation. It's 15 feet lower than full. This led to an expanded investigation of the dam where they used rope access and drones, and ultimately found that the dam had reached its useful life. That led to an alternatives analysis, and 5 different alternatives were looked at, and a roller compacted concrete dam downstream is eventually I'm looking at him too, is what was determined to be the appropriate path forward. Since then, we've been in front of you for financing for site characterization and design, and we are now at Amendment 6. Amendment 6 adds phases 4 and 5 to the existing contract. This is increasing the total contract dollar amount by $4,454,000. The good thing about this is phases 4 and 5 are going to be funded through the Infrastructure Investment and Jobs Act. If you'll remember, there was $100 million set aside for CARES Act projects with very specific qualifications. in which Laprelle Dam has been so far the only structure in the United States to meet those specifications. Fiscal year 23, the Bureau of Reclamation appropriated $5 million to go towards planning. We were successful with our application and receiving that funding. It's ready to be drawn upon right now. Our intent is for all work through for phases 4 and 5 to be paid for with that money. So we're not here to ask you for any more money today. Phases 2 and 3 will be finished up here in the next year, I believe, roughly the next year. With that, if there's any questions, the memo does have a little bit of information about what phases 4 and 5 are.
Any questions for staff, Mr. Tefeli? Yes.
Hey, thank you. Clarifying question. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you.
Clarifying question as we review both the two which we've combined, Douglas Test Well and the Laprelle ID. If I understood correctly from the reading, the Douglas project started in 2017. And what we're asking for now, and maybe this is Mr. Mosier's question, we went from $485,000. Now we've increased that to 1.65 million is what the ask is for. We'll start with that one.
Welcome back, George.
I'm sorry, I missed the question because I was actually not prepared to speak still to Douglas. My apologies.
No need to apologize rather. I was just reviewing on page 224. The original project started in 2017. Is that correct? As it relates to Douglas Test Well?
Yes, sir, that's accurate.
So at that time, we asked for $485,000, but now we're asking to increase that value in 2023 at least to 1.65 million.
Maybe that's not particularly clear, Mr. Chair. We're asking to add $485,500 for a total of 1.655.
And the degree or the necessity to change that value is based on cost and or other issues that have been found?
Yeah, Mr. Chair, that is based on cost. Unfortunately, Representative Conrad wasn't here last year when we kind of talked about bringing this to select water and for the omnibus planning bill. But what happened was when we released this particular drilling bid out for drilling contractors, the first time, no drilling contractors even submitted bids because they said they were so far out or couldn't bond or that sort of thing. And then the second time we received one lone bid for drilling contractors, which came in far in excess to the tune of about $455,000 more than what we had originally authorized during the project. The line item associated with original drilling costs was estimated to be about $800,000.
Great, thank you. And a follow-up question, I guess, as it relates to the Laprelle ID, we are going to increase that value, if I understand correctly, on page 228. We're going to increase the total contract dollar amount by $4.45 million. Is that correct?
Mr. Chair, that's correct.
Can you help me rationalize or justify the additional cost?
I have consultants here who are very ready and eager to discuss the scope of work. It's an inclusion of site characterization and furthering design. This 4.54 million will not be state funded.
Mr. Chairman, I might just add, we've kind of been going at Laprelle a step at a time. So what we're finishing up from our previous amendments are, was it into 30% design? Why don't you guys just talk?
Mr. Chairman, I'm Pete Roush with Respec. At that point, the work that's been done through phase 2 got us about 10% design. Phase 3 was some analysis and furthering of that design, but not really to 30%. That's really what phase 5 of the amendment would be, to get us to 30% design package along with additional site characterization. And that's intended to get us really to final site characterization, as long as we don't find any holes through that process. I'll stop there. Does that answer the question? Yeah, Mr. Chairman, to clarify, when I say site characterization, I mean geotechnical drilling, geophysical surveys, geologic mapping, essentially covers it.
As a follow-up,
Yes,
just
Representative.
out of curiosity, does that fall within your 15% contingency, or is this scope creep, or is it just cost of materials, et cetera?
Mr. Chairman, this is really in line with the plan. There's not necessarily scope creep. This is, as Director Mead said, we've been taking this in chunks as funding was available. And previous phases, as we move design along, really given the safety concerns with the dam, we wanted to be moving. But while we were doing that, really looking to find federal funding that would line up with construction of the dam before we really took off, and now we're there. And so this was, now that we've got that aligned, jumping in and really going forward with design.
And thank you. One last follow-up, Mr. Chair.
Yes, Representative.
It just as a disclaimer, based not only as a freshman, but yesterday we had a very, very robust conversation as it relates to funding, the duration of the projects, et cetera, so forth. So I'm just trying to gather, I guess, a little more information to understand how we can increase a project additional $4.5 million, or what does the next project carry with it in itself. So appreciate your answers and education.
Mr. Chairman, I would also add that once we are done with this scope of work that's being added to RESPEC and HDR's contract, we are most likely, when we get to 60% design, going to switch over to what we would typically see on the construction side of things, where our level 3 projects, we typically do design and construction. This one has been unique, just the way it has been developed. So we've been amending more or less a planning contract all along. So once we get through the work that we are proposing today, we will be switching over most likely with a construction agreement, which is what we would typically see with LaPrelle Irrigation District, since it's their facility. And they've been involved, obviously, but they need to be right along with us and helping make these decisions. But we will continue to be that liaison between the Bureau of Reclamation funding, because that agreement is more or less with the state of Wyoming, and we'll be handling all the reporting requirements that the federal government would have on as we continue to draw down that money.
Senator Hicks. Okay, any additional questions or comments? Okay, thank you very much. Thanks, Chase. I think we also have to have a public comment or offer public comment. Yeah, I think so. I agree. I don't think we're going to get any. Do we have any comments from the public? Anybody that wants to come up and comment on either one of these two projects? Okay, thank you. So Director Mead, do we vote first and then ask Select Water to recommend it, or do we ask them to recommend it and then we vote?
Mr. Chairman, we had this discussion last year. I remember Representative Simpson bringing it up. I think what we thought made most sense was for the Select Water Committee to review and provide their recommendation to the Water Development Office for consideration, and then the or not office, but commission, and then the Water Development Commission would take their vote.
Sounds great.
All right, so if our staff is ready, then Select Water will vote first. So do I have a motion to recommend that the commission adopt the planning project amendments for the Douglas Test Well and La Perelle Irrigation District rehabilitation? It's been moved. Do I have a second?
Second.
Moved and seconded. Is there any discussion? Any discussion? Any discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. The motion has passed.
Thank you. Commissioners, do we have a motion?
Mr. Chairman, I move that we accept these planning project amendments to the Douglas Test Well, Level 2 Study Amendment number 4 in the LaPrelle Irrigation District Rehab Level 2, Phase 2 Study Amendment number 6, project update.
We have a motion from Commissioner Commissioner Lee and a second from Commissioner Lawson. And is there any questions, comments, discussion? Okay, all those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion passes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Next project is, or next item is a small water project program amendment. Ask Jody Pavlika to come up and present this.
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Chairman. Just could we get a number on the page on this one? Because I got lost in that last
Yes,
deal.
sir. It's page 279 in the PDF. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, the amendment that's presented in front of you today, and I believe Rob Segoy was in the waiting room. I believe he intended to attend remotely. This project got caught up in the COVID, whatever we're calling that. The first amendment, Amendment 1, was for the 41-day advertising changes that we did statutorily to amend the project agreement to change the language to remove the 41-day advertising requirement. Then Amendment 2 was right around the time we were all coming out of COVID and it screwed up the permitting and the design phase, and that resulted in a great increase of time to get the project designed and permitted. As a result of that time that it took to get that done, it also increased the cost. So then the district had to go back out and come up with some additional funding partners to match our grant money, which leads us to where we are today. They are ready to go to bid, but they don't anticipate construction being completed until like November of this year. And since the contract expires in November of this year, they are just trying to put on some belts and suspenders, so to speak, so we don't get the construction to the point where it's putting the paperwork in danger. So this is for a 1-year time-only extension on the Lower Snake River Ranch bank stabilization and fish habitat project. Like I said, it's time only, and it's basically just because, COVID caused a bunch of ripples, and those ripples have effects. And so I'd answer any questions if you have them.
Any questions for Jody? Do we have a motion for a time extension for the Lower Snake River Ranch?
Chairman,
Commissioner Glick?
I make a motion that we approve the 1-year extension for the Lower Snake River Ranch Bank Stabilization and Fish Habitat.
Hearing that motion, do we have a second? Commissioner Suker? Any discussion? Any discussion on this? Okay, let's vote then. All those in favor?
Aye.
All those opposed? Motion carries.
Mr. Chairman, the next item is the groundwater groundwater exploration grant application by the Cheyenne Board of Public Utilities. We have George again.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair. For your consideration today is an application from the Cheyenne Board of Public Utilities to look at and evaluate boreholes and drilling on the Belvoir Ranch on the east side as part of their Bory Wellfield expansion. This particular project proposes a grant match of 75% of the costs of drilling and constructing exploratory boreholes, not to exceed $400,000 under the grant. In this particular case, the Board of Public Utilities is applying to drill 2 exploration boreholes, and the anticipated costs for that are in the neighborhood of $800,000 for the project. So in reality, we're talking about something that looks like about 50% of the project costs. The reason for that is statutory limits tied to groundwater exploration grant. The commission is authorized to enter into projects as a not to exceed grant match of $400,000. For a little bit of history on this, if those of you that have been following this project for a while, last fall, the Board of Public Utilities actually submitted a level 3 construction application for some exploration work to include 2 additional boreholes and possibly the transmission lines that would tie all of that stuff in. And at that point in time, the office's recommendation was in fact to come back with a groundwater exploration grant at the appropriate time in order to evaluate what the productive capacity might be, and then have some better numbers to think about for ultimate design of those transmission facilities. And with that, there are representatives of the Board of Public Utilities here. So if you have questions for them, one final item, I'll mention that the mechanics of groundwater grant are such that the groundwater grant program lives on a legislative appropriation. It's a block of money set aside in our water account 1. The current balance for that account is about $1.169 million. So there are funds available to commit within the groundwater grant program. Mechanically, since this is a contract, it is a similar situation in that it requires the Select Water Committee to review and recommend.
Do we have any questions for George or the Board of Public Utilities representatives? Commissioner Suker?
Mr. Chairman, these groundwater exploration wells, if they perform or produce, are they usable?
Mr. Chair, that's actually kind of the crux of groundwater grant and the favorable thing. You know, if they produce water, they're probably something that can be tied in ultimately to a system for them. These are High Plains Aquifer wells. I don't know that we have any particular concerns for unusability. In addition, Board of Public Utilities has had a pretty extensive effort recently to use some airborne geophysical surveying techniques to try to evaluate places where they can get the most production out of that aquifer. So they've done some legwork up front in order to think about where they would best site these wells. And the follow on, I guess, to that is groundwater grant is not a situation where we think about ever having an idle or unused well, right? The contract is between the commission and between Board of Public Utilities. So they own the success or failure of these particular facilities.
So with that said, you are using the proper casing, the proper size casing for an ultimate performance.
Mr. Chair, absolutely.
Okay, these are not smaller casings just to see if there's water there. All right, that's my answer. Thank you.
Any other questions or comments, Select Water?
Mr. Chairman, just a question, and I know we went over this last year, I believe, in December meeting and stuff, but there's a number of wells that have been drilled out there with the cooperation of water development on the Belvoir Ranch, and maybe Mr. Brooks wants to come up and answer that question. But those haven't been brought into production, and just wondering about the status of all those wells out there and where we're at and why we're drilling additional wells.
Mr. Chair, that's a great question. I guess I can kind of launch this in general terms. It might be helpful to think about sort of our west side of the Belvoir Ranch wells and east side of the Belvoir Ranch wells. The application last year during construction time, in fact, proposed to adopt 2 of those east side wells from the commission. And that project, I guess we suggested that groundwater grant might be a way to do that. So this would provide 2 additional wells in that same location where they have 2 previous, the Belvoir 5 and the Belvoir 6.
Senator.
So, and Mr. Brooks can come up here. So we've got 2 wells we're not using. And now we're going to drill 2 more wells in proximity to these. Why aren't we bringing the other ones on board in this? What's the problem with those, and why do we need more when we are not even producing the 2 that already exist?
Mr. Chairman, members of the committee, as well as Select Water, Brad Brooks, Director for City of Cheyenne Board of Public Utilities. You are correct. There is 2 wells completed out there, the 5 and 6. Our plan is we do not have existing infrastructure immediately in the vicinity of those areas. They will ultimately tie into what's called our Bory well field that is out along Otto Road. We have not brought those in yet because we anticipate we're going to develop these wells on the west end. Just like Mr. Mosier said, we have a well field that's ultimately on the west end and on the east end. Excuse me, I meant the east end. We have a well field on the west end, which ultimately will go into what we call the Casper Aquifer Formation, which nobody has really developed on this side of the Laramie Range. That is something we're looking at developing because it's actually a brand new water resource for the city of Cheyenne. These wells are actually in the shallower aquifer that is on the east side of the ranch. As was mentioned, we did a lot of geophysical study. We just completed that. Actually, we have a very elaborate groundwater model that has showed us where we need to put these additional wells, which is going to help if we drill these 2. And then our ultimate goal, Senator Hicks, was when we do those, then we would tie those 4 wells and bring them into our Bory well field. One other thing that was mentioned earlier, and it gets back to Commissioner Sukers, the only issue that we have out here, and it is everybody I think is aware of it, is these groundwater wells are under the influence of TCE because of the old missile silos that are out there from the missile site on the west end of the ranch. That being said, we do have the treatment facilities at our water treatment plant that was built by the Army Corps of Engineers. And it is an air stripping unit that actually removes that TCE completely. And we do have the capacity and the ability to remove that. So the plan would be drill these additional 2, tie those 4 in and bring them in to our system. I don't know that it answers. Basically, the reason we haven't tied the other 2 in yet, we haven't needed them to this point, but things that we have going on with growth, we're also looking at this of, how we're going to be affected. Everybody's following the issues with curtailment, and city of Cheyenne's going to be impacted by that possibly. So these are some other water resources that we have that can help mitigate and help take care of those shortfalls that may occur.
Yeah, just one quick follow-up on those. So can you, a time frame on 5 and 6 and do these that you anticipate that you would bring those on, and then just where we at as far as repayment and financial contributions by the state for 5 and 6 for those, for the actual drilling of those wells?
I'm not, do you have an idea on that, George, where we're at?
I can take, Mr. Chair, I can take the cost part of that. From the level 2 phase 3 through 5 final report from 2017, the Belvoir 5 and the Belvoir 6 collectively, the costs for drilling and completion were $218,000. With respect to timing for when Board of Public Utilities expects that they would be thinking about building out that infrastructure and tying it in, I would of course have to ask Mr. Brooks to answer that.
I would add with that, it's going to be probably when I think we'd get the wells constructed, and then our next goal would be probably looking at how to fund that pipeline to tie into our Bory well field. Originally, the project we came to last year that was referenced earlier, I think was a little over $10 million, if you recall. So that's probably the order of magnitude that we're looking at to build that infrastructure to tie it in. I would say that's probably, depending on coming back to probably the commission, looking at some of that, going to SLIB maybe for some loan, whether there's some grant funds out there that we can look at. We are looking at a lot of those possibility as well. I'd say it's something we'd probably do in the next 2 to 4 years.
So, and then just real quick follow-up back on the cost, because those were level 2. So I'm assuming they were funded 100% by the state of Wyoming. And so what point in time does the state then roll that in when the proponent or the project proponent starts to produce those wells? or they were 100%. I thought with the well program and those that they were, once they produce those, they take ownership. There was a repayment provision on part of that, George or Jason, either one.
Mr. Chair, as far as level 2 project wells go, of course, when the project sponsor decides to move forward with their construction project, there's a provision for them to purchase those wells associated with a portion of the well drilling costs. Typically, that has been at a 67-33, our traditional construction project grant percentage.
33% will come due when they go to level 3. And
Yep.
tightens it. So just to finish the answer, that 33% would come due once they tie those in with the pipeline. That would be part of that cost, or part of their contribution, I should say, back to us to reimburse us for that 33%.
Bring this up, and I'm not trying to pick on BOPU or anybody else, is when we have these, that we upfront these costs for 5, 6, or 7 years. It seems like there ought to be some level of commensurate level of interest payment on any of these projects that just languish out there. If we hadn't have done those until now, that would have been money we could have put towards other projects. It's just something that we need to think about moving forward. Drilling wells that sit for 6 or 7 or 8 years before they come online. We could have probably deployed some of that money someplace else. Wouldn't have cost the inflationary cost that we're dealing with now. But it just, again, it's not to pick on this project, just overall program wise, something to think about.
Mr. Chairman.
Yes, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Chairman, thank you. And I mean, I think this is really water development, not, and when I read that, obviously I think the city of Cheyenne is building in redundancy in case of disaster on the Colorado River. And I think water development, I think part of the conversation that we need to have as a state as we look at this Colorado River issue is how do we, obviously leverage money to help the city of Green River, help the city of Rock Springs, help the city of Cheyenne, whether it's wells or whatever, right? I think we're going to have to figure out how we do this ongoing, and if it's drilling wells now while we have some money and letting them sit 8 years, that's fine. But I think we need to make sure we have a comprehensive look at this, that we're not in the end, Cheyenne, good on you. You're getting after it. You're going to get some wells, but there's other people out there that are going to need similar things. And we need to think about the state in its totality as it relates to the shortage that may occur on the river. So.
Mr. Chairman.
Commissioner Suker.
Yeah, I just want to follow up with that because I feel the same way. Here's what I see. I believe they're called exploratory. So when we drill those wells, we want to see if they'll produce and what kind of water. Is that correct?
That's correct, Mr. Chair.
So with that said, there should be a limited time in which those wells are bought off. If we provide, what if we drill and there's no production on those wells? You know who's stuck for the money then? We are, correct? Because if it's not worth anything, we have spent the money without any concurrence of a return on our investment, correct?
Mr. Chair, just so we're clear, the project that's in front of us right now today is a groundwater exploration grant project, which is set up under a 75% grant structure. And to reiterate, this is something at the end that the sponsor owns the success or failure of. The wells that would be constructed under a groundwater grant project are not something that makes it to an idle well list. They own this then. With regard to the level 2 wells that have been discussed earlier, and we discussed a little bit yesterday, the mechanics are slightly different in that the sponsor comes back to the commission and acquires those for a portion of the drilling and construction costs.
Then why do we call these exploratory?
Mr. Chair, the distinction in the program, at least in my mind, is twofold. One, we don't really consider, what the transmission line costs are going to be or how that tie-in is going to happen. That work is something that the sponsor bears under a level 2 project. We would really be considering the feasibility associated with something. In addition, for these groundwater exploration wells, these are drilled, cased, tested, but the program itself does not pay for any kind of equipment that is installed for long-term production. We don't install well houses. We don't install pumps or motors or anything like that under groundwater exploration. It's an effort in drilling and exploring for water in order to determine and categorize groundwater resources across the state.
Any other questions? Questions, select water? Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Yep. Turning it over to you guys.
All right, thank you, Mr. Chairman. So select water, we are on the groundwater exploration grant application. Is there a motion on the Cheyenne Board of Public Utilities?
Madam Chairman, I would move that we accept the director's recommendation to approve the grant application for the groundwater exploration.
All right, it's been moved and seconded. Is there any discussion? Any discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The motion passes. Off to you.
Back to us. Commissioners, is there a motion?
Yes, there is.
Commissioner Cotton.
I would like to make a motion to accept the Select Waters recommendation regarding the groundwater exploration grant for the Cheyenne Board of Public Utilities.
We have a motion. Commissioner Lawson, second. All those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, say no. I guess you should ask if there was any discussion, but I guess not. Thank you. Director.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Next item on the agenda, item number 9, is for the planning project consultant selection and contract approval for both the Green River Little Snake Basins conveyance law study and the Rollins Water Master Plan. So we have Jay Smith to discuss the conveyance law study.
Mr. Chair, I'm just going to talk a little bit about the consultant selection process for this study. We had 4 firms who submitted statements of interest, and then we had 1 firm withdraw before they received the RFP. And then we had 2 firms drop out once they received the RFP. 1 firm was interviewed on April 21st. And it became pretty clear to the selection committee that we had a discrepancy between budget and the scope that we asked for. So there's a little discrepancy there between the amount of work we're looking for and the detail and the budget that was put forward. So I would ask if any of the 2 commissioners wanted to weigh in who were on that selection committee.
Mr. Chairman,
Commissioner Cotton.
I was on that selection committee with Commissioner Lisa Anselmi Dalton, and we looked at it. We're going to recommend that we go out for bid again. And the reason for that is really we have 1 consultant put forward a proposal, so we didn't feel like we had the depth to make a good selection at that time. And the other thing is just the amount of money that was allocated versus maybe the detail of the study. Those 2 didn't match. So with that, I think we're looking for a motion to go out, rebid this project.
Thank you, Chair. When we looked at the project, we were concerned, just for the rest of the commissioners to know, they sort of said, okay, well, we're going to start and we'll look at it. Initially, they were only going to look at 6 sites in this large basin area. And we felt like we were going to go out and maybe not get really what we wanted and have to come back and say, okay, now we spent this 500,000, we're going to come back and ask for another 500 or more. And just, we thought maybe this study came about late in the planning process. That's why we didn't review it till April 21st. It wasn't interviewed like we normally do in October. So we just felt maybe if we went back and just asked for us to put it back out again for proposal, that would be the best plan. And with that explanation, I would ask if you all had any questions of either Jay or all of us or the director.
Questions? Questions for Jay? Okay, well.
I'll make a motion.
Mr.
Chair.
This kind of looks like this is backwards. Do we make the motion this time? And oh, I thought you guys had to. No?
Mr. Chairman, there is really no consideration by Select Water in this one because we're not going to approve a contract. So there's no money involved. So I think just concurrence with the selection committee's recommendation to go back out to consultant selection, possibly look at the scope again and see where they come back in with this round of planning studies we're talking about right now.
Thank you, Director. Mr. Chair, I have a motion.
Okay.
I, Lisa Ansami Dalton, move the director not award a contract on the Green River and Little Snake River Basins Conveyance Loss Level 1 study project at this time. Furthermore, I also move that the office reopen the consultant selection process in tandem with the 2024 Level 1 and 2 planning projects.
We have a motion. Second. No, is this, any discussion?
I guess.
Just hold on, they might come out anyway. Just hold on.
That's pretty much logic. Why don't we? Or didn't we have more interest in it? Is there any?
Mr. Chair. I'm terrible at this mic thing. Mr. Chair, through you, my opinion, I'm not a consultant, but my opinion is I believe because of that discrepancy between the scope and the budget, and the director just brought something else up that I want to make sure it was clear to, is when this goes back out, there won't be a budget attached to it. It'll go out like our typical planning projects and let the market set what the cost is. So, and also we've talked about, much like Vice Chair and Sami Dalton just mentioned, we would take a new look at that scope and kind of rework that also.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Commissioner Cott.
Chairman Kaylee, is it implied in Commissioner Anselmi Dalton's motion that we're going to potentially relook at the scope? Is that part of your motion?
Yes, I think that's what was intended.
Okay, thank you.
We have a, yes.
So, Mr.
Speaker.
Chairman, I guess as you relook at that scope, I know I would like to see what you're doing.
Mr. Chairman, we'll talk to both of you and your neighbor there and the chair. We had some discussions last night about this as well. So thank you.
We'll at least give them the information, huh? Okay, so we have a motion and a second. Call for a vote. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? Motion passes.
I know.
Okay, so George is back with the Rollins master plan.
Mr. Chair, tab H for the Rollins Master Plan, just as a really quick overview. Many of you will recall that Select Water amended the Rollins master plan into the omnibus planning bill at their December meeting with a $250,000 appropriation. We began the statement of interest, statement of qualification, and then a request for proposal and proposals during the legislative session in order to try to catch this particular project up with the rest of the planning studies. On April 21st, 2023, we held consultant selection interviews, and on the consultant selection were Commissioners Suker and Sir Chairman Kaylee.
Larry, did you want to answer some questions for anybody has any questions?
Anybody has questions? Try.
Any questions for Mr. Suker, Commissioner Suker? Okay, do you have a motion?
I'll move that we approve Rollins study.
Do we have a second?
Second. Hold on. It's time to do the whole scope.
Got to read
Do
it.
that. The selection committee for the Rollins Water Master Plan Level 1 project ranks the consulting firms interviewed in the following order. Number 1, WWC Engineering. Number 2, Forsgren Associates Incorporated. Number 3, Y2 Consultants LLC. I, Larry Suker, move the director be instructed to contract with WWC Engineering for consulting services on the Rollins Water Master Plan Level 1 project. Further, the selection committee offers the following suggestions to the director response to the contract. Include revised scope alteration. Number 2, to use vacuum excavation methods to explore leakage according to the vicinity of Sage Creek Springs Junction Vault at no cost. Additionally, excavate the Beaver Creek pipeline to verify the pipeline material and extent of replaced pipeline to the south of the junction box at no cost.
We have a motion. Do we have a second? A second from Commissioner Glick. Any discussion? Any other discussion? Okay, all those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? Motion passes.
Mr. Chair, now moving on from that, we actually have the contract itself, which will require review and recommendation from Select Water and then ultimately consideration by the commission as well.
Okay. Do you have that?
Sorry,
What?
it's Sherry.
Go ahead. I'm sorry. He has to leave.
That's okay. So I guess we need a recommendation from Select Water
On the contract.
on the contract.
This one.
Yeah, Rollins.
Master plan.
Rollins,
Okay.
yep.
All right, Select Water. Do I have a motion on the planning projects consultant selection for the Rollins Water Master Plan?
Madam Chairman, I would move that we go ahead with the contract approval for the Rollins Water Master Plan as described by the commission and the director.
All right, it's been moved and seconded. Discussion.
Madam Co-Chair,
Senator
question.
Kolb.
Should we state the amount of the money in said contract? Because I haven't heard it mentioned yet.
Do you have the amount of the contract?
I sure do. It is $248,100.
All right, would you like to add that to your motion?
Of $248,000.
All right,
Madam Chair, that's $248,100.
All right. Is the second all right with that?
Said.
Okay, all right. Any further discussion? Discussion, seeing none. All those in favor, please say aye. Opposed, no. The motion has passed. Thank you for your patience.
So now we need a motion for the contract as well.
Mr. Chair, I move approval of the contract for the Rollins Water Master Plan Consultant.
Got a motion from Commissioner Craig. Do we have a second? Second. So a second for Commissioner Choma. Any discussion? Any other discussion? All those in, yes, Commissioner. Can you turn your, I couldn't hear you.
Our motion should probably indicate that it is WWC as a contractor.
Oh, yes, yes.
In this, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman.
Oh, Commissioner Cott.
And should it include the exceptions or the additional
Yeah.
requirements that
Yeah.
Commissioner Suker had outlined regarding some no-cost work, and I can't repeat those exactly, but
Yeah, have him read that into the motion.
Include revised scope alteration number 2 to use vacuum excavation methods to explore leakage occurring in the vicinity of Sage Creek Springs Junction Vault at no cost. Additionally, excavate the Beaver Creek pipeline to verify the pipeline material and the extent of replaced pipeline to the south of the junction box at no cost. Well, just WC Engineering.
Is that
Mr. Chair, that's acceptable. I didn't have the cheat sheet to read.
second is good with that too? Okay, great. Any other discussion? Hearing none. All those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, say no. Motion passes.
We're taking a break.
Yes, we're gonna take a quick 10-minute break since we caught up within an hour and a half. Thank you.
Chase showed. Okay. Chase showed up in my house over 2 boxes.
Yeah.
We were there for an hour.
Good job, Owen.
Come on back.
Okay, so I'll make the announcement.
Okay.
You can turn it over to me.
I want to turn it over to Select Water real quick. They have some announcements.
All right, thanks, everyone. We've done good work today. And so for Select Water, we'll be dealing with the UW Water Research Program and the Drinking Water State Revolving Fund. We need to take a vote on those two issues. We will be moving the discussion of the one fill rule and water banking to our next meeting because of how long this meeting has gone and the important work we've done today. So with that, after we get done with the Drinking Water State Revolving Fund vote, the Select Water Committee we will be adjourning. So that's our announcement. If there are any members of the public that have come today to talk about either of those topics, we would take public testimony at that time. We want to be respectful if you drove across the state to comment on either of those topics. Is there anyone here from the public who would like to comment? All right, seeing none, I'll turn it back over to you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Director, I guess we're on the UW Water Research Program.
Mr. Chairman, we have Greg Kerr with University of Wyoming online. I will hand it over to him.
Mr. Chairman, members of the Select Water Committee and Commissioners, thank you for having me here today.
394.
Present our new 2024, I can hardly believe that, but fiscal year 2024 request for proposals for the UW Water Research Program. Annually, we present a new request for proposals for university researchers to address water-related issues in the state of Wyoming. This year, our committee met and can you still hear me? It seems like I lost it on my screen. Okay, here we go. According to your notebooks, our committee met in early April and developed the new RFP. This RFP includes 6 main topics of interest with numerous subcategories under each topic. Some of these particularly main topics are included each year with various other subtopics either added or taken out, depending on what has either been funded or new issues that are brought up. You might notice in this RFP, we have these 6 main topics. And one of the main issues, of course, is the Upper Colorado River Basin. And 3 of these particularly mention the Upper Colorado River Basin as far as needing more information in looking at the Colorado River. So first of all, we have our first area looking at investigating the hydrologic and physical aspects of water shortage and conservation activities. This one in particular, looking at Upper Colorado River Basin and conservation issues that pertain to that. Secondly, we have an area of protecting public health with various subtopics under that. We have funded in the past 2 other projects that looked at protecting public health. One is ongoing now. If you recall from last year, we funded a project to look at the harmful algal blooms. And that one has just started its project or its research and getting students on board to help with that project. Previous project looking at identifying, predicting, and managing the occurrence of harmful algal blooms in Wyoming reservoirs is about to be completed with a final report due this year. So this area has various subtopics. In particular, main subtopics are the waterborne pathogens and nutrients, which are important. Third item on our RFP is looking at dam operation and sediment management and transport. This is another issue of concern for the state. If you recall, we funded another project dealing specifically with Willwood Dam and working with water work groups at the Willwood Dam. That project has also started with students on board, getting going with their research. This particular topic addresses different areas of the state. Willwood is no longer in there as a main area, but looking at other areas of the state for sediment and best management practices for reducing sediment transport from watersheds. Fourth main topic, groundwater analysis and aquifer characterization. We have not had that one in for a while. Groundwater is becoming, well, most popular. And if you look at this particular topic, it again looks at Colorado River Compact and areas of the upper Colorado River. So this is of particular interest for not only that area, but all areas of the state, and in particular, Southeast Wyoming for the State Engineer's Office and DEQ. Our fifth main topic of our RFP is understanding and responding to future change in hydrologic variability. We had a similar last year RFP topic. We did not get a proposal on that, but we're hoping to solicit more proposals by including that. It has had some changes made to that particular information for the topic, and we hope to get some type of proposal that we can look at and review for that. Also, that one includes wording for the upper Colorado River Basin, so important there for the upper Colorado River also. The sixth main topic in our RFP, enhanced stream flow estimation and water supply forecasting. This is always an important issue throughout the state, is how do we get more informed about runoff and predicting runoff and predicting our snowpack and what we can do with that using different type of measuring instrumentation and modeling to help us provide that. Several, again, ancillary topics within that area. So that's our RFP for fiscal year 24. Each year we try to get your approval of this RFP so it can be moved on and submitted to the university and look at various researchers for hopefully soliciting proposals to address water issues in the state of Wyoming. I'm glad to answer any questions if you have them.
Thanks, Dr. Kerr. Is there any questions for Dr. Kerr about the UW? Senator Ellis?
No? Oh, sorry. Oh,
Representative Conrad.
I appreciate the compliment. Just a quick question. This is an RFP, so there's really no monetary values assigned at this point.
Mr. Chairman, that's correct. It's simply information for our request for proposals, and hopefully we can solicit numerous proposals to go through our review process and hopefully select projects for research in the future.
Thank you, sir.
Any other questions? Dr. Kerr? Well, thank you, Dr. Kerr. We appreciate it.
Thank you much.
I guess we hand it over to Select Water, Chairman.
All right, Select Water Committee, are there, is there a motion on the University of Wyoming research program on the RFP?
I'll make the motion that we pursue the RFP that Dr. Kerr has outlined for us.
All right.
I'll second.
It's been moved and seconded. Any discussion? Any discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. Motion has passed.
Okay, commissioners, do we have a motion to accept Dr. Kerr's outline, the University of Wyoming work coming up? Any motion?
I'll make a motion for you. I make a motion that we accept the University of Wyoming request for proposal from Dr. Kerr.
Second.
Motion from Commissioner Glick, second from Ansalmi Dalton. Any other discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say no. Motion carries. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, thank you.
Thank you. The next item we moved up on the agenda was the Drinking Water State Revolving Fund Intended Use Plan.
Chairman, Select Water Committee, I'm Bill Brewer, the Deputy Director of the Water Development Construction Group. I'm going to present to you the IUP today. So the Wyoming Drinking Water SRF program is jointly administered by the Wyoming Office of State Lands and Investment, the Wyoming Department of Environmental Quality, and the Wyoming Water Development Office. So the EPA requires that each DWSRF program prepare an intended use plan for each funding year to present the expected uses of the SRF funds or DWSRF funds. State statutes require that the IUP be presented to the Select Water Committee for review and recommendation to the OSLI before the OSLI finalize and implement the plan. The IUP is located in Meeting Notebook. David, do we have a page for that? Oh. So I guess it's in your Select Water notebook, not our commission notebook. It's also located online on DQ's website. So DQ prepared the IUP with assistance with OSLI and Water Development Office. Draft IUP was made available to the public for comment beginning on March 19th, 2023. And advertised public meeting and draft IUP was held on April 21st, 2023. And Appendix 6 of the IUP describes the meeting procedures or proceedings. The IUP contains the following sections: is the drinking or the priority list of drinking water projects, the criteria and method for distribution of funds, the DWSRF financial status, additional subsidization, green project reserve, which are like water meters, other things that conserve water, short and long-term goals of the program, and a description of the set-aside accounts and activities. A project must be listed on an approved IUP before applying for DWSRF funding. Additionally, in the 2022 Infrastructure Investment and Jobs Act, other words known as the BIL, there was additional funding set aside for special programs within the DWSRF. Those are both, the three main ones were general grant, BIL lead grant, and a BIL emerging contaminants grant. And just as a quick breakdown, looking at costs moving forward into that program, this is in millions of dollars. So the traditional DWSRF program has about $168 million available and has received approximately $137 million in requests. The BIL general has about 31 million available and received 191 million in requests. The lead lines portion has approximately 42 million available and received 26 million in requests. And the emerging contaminants has about 15 million available and received about 13 million in requests. So generally, the funds are available for the requests except for the BIL general, which far exceeds. And generally, that's in line with what we're seeing is we appear to have many more projects than we have funding available within all the different programs. So, but anyways, at this point, Select Water would need to review and approve the draft IUP that has been presented for the OSLI to move forward. And if there's any questions, I will attempt to answer them.
All right, did everyone find that? It was in your meeting materials on our legislative page. It was not in the e-notebook. It was a separate document. All right. And does anyone have any questions? Select Water. All right, seeing none, I would entertain a motion.
Madam Chairman, I would move that we approve the draft IUP as described.
All right. It's been moved and seconded. Any discussion? Any discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. All right, that motion has passed. And with that, I'd like to thank the Select Water or the Water Development Commission for allowing us to complete our business. We have so many folks that have other obligations this evening, but it's always a pleasure working with you. And we appreciate your service to the state, and we look forward to seeing you at the next meeting. So the Select Water Committee is adjourned.
I thank you guys for being with us, and sorry for the long day.
Don't be what we signed up for.
That being said, Director, I think what we're going back to the Fontanelle Reservoir. Is that correct?
Yes. Yep. So, Mr. Chairman, just a little bit of background here. So Fontanelle Reservoir, state of Wyoming through the Water Development Commission has two contracts through the Bureau of Reclamation for water in Fontanelle Reservoir, a 1962 contract and a 1974 contract, both for 60,000 acre feet for a total of 120,000 acre feet. Over the years, and that contract allows us or the state of Wyoming to enter into third-party contracts. And currently we have 4 third-party contracts. We've got one with PacifiCorp, one with Church and Dwight, one with ExxonMobil, and also SF Phosphates or Simplot, for a total of 46,500 acre feet of third-party contracts. We were approached this year by American Soda for a contract, and really what they're looking for is replacement water in case there's a curtailment on the Colorado River, because they're a Trona mining company that produces soda ash or sodium-based products. They're just west of Green River, about 15 miles south of the interstate. They've got a direct flow right out of the Green River. But again, if they're impacted in the future by a curtailment, they're looking for some backup water, just like a lot of companies and municipalities are looking for. So this contract would be for 4,000 acre feet of water. And what it was a 30-year contract, more or less. We started this with the reclamation about a year, last August of 22. So the expiration date would be December 31st of 2052 with some options to extend. And the way it's set up is there's a readiness to serve contract. So every year for that 4,000 acre feet to be set aside for them, they would pay us $10 an acre foot. That would go into the Fontanelle O&M account or the investment account. And then if they ever take delivery of that water, then they would be charged the water delivery charge, which is $81 currently, and that's based off of our previous contracts and bringing those up to date. They're credited that first $10. So, the readiness to serve would go towards the 81. Then they're also, as part of this contract, they would be participating in operation and maintenance, normal O&M expenses that are passed on to the Wyoming Water Development Commission or the state of Wyoming through our contracts, as well as any major dam repair and construction payments. So what that means is Wyoming has 120,000 acre feet under contract. So of our portion is roughly, I'll say 67% of the O&M on Fontanelle Reservoir. And because now they're going to have, American Soda is going to have a 4,000 acre foot contract. Whatever invoice we would have, we would take 4,000 divided by 120,000, and they would pick up that portion of the O&M. So it's a benefit to them. It's a benefit to the state of Wyoming because now they're picking up a portion of the O&M we were already paying for that facility anyway. And then the only other thing I'd mention on that is every 5 years, like a lot of our contracts, well, all of the contracts associated with Fontenelle, every 5 years, you take a look at the consumer price index. There's the base number would be this year for all consumer. I forget exactly what it's called. All urban consumers is the CPI number we look at. So we'd have the base number for this year, and then 5 years from now, we'll look at that same number and 3/4 of that. So if it went up 100%, which let's all hope it doesn't do that, but then more or less the cost of the water would then go up about that same amount. So I'm not explaining this very well, I apologize, but the cost of the water will inflate along with inflation. Every 5 years, we'll reset that $81 and it'll keep going up. So with that, the governor's office has reviewed this as well in support of it. State engineer's office hasn't been involved. There'll be also the state engineer will be a signatory along with the governor, as well as the Water Development Commission, and been quite a few conversations with the state engineer. They've been involved in kind of the back and forth discussions and getting this contract set up. It's gone through the AG's office. So just looking for your favorable consideration to enter into this contract, and then we'll take it on to the state engineer and the governor for signature.
Mr. Chairman, can I ask a question?
Yes, you can, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Chairman, thank you. Just a curiosity, and I probably didn't read enough in that section. What's their annual use currently?
Sorry, Mr. Chairman. That is associated with their annual use. So it's just a hair under 4,000, but they went with a whole number of 4,000.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Any other questions for the director? Commissioner Suker?
Yeah, I wonder if this contract is set so that if they don't use any water, is there a payment? I didn't catch that.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman. So every year there's a readiness to serve payment.
The readiness.
Yeah.
okay.
So every year, and that's $10 an acre foot. So every year, regardless of whether they use water or not, they'll be sending us $40,000 when we invoice them for it, and then also paying for their portion of the operation and maintenance associated with that volume.
Which, if they don't use water, they still pay for the O&M.
Yes.
Yep. So that's a good contract, I see.
Yeah.
Any other questions for the director? Do I have a motion?
Mr. Chairman, I have a motion. I move that the contract between the state of Wyoming and the Water Development Commission and American Soda Ash LLC for the Fontenelle Reservoir third-party contract be approved.
We have a second? Second? Yep. So we do have a motion and a second. Any discussion? Any further discussion? Okay, with that, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, say no. Motion carries.
Mr. Chairman, I might also mention, we've got several other third parties interested in water out of Fontenelle, so you might expect a
Oh,
couple
really?
of more of these in the future. So with considering all the discussion in the Colorado River.
That's great. Thank you.
Okay, so the next item on the list is the Aladdin Water District Water Service Contract Extension. And we have a couple of folks representing the Aladdin Water District online. I believe that's Wilma Tope and Tyrell Owens. Just a little background here. So back in and we've talked about this before, but I know we have some new commissioners. Back in the mid-90s, there was a study that looked at water for the towns of Beulah and Aladdin and looking at a potential regional system. That eventually more or less fell apart, but a well was drilled. They didn't have enough taps to qualify under the program after this larger group kind of disbanded when it didn't look like a regional system was going to work out, and had some discussions with legislators and the Water Development Commission at the time, and were allowed to purchase water from this well that was drilled in Aladdin. So since that time, there's been a water service contract with Aladdin. Wyoming still owns that well, or the Water Development Commission still owns that well. Aladdin put together the tanks and the well house and put a pump in there, and now they basically tapped that into their existing distribution system back in, I think it was 1999 when that happened. In 2018, our previous director suggested, and this was when this contract came up for renewal at that time, suggested we look at either continuing to sell them water or to look into negotiating and selling them that well so they can just take it over rather than us being intermediary. So at that time, and that, again, that was 2018, Aladdin started looking into potential funding sources. The original cost of the well was $85,641. So kind of going along with what we would typically do out of a level 2 study. The cost to them would be $28,261.53. That's 33%. They haven't been able to successfully acquire funding yet. They've got very few taps in Aladdin, if anybody's familiar with Aladdin. They're working with Midwest Assistance Program, which is who Tyrell Owens works with or works for, and trying to look into drinking water SRF loans and considering their situation, looking in for principal forgiveness and things like that. So they've been doing that for several years, haven't been successful so far. The reason we're here today is because their existing water contract expires on July 16th of 2023. So if we don't renew their contract, then we won't have a contract to continue to provide them water from that well. And what we're suggesting is a 2-year contract extension, allow them some more time to continue to look into this or other options we might consider. So with that, I would ask if there are any questions or if folks from Aladdin would like to add to that discussion.
You can. Could you introduce yourself online and welcome?
Thank you for having us, Mr. Chairman. We really appreciate this opportunity. My name is Wilma Tope, and I'm the Secretary Treasurer of the Aladdin Water District. As was said, it's been 28 years since this well is drilled, and so it's starting to get some age on it now. The new board was elected in 2022. All of these things are new to all of us. We have been working to try to procure funds to purchase the well and also to revamp the system because it really is kind of backwards the way it's set up. But so far we haven't had any luck, but with Tyrell's help, we are going to continue to see if we can't get some funding somewhere. The other thing, I guess, to think about is with the depreciated value of this well, it probably would end up not being even $28,000. So we just are still trying to consider how we can go about this, and thank you for your time.
Thank you. Is there anybody else online that wanted to speak?
I'd say hello to everybody. Tyrell Owens, Midwest Assistance Program. We're trying to work with Aladdin Water District to get this problem solved, but it's been quite a conundrum. So we'll keep plugging away.
Thank you. Is there, what was that? Commissioner Anselmi Dalton has a question.
Thank you, Ms. Tope and Mr. Owens for being here and being so patient to wait through the whole day for us. I see in the contract you pay $2 per 1,000 gallons, and I'm just curious, how much do you use in a year, and how long is it going to take you to catch up to this 28,000 purchase price?
That's a good question. We used, oh, wow, I can't remember.
Mr. Chairman, I could attempt to answer that question. If my memory serves me right, their use has ranged from 250,000 to, I think, maybe 350,000 annually gallons.
That sounds
So
right.
it's like $300 or $400 a year, I think, or $500 a year. Yeah.
Yes.
Are there any other questions for Ms. Matope or Mr. Owen?
Yeah, Mr. Chairman.
Commissioner Suker?
This is a hard case, I think, for them with the amount of water they use, the well that we have. If you look at our return on investment, I don't know how we can see to get it. That's just my opinion. $28,000. So with that said, is there any type of offer we could take from them by our criteria to allow for something less and get it sold?
Mr. Chairman, I'd have to look into that with our attorney. We could potentially tee that up for the August meeting, maybe do approval of the contract extension and then look into that for the August meeting, because I think that's probably a good thing to think about. And just to add to that, in 2020, there was an administrative order from the EPA for deficiencies on their system, not associated with our well, but with their system and their tanks and stuff that they hooked it into. And because we were considered the water provider, we were also named in that.
Yeah.
And
So I think it is. I think it's a good thing to figure out. Maybe we take an offer from them to start with. If you want to do that, and then we can reconcede and say, no, we can't let it go at that, but maybe there's a value somewhere. So look at our criteria and see if we can get it off our chart. I think we've got plenty of them, other ones to contend with that we own, that we got plenty to do. And if you look at the dollars that it was spent, 85,000, and with those 3 people or 5, or I don't know what they got on that well, there's no way it's a return on investment for anybody. I think it's just a deal that we did. We should chalk it off and go away from it. That's
Mr.
my
Chairman, I can
opinion.
definitely look into that.
Okay,
Yeah.
thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. We appreciate that.
Thank you guys for waiting so long and patience today. Any other questions? What do we have okay. Well, with that, do we have a motion?
Mr. Chairman, I'll make a motion that we accept the water service contract extension for Ladin Water District for well.
We have a motion and a second. Any discussion on it? Discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say no. Motion carries.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The next item would be our construction project updates. Thank you, Aladdin, for joining us. I appreciate that.
Thank you, Commissioner.
We appreciate it.
Chairman, Commission, remaining select water. Bill Brewer again with the Construction Division. I'm going to have a couple updates on projects within the construction group. This next update is kind of we've had some general questions about regional systems overall and potential future tie-ins and whether those tie-ins move forward. And also, we haven't had an update on the Gillette project for a while, which is one of our older and bigger regional systems. So figure we'd combine kind of a combination of that and get an update on the Gillette Medicine project and the regional extensions related to that, and also kind of cover kind of this idea of extensions. So with me is Joe Shane. I can't pronounce that.
Okay.
And he's going to give you a brief update on Gillette.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, Commissioners. Joe Shane, City of Gillette, City Engineer. Mike Cole, I just want to say he's usually here in the hot seat explaining everything to you, but he sends his apologies down. He had another conflict at this time. So he sent me down with some good information, or at least I hope it is. So with that, I think you guys have received a summary update within your packet and everything, just to kind of go through a little bit of the regional water 2010 was when the original agreement was done to be able to kick us off with everything. From that standpoint, we started putting in the pipeline, of course, drilling wells and connecting our regional water to that. And I didn't have this, I'm sorry, at the time, but we did complete a map, and I can get this to you just so you guys can see our regional water map of what it is. It gives a great location for what it is, as well as who's tied on right now, what construction's completed, those types of things. So with that being said, just summarizing real quick on the well project itself, our contract 2A is our main one. We've had some delays in that project, but we have completed all of the water testing now. So the wells have been completely tested. We are now moving forward as of the end of April. We're moving forward right now with the design of all of that pump and equipment to make sure we get the roads, the drainage, as well as the equipment. The biggest concern we do have right now on that project, on the installation project, we're looking at the design taking here probably a month or two. We got to work through DEQ. We got to work through all the permitting. We're hoping to get that out the door and advertised later this summer is really what we're shooting for. The downside, it does take electrical equipment. The electrical equipment, if you haven't heard, or I'm sure you have with all the projects, it is a very long lead time. So we are estimating 40 to 52 weeks is what we're being quoted, depending on which equipment and what electrical switch gear and those types of parts and pieces. So, and Bill's been really great. Water Development has been really great working with us. The staff has been giving us ideas. We've been working through it. We think this project will be able to get hopefully awarded late summer, if not early fall. And then it would take, depending on the equipment time frame, everything to get completed. We're looking probably at about September 1st of 2024. So that's one of the big things that we have right now for time frame. From that standpoint, and then that would complete everything with the wells. And so we would be completely good to go. They pump tested well. I don't think I said that in the beginning either, but the wells did pump test. We have all 3 wells that have been completed. Well, they're almost all of them are at about 2 million gallons a day is what they would be able to provide with that additional capacity. I guess real quick, is there any questions with that first? And then I'll jump into some of the regional upgrades of our regional projects then.
A question is, how sustainable is that 4 million or whatever million gallons a day?
So we think it's very good. So sorry, Chairman, Commissioner. Yes, we have for 3 wells is what we have. One was 1,800. The other two were both 2,000 each. And so with the pump testing and through the DEQ permitting and everything, we think we have the ability to make that sustain. I don't want to say forever, but as long as the wells can provide and we keep getting the water back in there, that's what we're counting on.
So that aquifer recharge is pretty good.
That's what the testing shows. Yes. Yep. They all 3 really matched well. They graph everything out, and the graphs really came out to where each one of them individually were very close to the other ones with what they were able to provide.
Thank you.
You bet.
Any other questions? Continue.
Excellent. So with that, the extensions projects. And so we have right now 6 of the phases. And so I'm going to say 2 of them are completed. 2 phases are completely completed with phase 1 and phase 2. Phase 3, we had some trouble with that one with some permitting with the railroad. It's the first time I've ever heard the railroad didn't own the land that they were on. So then we had to go back and do some easement negotiations and everything with the actual owner. The owner, of course, when we find out all the details, they have already passed away. So then it just went into a long time frame of who owns it, how do we get through it and everything. We finally battled through that. We do have the easements finally secured through the trust and everything that was through that. From that standpoint, then that's phase 3 for what we're looking at. We're hoping to get that kicked off then, I'm going to say, for advertising later this fall. And then construction will be completed then probably by the end of 2024. So that's on phase 3. Phase 4, portion of phase 4 for us is already completed with 2 of the 3 phases within phase 4. And with that, we're waiting on an easement on one other one that we are currently negotiating. Same kind of time frame we're looking at to try and be completed with that one by the end of 2024 as well. As long as we can get this last easement, we'll be able to kick off the final design process and then be able to get that thing advertised at about the same time frame. One of our big ones is phase 5 to us. Phase 5 is big simply because of the size of the line being a 12-inch, and it goes out to our airport all the way to the north end of town. So with that one being there, that one's currently at about 40% design is what I'm going to say. We got to secure easements. We have 3 of the 11 easements secured right now in that phase. So therefore, we're hoping to kick that one off. I say similar to the other ones, probably next spring for advertising, as long as the easements go through. We'll finish the design and have that done probably by the midsummer of 2025, just because of how big that project is. And then right now, we also have a phase 6 within our regional waters that says that we can go ahead and we're going to move forward. We are in the process of getting a consultant selected. So no design yet on phase 6, but we're on the process right now of being able to get that move forward and start getting it designed and get it moved forward as quick as we can. So, and I'm sure you guys have heard with those 6 updates, one of the biggest challenges we've probably had with this is securing the easements. I mean, you just, until you know the alignment, until you know the best way to go, people want the water and then they go, wait a minute, I didn't know that was going to be on. So whatever that is, the easements are the biggest struggle we have. And then of course, fast forwarding just to the well project as well. The biggest concern right now is just the time frame of getting all of the equipment. So those are kind of the big things we got right now. So any questions on the regional projects?
Mr.
Commissioner
Chairman,
Suker?
I do. And I see this as a 2-part thing here. I think we solved some of it. I think by the criteria that we are doing now within the Water Development Commission. Thanks to Bill, I think you dreamed it up, Bill, and it works, right? We're trying it this year. But what we're doing is we're not allocating the total funds for these projects. We are allocating only enough to acquire, to get readiness. Okay. Because here's what I see. I see these projects dating back for quite a while. And if it's just due to easements, there's 3 other factors I think that come into play. So I think coming back, I think we've taken care of that. As long as we are doing now, you get no money, you get no commitment, you go get them, and then we play the game. That's how I see it. But looking at this timeframe is, in some of these phases, I see that we are using some dollars for, I would call it emergency needs. And I guess I'm not a believer in running a line to somebody just in case they need it. I don't know that that's in the public's best interest, and it's state funded, state funds, that it's in the best interest for anyone to run a line. What if they never use it? That's what I'm saying. We got money in the hole. We've allocated the funds and there's no use. I see that one here, that's phase 2, maybe, that does that. We're there for emergency. So, and I'm just looking at these because the reason, let me give you the reason, because we're looking at regionalization, the commission is, as much as we can. When the regionalization works, in my opinion, that if we're allocating these funds and we're building them 4 or 5 years from now, there's maybe a whole bunch of public interest that would take these funds and be used today if we didn't make that step to get all these out of the way. You know, because there's a lot of dollars here. So the other thing that I will say, that time is also money. When we extend projects and we fight easements and we pay for easements, the allocations that are made, whenever the project is ready to build, the prices change. So what happens to those? Do you guys come back and say, hey, by the way, we're 4 years later, PVC pipe doubled, okay? So those are items that are going to happen. I'm not saying they're not, they're going to. Because in the last 2 years, we've seen a great influx in pricing from all the way to contractors' bids to and including material. So that's why I just think that I think the commission here is on the right track, but also to just not have total utilization. We're running this water out to the public, we're paying for it, and they're not using it. That's my biggest crisis. Do you agree with some of that in these extension projects?
Mr. Chairman, Commissioner, absolutely. Yes, that's exactly what we see. And with not being in Gillette for a long time myself, not being from the original 2010 timeframe and seeing what these projects are, completely in agreement with the easements. That is the biggest challenge there is. And due to that delay of timeframe, increasing costs absolutely happen. It is great with what you guys have a plan for, but getting the design and the easement secured first. We are a part of that with that district or that phase 6 of ours. So completely in agreement. Then once we know the construction costs, we have an alignment, we can start acting a lot faster on what that is. Completely agree.
Well, yeah, and you can get the entity to the public.
That's right.
That's requesting it
Absolutely.
within a decent term or time so that, because that's, go ahead.
Yep.
You got any more? to-
No, and just with the well, in the aspect of a lot of these places have, of course, their wells, and that's what, listening to it today, some of the wells dry up, some of it's not used, some of it's not as good quality water. It's a matter of time is really what it comes down to. And that's something else that could probably be looked at with those easements as well as with getting construction is how often that water or how long it's going to take for that water to actually be used and I said blended throughout the entire system.
And the other thing I see is when that water lays in I want to just say a mile long line without any taps off it because it's going to a small entity, probably a district or something.
Yep.
That water becomes stagnant. So it also costs. You have to flush, you have to test that water. When they call for that water, it's a whole different deal. Has to be. And I just don't know, it's something to consider when we do future planning with regionalization. That's what my concern is, and that's why I wanted to bring it up. Love regionalization, but if we do it in this facet, I'm not sure it's right. I'm sure it's not, we need to consider it, is what I'm saying, before we do it. Because I know there's a lot of people that could be using this. The dollars could be spent and utilized in different areas today instead of 3 or 4 years later.
Sure.
My concern.
Thank you.
Anything else? Is that it?
Um,
Any other comments?
Mr. Chairman, I just have a question on this.
Commissioner Scott.
Yeah. And, in this good regionalization plan, I mean, which is great. Is there in this plan a consideration for the growth or future annexations for the city of Gillette and using water as a potential tool to protect those annexation areas? If you could speak to that.
Oh, thank you. So thank you. Yes, there is. With the annexations that we're looking at, when we have someone want to tie onto city services, water or sewer, and of course, water is one of the bigger driving, we either have them sign a pre-annexation agreement or an annexation agreement. Once they are contiguous, that's when we look at really bringing them on. It really would help economic development in general, everything when they want. City utilities is what drives that at the end of the day. So yes, it is looked at with each one.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Any other questions? Great. Well, we don't have an action item on this one, so.
Thank you very much. Have a good day.
Yep, thank you.
Okay, and next I was going to give a brief update on the Levitt Reservoir expansion project. It's a project you guys have heard quite a bit about over the last couple of years. Just as a brief update for new members and stuff, this is a reservoir on the west side of the Bighorn Mountains above Shell for irrigation district up in that area. The project was bid originally. It appeared we had a lot of interest from a lot of contractors as we were going into bidding. However, coming out of bidding, we received one bid, which was considerably higher than we anticipated or had budget for. We negotiated with that contractor quite a bit, got their price down. However, we still didn't feel comfortable with the price we had. So we ultimately rejected that bid and came back in for some additional funds and some changes to the design. So currently the project has been broken up into 4 components. There's an inlet pipeline that brings the water to the reservoir. This is an off-channel reservoir, like most of our current reservoirs are looking at. The actual reservoir construction, wetlands, some recreational facilities that are required for a state project. That's a second phase. And then the water is actually released out of the reservoir back into the stream. And then downstream, there's a diversion structure that takes the water back out of the stream and distributes it to the irrigators. So that pipeline, that diversion structure and that pipeline is a third construction project. And then separate and connected to all 3 of those is basically a mining operation to generate all the materials for the dam, for the roadways that are being built, for pipe bedding, et cetera. So that project, we had a couple local sand and gravel companies that thought they could do that work considerably cheaper. So we entertained that idea and opened that up as a separate project to mine all those materials and supply those to the other contractors. So hopefully by breaking this up into 4, 1, we generate more contractors' interest. It also allows us to look at some more smaller contractors, more local in-state contractors, rather than looking at these huge out-of-state contractors. So we're hoping that generates more interest in the project and brings our costs down. Just to let you know, the project went back out for advertisement on May 4th of this year. So just a couple weeks or last week. It'll be advertised 3 times. So May 18th will be the last advertisement. It is being advertised in the Casper Tribune Eagle, which is the only statewide distributed newspaper. It's also being advertised locally in the Grable Standard. It's also online on BidNet, which many of the contractors subscribe to. And then additionally, the Association of Wyoming Contractors has distributed it to all their members that would be of this construction type. We are planning a pre-bid meeting that is mandatory for any of the prime contractors. That will be May 24th. Myself and Ken Mitchell which will be project manager coming on to assist with this project. We'll be at that pre-bid meeting. As of Tuesday, 31 contractors had collected plans for this project. It's estimated that greater than 20 of those have indicated that they will either be a prime contractor of one or multiple portions of this project that they're going to try. And it appeared that only about 10 of them were looking at being subs. So a lot of interest in being primes on the project. We're giving this a long bid time. One of the complaints we had the last time was it's such a huge project that contractors didn't feel they had enough time to put together a really good, strong bid. So the bids are due on June 20th. And just to give you an idea, the expected bids between all 4 anticipated range between 47 and 69 million. Total, if those bids come in that range, total construction, which would be all of our engineering, construction management, easements we had to purchase, we'd be looking at somewhere in the $56 to $78 million range for this project. So with that, if anybody wants more information on the project itself or any of the bidding, I'd be willing to take questions.
Any questions, comments? Looks like you're free.
Thank you.
It's only the last one.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. For your consideration today is a brief memo that I prepared on tab M or page 405 of your PDF. If the commission will recall, we've had some discussion over the last meetings on idle wells or wells that remain outstanding and are not placed to any beneficial use. In working with Patrick Kent of the Attorney General's office, we've started to identify some of those things where we think we might be able to make some traction. I kind of hinted at that at the last meeting, and this is one such project. This is the state #1, test well #1 was drilled by the commission as part of a level 2 study for Lance Creek Water and Sewer District. The sponsor ultimately acquired another well that was completed during this level 2 project. This particular idle well was the first borehole that was drilled to try to identify a groundwater source for them. The water quality sampling indicated elevated levels of arsenic, so it was deemed not particularly desirable to tie into their drinking water system. However, the grazing lessee associated with this parcel, and this well is located on state lands, they have expressed an interest in using it for some stock watering use. And my understanding is that Lance Creek Water and Sewer District does not have any future intended use for this. As a consequence of the fact that it's located on state lands and the Water Development Commission really doesn't have any kind of temporary use permit associated with that area anymore, Mr. Kent and I dreamed up the motion that you'll find at the bottom of that particular page. In effect, what this would do would be to communicate to the grazing lessee, to the Office of State Lands, and to the State Engineer's Office that the Water Development Commission has no future project use under a level 2 project associated with this particular well. The grazing lessee has already filed an application with the State Engineer's Office. So if this is favorable to you all, the office here could prepare some correspondence that would indicate that the State Engineer's Office would be able to move forward with their actions.
Questions for George?
Mr. Chairman.
Commissioner Cott?
Oh, well, no, it's Lee.
Great.
I know it's probably not our concern, but has he looked into the elevated arsenic levels and the effect on his livestock?
Mr. Chair, I don't directly know the answer to that question. I know that they've had some discussions with Lance Creek Water and Sewer about whether they intended on using that or not. And so I suspect that that was part of the conversation, but I have not directly informed them of that. Secondarily, I did give a little bit of a look into what any kind of maximum concentrations might be that anybody would recommend associated with arsenic for stock watering use, and this appeared to fall below any kind of recommendations for stock watering use.
Which really leads me to the follow-up of if we would have any liability, and if what you found shows that it's below the threshold, then I assume we would probably be okay. It's an assumption, of course.
Mr. Chairman.
Commissioner Cott.
Just to follow up on Commissioner Craig's thought there, and maybe we could just add the word arsenic somewhere in that motion that it be considered, that send correspondence to the grazing lessee and somewhere in there say, the levels of arsenic and livestock grazing are recommended for consideration or something like that. Just a thought.
Mr. Chair, in follow-up, the introductory paragraph from my memorandum might be a suitable copy and paste into the letter that would convey this sort of information to, as I mentioned, the grazing lessee and the agencies that are affected.
So yeah, so the motion's going to direct them to send it out, so he could include that in the letter that he sends out. Any other questions?
Is there any other chemical besides arsenic?
There's nothing that caught my attention, Mr. Chair.
Okay, any last questions? Okay, do I have a motion?
Mr. Chair,
Commissioner Anselmi Dalton.
I would move the Water Development Commission directs the Water Development Office to prepare and send correspondence to the grazing lessee, including the information in the memo about the arsenic, and the Office of State Lands and Investments in the State Engineer's Office, informing them that the commission supports efforts to place water to beneficial use within Wyoming, and that the commission has no further project-related interest in state number 1, test well number 1.
Thank you. Do I have a second?
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? Discussion? If that, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, say no. Motion passes.
Good way, get rid of one well.
Yeah.
One well down.
30 to go, right?
All right. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Couple more things and we'll have you out of here, hopefully. So really future meeting schedule, we just make sure that's in our notebooks every year or every meeting. And we'll be going to the Cody Powell country for our August meeting and tour, the August 15th through the 17th. So stay tuned for more details on that. I believe we got rooms already locked up and everything, so don't need to worry about that stuff. If I could move on to discussion, I've got a couple things I want to ask for. The first one is Middle Piney Reservoir. As you know, we've been under reconstruction of that facility for seems like forever now, but quite a few years, and we are getting close to having that wrapped up. The original anticipation was that we were going to come back and do additional, like another round of grouting or a final round of grouting in the foundation. And with Stantec, who's the engineer on that, what they looked at with our piezometers and the instrumentation that was installed last year over the winter season was they think that that may not be needed. So they've been working on a partial fill plan to bring the reservoir up and continue to look at the instrumentation to help further inform that, to confirm what they thought, or, okay, yeah, we do need to grout some more later this summer or early this fall. That's not coming together as fast as we would like. And that refill or that plan, because that's going to need to be approved by the Forest Service, because this is a Forest Service facility. We're operating under a special use permit under Wyoming, has that special use permit, 30-year special use permit under our name. With that said, last year, if you recall, well, the special use permit, like I just mentioned, is for 30 years. It originally said we would be done with construction by the end of November of 2016, or it wasn't 2016. I think it was 2021. So last year I had you guys review a special use permit amendment, which was a very simple amendment, and I can bring up on the screen, David, if you would, that amendment from last year. And it really just amended the line within the overall special use permit, saying the construction is now going to be completed by December 31st of 2022. And then there were some additional provisions in that because of public access has been limited over the construction period. We wanted to, or I should say the Forest Service and the district ranger wanted to make sure, like Father's Day, folks could come out, they'd stop construction, allow people to come out and recreate, a few items like that. And then just some camp items, which allowed or kind of specified where the contractor could set up if they were going to use the lower campground facility for some of their employees or what have you. So fairly simple. The biggest part we were concerned with is that we could continue construction that last year. knowing now that we've got a few things to finish up with fencing and seeding and doing some stuff with our piezometers and then potentially grouting, depending on how the fill goes and what we understand from that. We're anticipating, obviously, we're going to need another amendment to the special use permit to get through another construction year. And we don't have that in front of us right now. Forest Service wants to see the fill plan, understand the fill plan. There's a meeting with them tomorrow. Understand the reason why Stantec doesn't think there's a grouting needed now. And get through that before they're willing to put another special use permit amendment in front of us. And I anticipate that's going to be way before August, but that's going to be our next opportunity to meet. So what I'm asking for is for your permission to be able to sign any special use permit amendment that we need to keep that construction moving when it's ready for us. Instead of the commission like we did last time.
Jason, do we need an actual motion on that then?
I think that would be best if you, a motion to allow the director to approve a special use permit amendment when it becomes available for Middle Piney Reservoir.
Do we have that motion? We have a motion, a second.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Any discussion? Any more discussion on it? All those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, say no. Motion passes.
Okay, thank you. We're hoping we can finish this project up this year. I guess worst case scenario is if everybody's not on the same page by the time the runoff has passed, then we could be in the same situation next year. So we hope that's not the case. But the last thing I wanted to mention under discussion was some of you may have seen some stuff in the news about Jackson Lake and Palisades Reservoir. And maybe not, but I want to inform you if you haven't. So we have some water in Palisades Reservoir, as I mentioned yesterday, folks that were attending the orientation. There's 33,000 acre feet in Palisades Reservoir that state of Wyoming holds. And there's 3 reasons we hold that. It's to take care of our compact requirements. The second priority would be to prop up flows below Jackson Lake or within Jackson Lake, the elevation of Jackson Lake. And then the third is we can rent water to the Idaho Groundwater Users Association. We have an agreement with them to do that. So this year, it's a fairly high snowpack year over in the Upper Snake Basin. There's Jackson Lake and then Palisades Reservoir and then American Falls Reservoir and then something called Minidoka Dam and then Milner Dam. And what the reclamation has asked us, because in there's kind of an imbalance in the system. There's a lot of water in American Falls. There's a significant amount of water in Palisades Reservoir, but still a lot of flood storage space and not very much water at all in Jackson Lake. And Jackson Lake is the highest reservoir in the system. And so what reclamation is attempting to do is, of course, refill Jackson Lake as much as they can to fix that issue. And I don't know exactly what has caused the imbalance. Some of the explanation we got was that last year there wasn't a lot of water drafted out of American Falls from irrigation purposes. Therefore, it remained fuller than they would like to have seen. And just due to drought conditions, Jackson Lake has been lower than normal. So we've had a lot of discussion about that. Regardless, if their reclamation's goal is to manage that system as efficiently as possible and to not allow water to spill at the very bottom at Milner Dam. And if it does spill, they have to more or less give it somebody has to account for it. It has to come out of somebody's account. And they've asked us to use the Palisades Reservoir account due to the fact that a second priority of that is to prop up flows below Jackson Lake. And there has been a lot of discussion because what they want to do is basically reduce flows down to 50 CFS. The ideal flows that Game and Fish has looked at over the years is 280 CFS. And this section below Jackson Lake is very important reach and habitat because of Snake River cutthroat, and there's a bluehead sucker, which is a sensitive species. and keeping water in this oxbow that helps with that bluehead sucker. And I'm not an expert on all that, but I've been listening a lot over the last 2 weeks. So if we can maintain that 280 CFS, then that protects that habitat. So at this point, we're still working through agreement with reclamation and who's going to provide what, because we have enough water. In 2021, we sold water to IGWA, Idaho Groundwater Users Association. In 2022, it happened to be a really dry year, so none of our account refilled of that 33,000. So we have roughly 19,800 acre feet in that Palisades Reservoir account this year. To get through this period of what was supposed to be yesterday when they reduced these flows, now they've extended that until about the end of June, they're anticipating. That's when we'd be looking to supplement that 50 CFS back to up to 280 CFS. And there's not enough water with 19,800 acre feet. And there's some evaporation and things we need to also consider. So that 19.8 is actually 18,900 acre feet is what we're kind of figuring that we could release. That doesn't cover that entire period. So that, again, we're just working with reclamation, hoping to come to a good solution. Trout Unlimited is very involved. The Park Service is involved. Congressional delegation has been involved. Legislators. So this has a lot of people's attention. Jackson, Teton County commissioners, et cetera. So I just wanted to inform you of that. There has been some very positive feedback from reclamation in regards to that water was originally looking at needing to prop up flows in the fall timeframe or fall winter timeframe. This is a little unique when it's spring. There's a ton of water in the system, and then we're, all of a sudden we're trying to supplement flows. But I think there's good reasons on both parties, reclamation trying to manage the water, and our part trying to prop up those flows for the fisheries purposes, which was a priority of that particular water. So no action to take. I just wanted to inform you guys. You'll probably see some of that in the news. There were some press releases last week, and there's, that's gotten picked up and ran with various other newspapers. So we're doing the best we can to protect that resource up there with the water we have. So any questions?
Any questions for the director?
Mr. Chair, I would like to ask the releases you were talking about, the 280 CFS, was that from Jackson Lake?
Yes.
And the Bureau has cut that back to 50?
They have not cut it back yet. They want to cut it back to 50, but they also realize, and that's to bring the levels up in Jackson and as much as they can. Originally, the discussion was they were only going to bring it down to 84. And then, ideally we wanted it 280 and we were going to make up the difference. So roughly 200 CFS. Then the next discussion was, we're going to take it down to 50. You guys can prop it up to 280. Then there was a discussion at one point where it was, we're going to take it to 50, but you need to account for all of the 280, which is where there's been a lot of discussion. There's guidelines associated with this water that were set up in 1996 and why it's caught the attention of quite a few others now at this point. So that's still in, I think, negotiations. But again, we're working with reclamation. I feel like we've got a good path forward. We're working with good people with them, and I think we'll find a solution. So
Well, just to comment, 50 CFS isn't very much water in the Snake River.
correct, which is why it needs to be supplemented. Yeah.
Okay, any other questions?
This is not, this would be a slight new topic, but I would be extremely fast if we're done with that topic.
We'll give you 30 seconds.
On page 1 of 2 of the notebook, if we could add, if it's appropriate, add the phone numbers to the commissioners' names. We have the email address, but we don't have the phone numbers. Select Water has phone numbers and full complete addresses. At one time we had phone numbers. And the reason that I bring this up is, if you want to call your commissioners to arrange dinner or something, it's a nice place to find it.
Mr. Chairman, Commissioner Cott, we took that off thinking you guys might not want your your phone numbers out there in the public for anybody to call you.
Okay, so.
If you guys want that put back on, we're happy to put that back on. If you want to exchange phone numbers after the meeting, you could do that too.
If we can do that.
Yeah, no promise there.
So, I mean, is there a consensus here, phone numbers or no phone numbers? We'll live either way, but it was brought up over dinner one night.
I'm okay with it, whatever you
Phone
guys want
number's
to do.
fine.
Yeah. Anybody?
Put 'em back
Nobody ever
on?
calls me.
Okay, well,
I got caller ID, no problem.
all right,
Phone
Okay.
numbers.
sounds good. We'll add them back on then.
Yeah, who was that? So do we have a motion to adjourn?
Second.
All those in favor say aye.
Hi.
Motion carries.